Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became the Emerald Hood? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was currently 14 years old and in last year of middle school. He was having a normal day at school. That wasn't actually good, because a normal day for him at school was being picked on and bullied by his classmates, because he is quirkless. In his world, most people was born with a quirk. About 80% of the world was born with quirks, which meant 20% was quirkless, but most of those people that was quirkless was old. Of his generation, he would guess only about 2% or maybe even 1% was quirkless. And he was of that 1 or 2%. Reasons why it was so few quirkless now is because there were born less and less quirkless and they often killed themselves because of all the discrimination. He wasn't going to do that though. He was going to be a hero. As good as All Might, who saves everyone and smiles no matter the situation. In case you don't know, All Might is Japan's NR1 hero and maybe even the world's. He is also Izuku's favorite hero. Izuku has admired All Might as long as he can remember. Well, he was in his 4th PRD now, which was half done. So he had 1.5 PRD left. That's not much. Izuku liked to learn, but not at school. Both the teachers and students hated him, and because of that they bullied him. The teachers didn't exactly bully, but they gave him bad grades, acted like they didn't see the bullying even though no one tried and hide it. They even bullied him in the middle of the class. The teachers didn't care about being disturbed if what they were disturbing with was bullying him. Whenever Izuku disturbed in any way, any reason, he got detention. So when the others decided they wanted to bully him in class, he had to be extra quiet. The thing is, it isn't easy being quiet when the rest of the class trained their quirks on him. Especially the most offensive ones, like explosions. It was a very good quirk, but hurt a lot, even though he was getting more and more used by it after the years. The reason it still hurt pretty much because quirks works like the body. And Kaken has used his quirk a lot, and his explosions has gotten really strong, just like how you get stronger when you work out. Well, now he was focused on the class. They had history. History wasn't bad, of course the teachers gave him bad grades, but Izuku was still pretty good in history. The class didn't bully him in history because they most of the time was just asleep in history. History was so boring that they rather wanted to sleep instead of bully Izuku, because they could hear the boring history class in the background. Then it was math. Math also wasn't too bad since everyone wanted to show off how good they were. It might sound like they wanted to show how nerd they were, but no. They wanted to be heroes. They needed good grades to go to a hero school, and so they showed off. The only bad things with math was that if he did something correct in math, everyone would act like it was wrong, even the teachers. And if he did something wrong, they bullied him and told him how worthless he was. Actually, it didn't matter if his answer was right or wrong, that was just how they reacted to his answers in class. So he kept his mouth shut the rest of the day, and got away with just people picking on him. He ran as fast as he could away from his classmates, then slowed down to just jogging and took turns you normally wouldn't need. Only people who were running away from someone needed the turns. You might think he'll get lost, but he won't, not since he has learned how the whole city looks like, in and out. He even knew some of the cities outside of the one he lived in. He had spent hours on learning that, but it was necessary. Now he was nearly home, and didn't need to take any more turns. He had also stopped jogging. He normally only jogged about half the way home. That was what he did today too. While he was walking home, he heard crashing noises and heroes. They were pretty close. Don't worry, for I am here. Izuku couldn't believe it. All Might was here. He was close to his home. He began running again, but this time because he was exited and really wanted to meet All Might. When he saw where the incident had been, his heart missed a beat, actually probably a couple beats. It was in his street. The main part of the incident was even his apartment, his home. But it was going to be fine because All Might was here. Everything was going to be fine. Why he was so sure about that? Maybe because no one had ever died when All Might was there. He panicked anyway though. How was he supposed to not? He tried and calm himself. It didn't work. Then he remembered, it was always a place for the rescued. He searched for green hair. Green hair, green hair, green hair, but he didn't find any. He got more panicked. There was also a place for the people who had died, but he didn't want to look there, and anyways, no one died when All Might was there. He had to check though, what if someone had died, what if his mom died? He checked. He didn't see her there, oh no. There she was, or not yet, but there, a hero was taking her. Taking her to the place where people had died. She was the only one too. He didn't want to believe it, he couldn't. She can't have died. It could be another woman with green hair. After all, he was looking from far away and he didn't see the face, just hair. That's when he also remembered Mom was the only person except himself with green hair. Around here, not even people who visit others had green hair. It was his mom, no doubt anymore. He didn't have parents anymore. Not parents who cared at least. What was he gonna do now? He was an homeless orphan, he had nowhere to go. He didn't have friends either. Was the foster care gonna take him now? Would someone adopt him? No, who would ever care about a quirkless freak like him? No one. No one would care about him. There has only ever been one person who had truly cared, his mom, Inko Midoriya, but she was dead now. Hello there, you look young. A villain attack like this could scare anyone, but it's okay, because we heroes are here to help. When we are here, there will be as little damage as possible, so don't worry. But maybe you should go back to your parents. Yeah, my parents, I'll go to them. What a great idea. Thanks for saving everyone every day, so no one dies, because of stupid villain attacks like this. Bye. Izuku said while knowing that if he said that yesterday, he probably would have meant it, but now he didn't at all. He probably shouldn't lie to heroes, but whatever. Then he acted like he walked away until All Might didn't see him any more than he walked to his mother and looked at her. He didn't cry, he was sad, but no tears came out. For once he wanted to cry a little, but now he wouldn't. He was just standing there for a while, he didn't know how long, because he lost track of time. A couple heroes tried to talk to him while he was standing there. Izuku didn't give any more response though. He just thought about his mother. How nice she was, how much she cared and loved Izuku. He couldn't stop thinking about her, how she never gave up on him and how she worked multiple jobs to get enough money and cheered him on his dreams, as much as she could. Izuku could look through her though. He could see that she didn't actually think he could do it. Because his dreams were to be a hero and he didn't have a quirk, but she tried to be supportive. And of course, that person was now dead. He was never going to see her awake again. Now there came two police officers, they told him to go away from the dead woman. The dead woman, his mom, he guessed they were probably gonna find out her identity, but Izuku already knew that. Izuku didn't need any DNA test or something, he could just look and then he knew. Now they took her away from him, right in front of his eyes. They took her in a car, as big as an ambulance. He sneaked in. He opened the back door at the same time of one of the police officers, and closed it at the same time as one of the police officers. And so they didn't realize someone sneaked in. He got lost in his thoughts again as they were driving. While he was thinking about what was going to happen, that he was either going to the orphanage or on the streets, he remembered that it was at the morgue where police and people like that found out the identities of the dead. Which also meant they were nearly there. They had been driving for about 30 minutes and it was only a 35-minute drive, from his home and to the morgue. He hid silently so he wouldn't be noticed. His next problem was how to get out of the car and into the morgue. They stopped. They went out of the car. How was he going to get out of this? Then the police officers opened the back. They didn't see him because he had run to the front of the car without thinking about it. They took her out and went into the morgue. He saw a jacket and a hat in the back. He put them on and realized there was an ID card there. If anyone asked him if he worked there, he could just show the ID card while hiding the picture and hopefully they wouldn't notice. Okay, he had a plan, he was going in. He used the ID card to open the door and walked in. He could see the two others and followed them. There was also a doctor who went with the two cops. They walked into a room. Izuku walked after them, but stopped in front of the door and debated whether he should walk in or watch from outside. There was a window in the door, not big, but big enough to see what he wanted. He decided to stand outside, since he didn't know what to do if they asked him to do something. He still wanted to go in though, but it was too risky. There wasn't many people walking in the halls, so he wasn't scared of anyone coming to him. They checked her fingerprint and took DNA. They cleaned her face, then they begun undressing her, but someone noticed him. They stopped what they were doing and walked towards the door. Hey, I think that jacket and hat is mine. Take them off, tell us who you are. One of the cops said after opening the door. Izuku panicked. He was still sad. He was still shocked. His emotions was too much. He couldn't handle it anymore. Izuku fell down on the floor and cried. Now Izuku wasn't the only one shocked. The adults was too. They tried to calm him down and ask what was wrong. They probably should have been able to put the pieces together, but why would they be smart enough for that? Just think about it. They probably already figured out her identity, which would mean they knew she had a son, both had green hair, their face looked alike, and Izuku in no way looked old. Well, he was wearing a hat, but still. Also, why would a random person sneak in and watch someone find the identity of a person they don't know? The adults were stupid when they asked Izuku what was wrong. Izuku didn't want to cry like this in front of the adults, even though he had a good reason to. Therefore he tried to put himself together, which he was barely able to do. He took the hat and jacket off and gave them to the cop who said it was his earlier and said, "I'm sorry, I'll go now." He walked away and wanted to get away with that. He felt a hand touching him on the shoulder. He flinched, but took himself together again. It seemed the adults didn't see that he flinched, and another one put their hand on him. He barely flinched this time. "Hey, why did you sneak in? And what was wrong earlier? We want to help you. We won't arrest you or anything. Will you tell us?" One of the cops said while tried to seem nice. Izuku didn't want to be very rude and decided to say, "That was my mom, bye." He blurted out quickly, then began running. He didn't want to talk to the two cops and doctor. He didn't want to talk to anyone. Only mom, but she wasn't here anymore. "You two can go back, I'll take care of him," one of the cops said. He began running after Izuku, but lucky Izuku was fast and had good endurance. He ran for the door, but he couldn't get out without an ID card. The door wouldn't open. He was locked inside. He didn't want to give up. He didn't know what to do. He just didn't want to get caught. Before he got to run away, the cop caught him. He was done. He wasn't sure what was going to happen. He just knew it wasn't good. "I am sorry to tell you this, but if she was really your mom, I have to take you to the police station." Izuku was right, it wasn't good. "What? No. Can't. No, I don't want to." He didn't exactly know what to say, but he wanted to protest. "I'm afraid it doesn't matter what you want or not in this. I have to take you to the police station until we figure out where you'll go. My condolences, by the way." Izuku gave up now. He also didn't want any condolences. He didn't want to go to the police station. He thought about what would happen at the police station. What his thought process ended up being was the orphanage. He didn't want to live in an orphanage. He wanted to live with someone he knew and was nice. He couldn't figure out who that would be though. No one cared about him. The only way for him was the orphanage. The drive to the police station was probably 40 minutes. For Izuku it felt like an eternity. He wasn't ready for what was gonna happen. The police officer tried to talk sometimes. It was either to comfort Izuku, since his mom died, or just small talk. Izuku either didn't reply or replied, just not in a nice way. He was done with being nice for today. Too much crap had happened that day for being nice. "Hey, are you sure you're okay? I mean your MO dash. Can't you just shut up?" "And I'm fine." "I am not so sure that you're fi dash." The cop got cut off again. "Oh, so you can feel what I feel now? Is that your quirk or something? Well then tell me how I feel." Izuku snapped. The police officer didn't answer. "Thought so. Okay, I am sorry, but would you please be nicer and maybe talk?" No answer. Not a sound. No reaction. That was usually how it went when the officer tried to talk. And then after a while they were at the police station. Izuku had decided while they were driving that he was gonna run away when they stopped. The thing is, he was met with two policemen ready to stop him. He guessed the one who had driven expected him to try and run away. He still tried though. He tried and ducked under their arms, but stumbled in their feet instead. He got up quickly. He didn't want to go to the orphanage. But one of the new policemen gripped his yellow backpack, then his arm. They dragged him into the police station, since he didn't walk himself as protests. He began walking again when they were inside. He didn't want to, but it was not comfortable being dragged. It didn't hurt, but it wasn't comfortable. They walked forward, then up some stairs, then to the left. They walked past 2 rooms and then inside the next in the 3rd room on the 3rd floor. When he walked in, he immediately recognized All Might and Present Mike. Present Mike was also a pro hero, but he was also a teacher and a radio host. He worked at the high school UA, his dream high school. It was the school All Might went to, but since he was quirkless, he could only imagine. Or maybe he could ask All Might what he thought. What if he believed in him? Okay, this is All Might and Present Mike. They were the main heroes at the incident earlier. I know, already recognized them, both names, and that they were there when my mom died. Yes, therefore they are here to help decide what happens with you next. For example, if you have any other family who who is willing to take me in. I am guessing you were gonna say, I'm not stupid. No, I don't have anyone who would take me in. I am also guessing your next suggestion is orphanage. Yes, you are correct. But could you please stop in there? No, I will not. Sorry, my bad, I didn't mean to ask. It was a in order, Izuku mocked. Not in the mood to be nice. So won't stop. Well, my na Nao Mesa Tsukachi, I took your ID card, I know your name. This kid is something else, a badass if I can say so, Mike whispered to All Might. Izuku heard it, but acted like he didn't. He also kinda like to be called badass. All Might answered Mike with, try and be professional, but you're right. Right after she died and got set down in a safe place, he stared, and I didn't understand the connection and asked him to go back to his parents. He answered with, and I quote, yeah, my parents, I'll go to them. What a great idea. Thanks for saving everyone every day, so no one dies, because of stupid villain attacks like this. Bye. What a response, was all Mike could say to that. Izuku got even more proud. It was weird being proud. He couldn't remember last time. Weird that his mom had to die before he could do something he was proud of. He now sat down beside Present Mike, simply wanting to see his reaction. Hi, Mike and All Might. Nice to see you second time today. Oh, hey little listener. Hello, did anyone even listen to what I was saying just now? Oh, sorry. I stopped listening to what you were saying last time I interrupted you. It was beginning to get boring to listen to stuff I already knew, so I stopped listening. My fault, but I don't really care though. And me who thought you were finally gonna show some respect. No way, and also I guess I also interrupted by sitting down and talked to the heroes. It is very fun interrupting you. Izuku now realized he could be good with words, if he just weren't scared like now. He could see Tsukachi was beginning to get very irritated. It was a little bit fun to watch, but he didn't want to be a bully, so he thought he was gonna stop interrupting. He didn't want to stop though, so he decided to interrupt a little less. It was fun to could decide when to irritate people and not. Before, he irritated people by simply existing. He couldn't turn it off. Now, or at least here, he could turn it on and off. Well, Short said this is what I said earlier. Izuku will go to an orphanage, and if there aren't anyone who will take him in, or if none of you come up with another solution. From the orphanage he can get adopted, but if he doesn't get adopted he will live there until he is 18 years old. Does anyone have a suggestion I haven't thought of? I thought you said, you were gonna say it short. It was shorter than how I originally said it. If you had listened the first time you would have known. Wow, you are boring. No, you just need to grow up. Nah, you're just boring, and honestly you should be happy I didn't interrupt you while you spoke, 2 times in a row. I shouldn't have to appreciate that. It's common sense to not interrupt people. And I thought the police and heroes were supposed to save people. Teachers stop students bullying. I could say a couple more things, but I think you got my point. Say more, I'm getting curious. One cop he didn't know the name of said. Fine, I'll say one more. Fathers take care and love their children. And I'm saying all of these from experience. Tsukachi, has he lied just maybe a single time? Mike sounded worried. He didn't want to believe all this happened to him. Not even a single time. At least from this conversation. Okay, can we move on? I'm tired of this. How do you feel? Mentally and physically. Mike really needed to know. He was getting more and more worried for Izuku. Izuku remained quiet for 2 reasons. 1, he had said he didn't want to talk about it anymore. 2, he understood what Tsukachi's quirk was. He didn't know exactly how it worked, but didn't want to risk it. Did you? He dash. Yes, I heard you, but I said I didn't want to talk about it anymore, and so I won't. If you ask me, you're the one who didn't listen. You're right. Sorry. Okay, let's move on now. We are going to give you to the orphanage as fast as possible, so you're going there today. If you have anything to pack, tell us. If not, you're going to be driven there when the meeting is done. Is that understood? Said the policeman he didn't know the name of. Oh yeah, I actually have a lot to pack. Really? Where do we have to drive you? To my crushed home. I gotta pack up all the pieces. It's gonna take a long time. Please don't joke about this. Boring, but I have a question. Where does all the money my mom had go? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to inform you about that. The money will go to the bank until you are 18, or if there is an adult you think could take care of it. Doubt you would do that though. No, there is actually one person. Who? And can't you also live there? I can't live there because the whole family doesn't like me, only the mother. And her name is Mitsuki Bakugu. Okay, we will give her the responsibility of Inko's money until you are old enough yourself. Anything else before you are going to the orphanage? Don't think so, except to get the money to Auntie Mitsuki. Okay, I'll fix that. And can someone drive Midoriya to the orphanage? Tsukachi said. I'm going with you to do that, and then you can drive me from there. No, you are not. Who will drive him? I can. The policeman said. The one he didn't know the name of. Izuku gave in. He was too tired to protest. Mike on the other hand wasn't too tired and saw no problem with what Izuku said. Why can't he come with you, Tsukachi? I see no problem. I have other cases to work with, and to make this as fast as possible, it will be faster for someone to drive him to the orphanage care and someone fix the money. That's why. Okay, was all he answered back. Mike didn't know how to make it sound like a better idea to do what Izuku wanted. Izuku knew how, but was still too tired to protest and argue, even if he thought he would win. It would maybe take a long time to win, but he would win the argument at one point, if he weren't tired. Then, you take Midoriya to the orphanage while I fix the money. The rest of you can go back to what you were doing before the meeting. Okay, everyone answered except Izuku. Izuku didn't think it was okay, that he had to go to the orphanage wasn't good, it wasn't even okay, but he had no choice but to go with it. And so he followed the policeman into the car. Izuku didn't want to talk, but of course the policeman did. Nobody ever did as he wanted if they knew it or not. It was frustrating, it had been like that his whole life. So what do you like to do? I don't know, maybe I like to be quiet. You weren't quiet dash. Earlier when I was interrupting, I'm guessing you were gonna say. Well, that's because some people are stupid, and then I disrespect them. Today I disrespected by interrupting. You should show some respect to me and Tsukachi, we could both set you in jail. I'm police, he is both detective and police. Just shut up and be quiet. I just told you, you should show me respect. I even told you WH-. I'm a child, I can't go in jail because of something like this. So no. Well, you can still get consequences. Izuku stopped answering, he was done with stupid adults. How did they not understand a thing? Did you hear me? Hello. Izuku still didn't answer. He decided to not say anything, not even react, until the man understood Izuku didn't want to talk. They were nearing a mall. Izuku remembered he didn't have any clothes, so he decided to ask if he could get a hoodie or something. It went like this. Hey, could I get a hoodie and pants? I don't got any more clothes than this. So now you are talking. Yes, and please answer. Fine, if you answer to my next question. Fine, whatever. Okay, are you ready? This man was stupid, he had now already asked a question. Izuku could answer this instead of whatever the man originally planned to ask. Yes. How do you actually feel? Don't gotta answer. If you want clothes, you do. No, I answered to the question, are you ready? So drive in here and buy clothes. What? No, wait, you're right. He drove in and parked. There weren't many cars and people since it was now about 7 p.m., and the malls was soon gonna close. Izuku was happy for new clothes. They were pretty quiet in the mall, or at least Izuku was. He still didn't want to talk much, he still thanked for the clothes though. He didn't want to be rude when he got free clothes from someone he barely knew. Izuku got a dark green hoodie, a black jog pants and a normal black wind jacket. They were in the mall for about 20 to 30 minutes. Then they went back to the car and drove 20 minutes more, to the final destination, the orphanage. Izuku finally arrives at the orphanage. Before he walks out, he looks around. He sees a playground for the little kids, a multi-sports ground, a tree and a parking lot. The building had 3 floors. Now he picked up his backpack and got out of the car. The policeman did the same and walked behind Izuku in case he would run away. A woman, about 40 years old assuming, walked out the front door and towards them. Izuku thought she looked nice. "Hello, nice to see you, what can I do?" The policeman answered, "Izuku Midoriya here lost his only parent today and needs a new home. We checked your orphanage and you have 3 rooms left, so the police thought he could live here now. Is that okay?" "Yes, if you are willing to go inside and we can take care of the papers. And he can go to his new room and get to know his new roommate and maybe a few others." "Yes, that's great." "No, it's not. What would be great was if I had a living mom I could live with, but I don't, so it's not great. Just get inside and pack out." "Fine. What room?" "3rd floor, 2nd room to the left." Izuku then went off. To his new room. At a place he's never been to before. Where he never wanted to be. Well, he was, and had to get the best out of it. He packed out. He didn't have much to pack out considering he only had what he had in school and the clothes he got on the way here. It was one of his notebooks to be hero in the future, school books, pencil case, lunchbox, first aid kit, dark green hoodie, a black jog pants and a normal black wind jacket. The clothes was from the mall. He also had his school uniform. He was actually still wearing it. He hadn't got any time to change. He didn't want to wear it the rest of the day and therefore he changed. He looked in the mirror in the room and looked at the fit, not that it was special or anything. He just normally didn't get much new clothes, only when needed. He heard loud footsteps outside the door, then someone stamped in. "What are you doing here?" "I don't want a roommate." "Get out." "What? I don't have any place to go." "Oh, well, I don't care, just get the F out of my room." "Just get the F out of my room is wrong, it's, get the F out of our room now. Also, I won't get out of our room." Izuku mocked without thinking before speaking. He just got a little bit too confident earlier today. He felt nearly immediate pain in his left cheek. That's when he remembered 14-year-old boys don't hold in their anger, they get physical. Well, he was fed. He felt more punches in his face. He couldn't run away. Every time he tried he got punched. Nearly a bit funny since he first got mad when Izuku didn't want to leave. Now he gets mad when Izuku tries to leave. "Hey, won't you speak again? You were so tough before when you spoke. Or maybe you are too scared now. Weakling." Izuku didn't want to give up, but he knew bullies a bit too well to know that if he weren't stronger than the other, there was no point. "What if I use my quirk on you? Will you speak then?" "I'm sore dash. Too slow, here I go. Magnetism. I can make anything magnetic to anything." Izuku wanted to leave so bad, but before he could move, he felt something smash at him. Then he saw and heard glass shattering and fall on the floor. He could see all the pieces come up from the floor again and towards him. He felt cuts and glass stick in his body like small knives, all over his body. "Huh, that's what happens when you mess with me. Last meal today's soon over, by the way." Then he left Izuku alone in the room. Izuku began crying again while he walked to the bathroom they had. Every room had their own bathroom. He took his uniform with him, in case he needed to shift again. He looked in the other mirror from the bathroom. He could see glass from the mirror that was supposed to be in their room, but now were in pieces sticked all over his body. He felt so many wounds at the moment that it was hard telling them apart. He took of his clothes before it could get to much blood on them. Then he found paper and began taking the glass pieces out himself. After every glass piece he took out, he put paper on the wound and taped it there. Every time he finished a body part, he switched the tape and paper with bandage from his first aid kit. Then he washed his clothes and hung them up to dry. He wondered if he could still get food or if he was too late. He was gonna go, but his whole body hurt after being punched and after being cut and stabbed by small glass pieces. He could get extra food tomorrow instead. He just wanted to lay down and sleep now. He laid down in his bed and tried to forget everything. "You're so weak. Stupid Deku. Good for nothing. quirkless freak. His mind went on with words and phrases he has heard growing up. He couldn't sleep, not even rest. He heard footsteps outside the door again. He hid under the bed sheets, not that he thought it was gonna work, but did anyway. Hi, I just came to say, I'm leaving now. Bye. Bye. Izuku barely got out. He nearly couldn't speak without breaking down. He heard more footsteps again. It was his roommate. Who are you? I am sorry, I am just the policeman who drove Midoriya here and fixed the papers for him to live here. Okay, good night and maybe goodbye. Izuku noticed his roommate was a lot nicer and versome when a cop was around. He was gonna use this. Is there a possibility you could stay a little longer before you leave? Sure, but why? I just began to feel a little bad about today, how I treated you and Tsukachi without respect and things like that. I am sorry. Don't think about that, I have met worse. Well, you are of one of the worst that isn't criminal, but not the worst. Izuku's roommate looked a bit irritated that Izuku talked for so long. He understood Izuku tried and talk until he was in bed or maybe even asleep. He began to get ready for bed. Well, I don't think it's good enough to just not be the worst, I have to be better. I am sorry, and could you please tell Tsukachi I am sorry too. You know, from disrespecting him and interrupting him. Izuku's roommate was now in bed, but Izuku wasn't done. The other had to be asleep before he stopped and the policeman could leave. I understand, and I will tell him you are sorry next time I'll see him. And you aren't too bad since you are apologizing. Don't dwell on it anymore. Izuku managed to hold the conversation long enough for his roommate to fall asleep. He even managed to make the conversation to seem natural, even though Izuku and the other 14-year-old knew it was so he wouldn't be bullied. He finished the conversation with saying they should stop talking to not wake the boy from sleeping. Bye. Izuku hadn't slept all night. Since he hadn't slept, he was awake before everyone else. He got ready for the day and got out of the room before the other was awake. He took everything he needed for school with him outside the room. That was so he didn't need to go back in there. He had taken on his normal clothes and put his school uniform in his backpack. He walked around the building, so he knew where things were. This was honestly a good place for kids. They had a lot of toys and games for different ages. He guessed this orphanage was for little kids and teenagers. He found the kitchen and looked inside. They were nearly done. He decided to sit down where they ate food. It was just a few meters away from the kitchen. A lady came out with food and placed it on a table. She was about to walk back, but noticed Izuku. Hey, I don't remember seeing you here. Are you new? Yes, I came yesterday pretty late too. My name's Izuku Midoriya. Mine is Asahi Ueno. Nice to meet you. Why are you up so early? I just didn't sleep well, so I went here to wait for breakfast. Oh, do you want to help with the food maybe and put it on the table? Sure. Izuku helped as he said, but there wasn't much to do. He only put a little food on the table and filled mugs with water and put them on the table too. Then the rest of the children and teenagers came at 6:30 a.m. He sat down at the same time as the others. He got to eat for 10 minutes before his roommate and 3 others, that he assumed was his friends, sat down beside him. He just hoped nothing too bad would happen. Hey, is this your new roommate you told us about? Yeah. Hey, what's your quirk? One of the persons he didn't know asked him. Izuku didn't want to say he was quirkless. He stumbled over his words. Don't tell me you're quirkless, are you? Izuku gulped. He gave up on lying and just didn't answer and got ready for whatever happens next. There is no way he wouldn't answer if he had a quirk. Another guy said, come on, let us take his food. Quirkless people doesn't deserve to be on this planet anyways. He is just a waste of space. I'll do it with my quirk. And then the food was no longer on his plate, but his roommate's. He used his magnetism. Izuku wanted to say something for himself, but couldn't bring himself to actually do it, like normal. Should we leave him alone for now, since there are adults here? We can just continue after school. Yeah, we'll leave him for now, we got a lot more time, especially me who is his roommate for some stupid reason. Izuku was relieved because they left. He now checked the clock to see if he had to leave for school yet. And yes, he had to. He was late if he wanted to walk, he now had to jog and maybe even run a little. He went to the bathroom to shift to his school uniform. He then left and jogged to school. He stopped multiple times, not because he was tired, he was used to jogging, but because his body hurt from yesterday. Now he got bullied 24/7, school and where he was supposed to live. In all honesty, he just wanted to escape everything. He arrived at school. He walked inside the halls and realized he was late even though he jogged. He slowed down because if he was late, he was late. It didn't matter to them if it was just a minute or an hour. So, since he was already late, he walked slow to get his breath back. He walked into the classroom. It was complete chaos. People were using their quirks everywhere. What if he just tried to sneak into his place? Maybe his teacher wouldn't notice he was late. Deku has finally showed up, 16 minutes late. Of course Kaken saw him and had to shout it to everyone. Do hi, the whole school could hear. Midoriya, go to your desk, you'll get extra work after school. We are talking about future plans, and I was about to give out the handouts for your future plans. Didn't you also want to go to UA? Oh yeah. What, Deku, do you think you can go to UA like me? Do you really? Because you can't. You're a nobody, quirkless freak, remember. You're weak. I'm not trying to compete with you. Compete or not, you have no chance at getting into you, even less a hero, so forget it already. The rest of the school day was pretty quiet. Less people was picking on him. He didn't know why though, but he was grateful for it nonetheless. Then school was done. He packed his things and got ready to jog back to the orphanage. When he was about to walk out, he noticed Kaken, and two others, was still there. Deku, I am not done talking about earlier. You know, I want and will get the glory of being the first and only student from this crap school to get into UA. Kaken came closer and put his hand on Izuku's shoulder and turned his quirk on. Don't apply to UA, you won't get in anyway. Then they walked out the door, but Kaken stopped and looked back. But if you really want to be a hero so badly, there's a quick way. You can go take a swan dive off from the top of a building and hope you get a quirk in your next life. It would be the best for everybody. For Auntie Inko too. Yeah, best for Inko, she's dead, Kaken, he thought to himself. He looked at his shoulder. His uniform was now burned and a little skin. He treated the burn and put on his hoodie. He put on the hood and tucked his hair in. He took his extra work from the teacher's desk and put it in his backpack. Since his classmates had already left, he didn't need to jog or run home, to the orphanage, where he also got bullied. When he got to a tunnel, he heard a voice and saw something green around him. Then he suddenly felt something cling around his body and could barely breathe. I'm gonna die. Am I really dying? Not that it was the worst thing to die, but he still wanted to be a hero, and this just hurt, like really bad. He fighted back to whatever attacked him. Nothing worked though, it was a kind of liquid or at least not hard mass. I am here. All Might was here. He was saved. Texas smash. Izuku felt strong wind pressure. But then his vision faded and he couldn't really think anymore. He woke up to All Might leaning over him. He sat up and moved a bit backwards. Glad? You're good. Got a bit worried when you didn't wake up. But I gotta go now. Pro heroes are constantly fighting enemies in time. Wait, I have to ask him. I was so stupid and didn't yesterday. I gotta ask now. He grabbed onto All Might's leg before he jumped. And suddenly he was high up in the air. Hey, you can't come, you need to get off. I can't get off, then I'll die. That's right. All Might looked for a place he could set this boy off. He decided on a roof and landed. He needed to leave fast, he was out of time. Then he landed. Izuku put his hood back on, before All Might realized it was him, unless he already did. I am really out of time now, so I gotta go. Wait. Sorry, but I can't wait now. Izuku needed to ask. Useless, weak, quirkless freak. His brain said, but he needed to know. He closed his eyes and looked down, with his hood still over his head, and asked. Can someone like me, a quirkless, be a hero? Be like you? Izuku opened his eyes and looked up. Wait, All Might where? Or is this man, this skinny guy All Might? All Might, is that you? Yes, it's me, All Might. You are so skinny. All Might took up his t-shirt. I have an injury, from an enemy attack, 5 years ago. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed, and lost my whole stomach. After repeated surgeries, I have become emaciated from aftereffects. The point is heroes risk their lives every day to save others, therefore I can't tell you, you can be a hero without a quirk. You can dream of what job you want, but you need to be realistic. Be realistic, well, wait, what now? He had no friends, no family, and no future. No reason to be here anymore. He could only see reasons to leave the world now. All Might began walking away, but he stopped again. Now that you have seen me in this form and my injury, you need to promise to not write anything on the internet, or tell your parents and friends. Yeah, All Might really said that after yesterday. He probably haven't realized who he was talking to, but he should have learned after yesterday. He decided to be a gremlin and use same method as last day, just a bit more clear, since he now knew how stupid All Might was. Yeah, I promise I won't write anything on the internet, and about my friends and family, definitely won't. Would have needed a quirk for having any of that, but I don't got that either. Izuku waited to go down from the roof until he saw All Might had left the building. Izuku thought about where to go. He didn't know. He didn't have a place he wanted to be. The worst place to go was probably to the orphanage. He had to go there sometime that day, but not yet. He decided to just spin around and stop in random direction and walk that way. He walked as straightforward he could. When he got near a shop, he heard some noises. He saw a lot of people near the shop. He thought maybe there was a villain attack. There was nearly always a lot of people around attacks. It was like that yesterday too. He decided to walk in there and see what had happened. When he got closer, the noise just got louder, but he could also hear a lot of explosions and heroes evacuating. He found a pen and his notebook called Hero Analysis, and he was ready to write. Then he remembered what All Might just said. He still wanted to analyze though, and so he did. He now was behind all the people, but he couldn't see much of what was happening, so he walked through them all to get to the front. When he got there, he got ready to analyze again. There, the green sludge monster was again. Had All Might dropped him? Most likely, but was also most likely his fault. Does anyone know how long the kid has been taken over? Don't know how long, but a while, maybe 3 to 5 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes? I felt like I was gonna die after just 15 seconds. How can they bear it? Wait, is that Kaken? Izuku saw Kaken's face and began running before he could think about it anymore. Why did I run? I don't know what to do. Wait, I need to distract the villain. Izuku threw his backpack at the sludge villain. It worked. Kaken's head isn't in the sludge anymore. Now he just needed to get the rest of Kaken out. Deku, what are you doing? Trying to help, since none of the heroes do. When I throw things at the villain, you try and get out. I can do it myself. Deku. Izuku took off both his red shoes and throwed them. He ran to get his backpack again when the villain was distracted again. He looked to see if the shoes was to help. Deku. It worked. Do it again, I'm sure I'll get out. Try and get his eye with something sharp or something. Okay, so now you want my help. But I may hit you instead of the eye. So I don't dash. Just do it. Fine. Izuku quickly found the first sharp object he could think of that he had, an ink pen. Kaken, duck down now. Izuku somehow hit the eye of the sludge villain and Kaken got out. Don't worry, for I am here. I am already out, All Might. Yeah, you're a bit late to the party. You can still capture the villain if you're fast though. I'll do that. Izuku saw heroes coming towards him. Hey there, kid. You can't just run towards a villain and throw things. You set yourself in danger, and when you threw things you could have hit the boy who was captured. It's the hero's job to catch villains. And vigilantism is illegal. I didn't use a quirk though. You still could have hurt yourself or others. Fine, I am sorry. Can I go now? Only if you won't do something like this again. I won't. I have come to realize that I never do anything right. Izuku wasn't happy when he walked away. He may have been able to somehow help Kaken get out, but he did it wrong. He shouldn't have done it at all actually. I am useless, quirkless, weak, stupid, nerd, a deck. Hello, young Midoriya, do you have a second? I have dome thing I want to tell you. Wow, you figured out who I was. I have time, but I don't want to hear it. The other Hitos have already told me that I can't do things like that. That I could hurt myself and or others. That's correct. But it's not what I was gone dash. I said I don't want to hear it. I have met you multiple times. First, when you couldn't save my mom, second at the meeting, third when you saved me from the sludge villain and told me to be realistic, fourth when you was too late to save Kaken and I stepped in instead, and now. I have met you enough to know I don't want to talk to you. Bye. Izuku ran away before All Might could say something more. While he was running, he remembered he probably had to get back to the orphanage again. He thought about ways to avoid his roommate and his friends. The thing is he had no idea. He thought about what Kaken would say tomorrow. It was not going to be praise or anything, most likely about how he could have done it himself. He was so done with everything. School, bullies, heroes, and basically everything in life. He was also done with himself. What if he could escape it all? That would be perfect. That's when he remembered Kaken's advice. But he couldn't leave his mom. Oh, he forgot again. There must be another reason to not do it. There must. He tried for a couple minutes to think of a reason to not do it. He couldn't think of any. There was nothing good in his life anymore. He couldn't see any good things in his future either. That's when he decided to do as Kaken and his friends and the ones at the orphanage told him to do. Take a swan dive from the top of a roof. He was just a waste of space after all. No one liked him and he didn't like himself anymore either. He just caused problems for others. The last problem he caused was a big one too. He was the reason All Might lost the sludge villain. He must have done it when he held on to All Might in the air. There was just one problem. He didn't want anyone to get his mom's money. His mom had worked too much to get the money, for it to go to someone she didn't want the money to go to. He had to get his mom's money before he could leave the world. Okay, Mitsuki had the money. He just had to go to her and convince her to give him his mom's money. Well, Kaken was probably still out with friends even though he got attacked by a villain, so he didn't have to think about that. He knew way they're really good. He had been there a lot with his mom when he was young. He didn't come with her that much after Kaken began picking on him in a mean way. When they were friends, Kaken picked on him just a tiny bit, but the difference is that he wasn't serious then. Also, he didn't hurt Izuku in any way, and if he did, he always said sorry. But that was only until they were 4 to 5 years old. He jogged the way to Auntie Mitsuki because he didn't know when Kaken would get home. He knew it wasn't yet, but it would probably take some time to convince Mitsuki to give him the money. It was maybe a bit depending on her mental state though. She had just lost her best friend after all. He didn't know if her mental state would make it easier or harder to convince her. He just hoped for the best. He had jogged for about 10 minutes when he finally saw the street the Bakugaus lived in. He got ready to meet Auntie. He felt a bit bad for trying to get the money and then just leave the world, but Auntie could live without him. They hadn't really talked much the last years after all. He knocked on the door and waited. He waited for Auntie to open. He knocked again, a little louder. Then Mitsuki finally opened. Oh, hey Izuku. How are you? Maybe a stupid question, but beside that? Beside my mom being dead, I am okay. You? He were lying. Even when mom was alive he wasn't happy, and had thought about Kaken's advice multiple times. He had never done it because he knew his mom cared about him. He never wanted her to be sad, especially because of him. Me too. What are you doing here? I am here for 2 reasons. Mom's money and talk a little. Here he was also lying a little. He did come to get his mom's money, but he didn't really want to talk. He couldn't just say, "Hi, I am here to get mom's money," because I am egoistic, either, so he added that he wanted to talk to her. It warms my heart you want to talk to me, but why the money? I just don't want the money to be with someone else. I trust you, it's not that, but, it's hard to explain. I get it. Do you want to come in? Yes, thanks. They walked inside, and everything looked like it used to. The stairs, pictures, walls, and basically everything else too was the same. They walked to the left, to the living room. There were a couch, fireplace, and lots of pictures in the living room. Most of the pictures were of Kaken. He was even in some of them. Of course he was 5 or younger in the photos. His mom was also there. It was hard looking at the pictures of his mom. He decided to not look. It was for the best. Sit where you want, and get comfortable. Yeah. Izuku sat in his favorite spot in the couch. Before you ask, yes, he had a favorite spot, and yes, it was 9 years since last time he had sat there and he remembered it. Could I get the money? I won't use them all at one time, I promise. I never thought you would. With Inko raising you, I bet, you are way more responsible for money than most. But you are still young, and I don't want to give you the responsibility of the money yet. I can handle it, it's not that big responsibility, when you don't have to pay taxes or anything. For me I will just have more money than most, and just have to not lose it. I suppose you're right. Take care of them, I'll give them when you leave, okay? Okay, thanks Auntie. Well, how's it at the orphanage? If I remember right, have you gotten any friends there? I haven't gotten any friends yet, but the place is nice. They got lots of things to do for most ages. They got toys, multi-sports ground and a playground. He wasn't lying about this, he only avoided telling about that he got bullied. The place was nice, just the other kids his age wasn't. They talked about things like this for about 15 minutes before he said he had to get back at the orphanage. Here's your money. Thanks, bye Auntie. Bye, nice to see you again Izuku. Hope to see you again soon. You're welcome whenever. Izuku still felt bad for doing this. Mitsuki actually cared, but she was strong, she could do it, unlike Izuku he couldn't handle life anymore. OT was too much, Izuku got bullied and constantly picked on, and now his mom was gone. The only person who cared now was Mitsuki, but Kaken lived there. Izuku wanted to see a couple places one last time. He walked to his home, or what used to be his home. He walked to Daguba Beach and it was as filled with junk as it used to. He walked to JIS school to hate that place once more. He walked to where the sludge monster took Kaken, there he just hot reminded about the heroes who scolded him. Then to the final destination, the roof, where All Might told him to be realistic. The reason he chose there was because it was the easiest roof to get on top of. They didn't let anyone go up there, but he could just say he forgot something up there earlier today. He told them that exact, and they believed him. He walked the stairs, he had no rush. He also wanted to see the sun go down. He wanted to see the pink and orange sky once more. He wanted to see the water reflect the sky once more. He got a bit sad again when he remembered Mom didn't get a last time for this and that. When he got to the top he waited on the edge of the roof. Until the sun finally was enough down for the sky to be painted in the most beautiful orange and pink the sky could be. He looked down on the water, it was beautiful. There was a small wind, just enough for the trees to move just a little bit. When the sky began to get dark and blue, rather than orange and pink, he knew it was time. He got up and stood on the edge and looked down. He hoped it wouldn't hurt too much, and just died when the impact came. In case you wonder if he's scared he won't die, he's not. This was too high up to survive, especially when there was just asphalt he could land on. He turned around so his back would face down against the ground. He took one last look over the sky and city, before he fell down. He could feel the air through his hair and feel his clothes fly up. He thought it was beautiful to see the sky move away from him as he fell. He soon realized he was also crying, for what exactly it was he wasn't sure. He had so many reasons at the moment, and he didn't really have much time to think about it. Bye world. Am I dead? He sat up and looked around. He wasn't laying on the ground. He was in a room? Why was he in a room? He then noticed he was a bit cold. Oh, he was naked on a metal bed. Wait, this looked a lot like... Oh no, he was definitely not dead. This was a place on Earth. How did I survive? There was no chance at surviving that fall. He jumped from a such high building. But he was in the morgue, which meant that someone found him, and he got declared dead. Wait, so he did die, but is alive again. He could see the orange and pink sky, it was beautiful. It was the same as earlier. Wait, he was in a room, inside with no windows, except the small window in the door. He saw the view, how long down and all the other things he saw. He turned around and fell backwards. The exact same happens again, but how did he get there? He heard himself say the same two words again, but he couldn't feel himself saying it. Bye world. He also didn't feel himself turn around and fall backwards. He just saw it. He could see his hair in the wind, but again didn't feel it. He hit the ground, it didn't hurt, he didn't feel it. Then he was back, naked at the metal bed. He was back. What just happened? He thought maybe it just was his memories that flashed. He decided to not think about it for too long and tried to look for his clothes and backpack. If it wasn't too long since he got undressed, his things might be to his left, in a cabinet. He walked there, he could see himself in a mirror again on his way there. His body was filled with scars. The weird thing was that his wounds from yesterday wasn't healing wounds anymore. They were fully healed. Some had turned into scars, but most was completely gone. He knew his scars from before. He had a lot scars, most burns. The burns was either from Kaken's explosions or his Hisashi's fire breathing. The worst one was on his left side of his chest. It was from when he was 6. Hisashi might have left them when Izuku was 5, but he came back sometimes tore money, and if he was home, Hisashi would punish him, for no reason. Now he got a new big scar. It wasn't from abuse, bullying or his suicide, it was an autopsy scar. That had also healed even though it must have happened after his death. The form of the scar was between a big Y and T, from the top of his chest to near the bottom of his stomach. He didn't want to look more at himself, and got back to finding his clothes. His clothes and backpack was where he thought. He quickly put his clothes on. He checked if all his things were in there. They hadn't done anything to his things yet. His school stuff, phone, charger for the phone, first aid kit and his mom's money was there. Then he was going to leave, but he remembered he couldn't leave the morgue without an ID card. He remembered that he saw people who had hung up their clothes by the door. So if he got to the door without being noticed, he could get out. He walked the way he remembered and got to the front door. He only saw one person, but managed to hide before he got discovered. He found the jacket. He searched through nearly every jacket before he found one that still had the ID card in it. He read the name, and it was Tsukachi Naomasa again. This guy really needed to begin taking his ID with him. He heard someone walking in the room, and took the ID fast and went for the door. He opened and left the ID card inside, before the door closed again. He was alone. He was outside the morgue. He already had been operated and had an autopsy scar, which meant they had already figured out his identity, because they figured out people's identity before operation. If they had figured out his identity, he was also most likely already declared dead, so Auntie in the orphanage already knew. He had nowhere to go. Nowhere to live. Where am I going now? He walked to the beach and thought for a while. He liked to go there to think sometimes. It needed to be a place he could live for free, where there was nearly no one, so he wouldn't be recognized. He did have his mom's money, but it wouldn't last long if he paid every month. His mom had worked multiple jobs to get the money, but they never gave her much money, so it wasn't enough to pay for a house or an apartment. It had to be free. Maybe I can live here. There never comes people here because of the junk, but I can make a shelter out of the junk. I can also find other things here. Izuku had a plan now. He probably wouldn't be able to make the best shelter before it was night again, but it didn't look like the weather was going to be too bad tonight. If he only had a good enough shelter before it would rain or something. He walked to the water to look at Daguba Beach. He had to go to the water, because it was impossible to look at the beach when you were in the middle of all the junk. He liked the beach. He had never really cared about the junk himself. The junk made it special, it also did so people didn't go there, so he could think and be alone. It was one of the few places he could be alone. Izuku found a place in the middle of all the junk, and cleaned a tiny place he could sleep on that night. Wait, sleep on tonight, how long is that until? I must have been dead or asleep for hours. It was beginning to get dark already, when I jumped. He found his phone and checked both the clock and date. It was only the day after, but the clock was 3 p.m. It was going to get dark again in only 3.5 hours. Izuku walked around, to see if he could find a mattress or something. He could sleep on the sand, but he would rather sleep on a mattress if there was one. He looked for an hour, then he finally found a mattress. Before he looked he honestly thought there would be more of them. Before he found the mattress though he found a couple other things too. He found a wallet. He put the things in his backpack. The mattress he at first dragged, but then put it on his head instead. When it was on his head, he realized how heavy it was and just wished for it to get lighter. Seconds after he didn't think it was heavy anymore, it just got lighter, very fast too. He walked to where he had cleaned a small spot to sleep. He used about 45 minutes back. The mattress wasn't exactly in the best shape, it had holes and it wasn't very soft, but Izuku still liked it better than the sand. He sat on the mattress and tried to look around him, but he was in hole in the junk, he couldn't see past the junk. He then climbed up on top of all the junk and sat on a fridge. From there he could see the sky and water, It was beautiful. He then remembered how it looked yesterday. He looked back in his memories, but it wasn't as clear as when he woke up, not even close. When he looked back now, the colors was more faded, he couldn't hear the sound, it didn't feel as real. Earlier today, the colors was just as clear, he could hear the sounds, and it was like he was at same place. It had felt real, except that he couldn't feel what he was doing, he couldn't choose to do something else, other than that it felt real. He sat on the fridge while the sun went down and just watched. It may not sound so exciting, but Izuku liked the sunset. The sunset was always so beautiful and calm. When he was younger it would also mean his Dehisashi left for. When he was young he didn't understand why he worked so late. Now that he was older he realized his dad was most likely a criminal and didn't have normal work. When the sun was all the way down and couldn't be seen anymore, and it was dark, he went back onto the mattress again to sleep. He didn't really want to sleep, but his body was tired for some reason. He ended up being awake a long time, he couldn't sleep. He looked up at the stars and wished he was up there with his mom. She probably had it good there, at least he hopes. He wanted to fly or float up and not have a care in the world. Since he was thinking about floating up he didn't realize that was exactly what happened. He floated up in the air. He didn't realize before he was 5 meters above the ground. What's happening? Is there a villain? No, he was the only floating, there wasn't anyone or anything else floating. He turned around to see down, so he could see better if he really was floating. He was. I don't want to fly higher. He stopped flying higher, he was just in the air, neither going higher or lower, he stopped at probably 20 meters. It was honestly comfortable if it wasn't for that he didn't know how or why it happened. Wait, was this what happened to the mattress when I carried it? Am I doing this? Izuku began mumbling, he was told by other people it was irritating, but Izuku couldn't really control it. So, if this is the same thing that happened with the mattress it all makes sense except that I am alive. You can only have one quirk, but if I can't die and I can control gravity or something, doesn't that mean I have 2 quirks? It does, except if there's a connection between the two, but what could that be? There's no connection between gravity and immortality or regeneration. Wait, you can die from gravity, I died because of gravity. So does that mean I can control gravity, because I died of gravity? I'm guessing unless I find something else out. So how did I turn it on? Okay, first time, I put the mattress on my head and I thought it was heavy and I wanted it to be lighter, then it got lighter. Now I wanted to float up to the stars and so I began floating up to the stars, but then I got scared and didn't want to float anymore, and so I stopped moving upwards and stood still. Since I have controlled both the mattress and myself, I can control both things and humans. I haven't controlled multiple things at once yet, but that doesn't necessarily mean I can't, so if I try and move the mattress now, wait, can I even control the gravity of things when I don't touch them? Anyways, I can still try to move the mattress up if I fall down while trying to change the gravity of something else. It's safe to say I can only control one thing at a time, and I will just fall on the mattress so I won't get hurt. If nothing happens it might just be that I have to touch the things to control the gravity. If that's the case I will just go down and try to control 2 things after touching them. If only one thing floats then, I can for sure say I can only control the gravity of one thing at a time. Izuku tried and lift the mattress, while he was still in the air. Izuku knew it was a small risk, if when he tried to change gravity of the mattress neither him or the mattress would float. He just didn't really care. Come on, get lighter, Fifo. The mattress began floating, but Izuku fell. He fell maybe 15 meters since he fell faster than the mattress floated upwards. The mattress stopped going up, it was just in the air at 5 meters like he was earlier, just that he liked it in the air. He could also see the water. From there, he only barely saw it, but still. He decided to sleep in the air, it would be fun, and then he could know if the quirk would still work if he was sleeping. He didn't need to know, but he wondered. Izuku woke up, still on the floating mattress. The sun was up, he probably had to get down before there was someone who saw a floating mattress with a boy on it. Not that weird to see in this world, but he wanted to be sure no one saw him. He just made the mattress weigh a little bit more so it would slowly sink and not just fall down. It worked. He was on the ground again. He wondered what he was going to do now. He didn't go to school now since he was declared dead. He knew this for sure now, he had checked the news. It was written about a tragic family story. A mother who died in a villain attack and the father had left years ago, and the day after the mom died, the son had committed suicide. They didn't write about all the other things that were messed up with his life, only that his mom died and father had left. That his father had left was honestly a good thing. Well, since he didn't have school anymore, he had to do something else. He could swim, he was on a beach after all, but it was a bit cold, and he didn't have a towel. Oh right, I have to build something for shelter. He walked around the beach to look for things to build of, but first he thought of what he should build. He thought of a low level, but it was very noticeable if someone walked there, and they would know it meant someone lived there. He could get problems if someone figured out someone lived there, so he decided to make something else. He decided to use the hole in the junk he had made. He could make some kind of roof and put it on top. He could make the roof and make it look like it was just a pile of junk. It could take a long time to find material and make it, but it sounded fun. He would need a hammer, nails, lot of junk as the roof and wood material, like planks. The plan is to nail all the junk and such on top of the planks, as a roof, and put the roof on top of the junk around at the end. He began looking for a hammer, nails, and planks or other wood material, like a log of wood. The hole in the junk wasn't that big, so Izuku guessed the roof only needed to be 3 meters long and wide. He began looking by the water, since it was less junk there, so it would be easier to spot a hammer or nails. It wasn't a lot of hammers and nails. It was so little he looked for a couple hours before he thought he had enough to start. He took his hammer and nails to the mattress. He left it there and began looking for the other material. Whenever he found something he thought he could use hammer and nails on, he took it with him back to the mattress. What I meant by that is, things he could hammer and nail through. It needed to be wood, not too thick for the nail and not too thin so it would break. He used his quirk on things that was too heavy. You may wonder why he didn't use his quirk all the time. Well, it's because he wanted to get strong and he didn't like his quirk. He liked that he could now change the gravity of things, but he didn't like that he was immortal. He also had to die before he got a quirk. He wished that when he died, he would have just died, not regenerate or what exactly it was. He had thought about his quirk while he was finding stuff to the roof. What would happen if I died again? Would I wake up and get a new quirk? Would I die? Would I wake up but have the same quirk? When he used the word quirk here, he meant it as controlling gravity part of his quirk. He didn't know for sure, but he thought that he would die, wake up and get a new quirk based off his death like last time. Izuku was hungry. He had began to get hungry a long time ago, but ignored it. He paused and looked at his phone to check the clock. This was first time he checked the clock today and it was already 4 p.m. He also noticed his phone was nearly out of battery. So that meant he had to get both food and charge his phone. A cafeteria then, at those you could often charge your phone and get food. The only problem was, he didn't want to use up his mom's money and cafeterias are often expensive, so he had to find cheaper places. Wait, wasn't there a cafeteria with cats that was cheap? It was, so he took his backpack and walked to the cafeteria. When he got there, he really wanted the table in the back, but there were already 2 men there. The 2 men looked similar somehow. He didn't know from where. It was irritating. He was here for food, so he looked at the menu. He took a baguette and water. The baguette was bigger than he thought, but that just meant he got more for his money. He sat down in the back, next to the men. There was still less people there, so it was still better. Zashi, you sure you're okay? You can talk to me. Just because you're a hero doesn't mean it isn't hard to find someone after a suicide. Could you please talk to me? We are husbands. Sorry, Sho, but I don't want to talk about Izuku Midoriya's death. Wait, is that present Mike in Eraserhead? Zashi as in Hisashi Yamada present Mike. And Sho as in Shoyuta Aizawa, Eraserhead. That also means Mike found me dead. I am sorry, Mike. Izuku put his hood on as fast as he knew Mike and Eraser was here. He couldn't let them recognize him. Zashi, I know it was hard for you, so could you please talk at least at home? I want to be there for you. It's just he's so young. And I was at the incident where his mom died. What if I saved her, maybe he would also be alive. Sho, what if? Zashi, it is not your fault. Midoriya decided himself. There is most likely a lot of things that made him decide to do what he did. If you saved his mom, wouldn't that just mean there would be someone else who died instead? That his mom died was most likely just the final reason to do it. Please don't tell me it isn't my fault at the moment. If I saved his mom, he would maybe still be alive, therefore it is my fault. Not your fault, the villain and other factors. If the villain never attacked, there wouldn't happen anything. Therefore it's the villain's fault. Izuku didn't want to be there anymore, and drank up his water fast, and asked if he could take his baguette with him out. He didn't see why he wouldn't be allowed to, but he asked anyway. His phone still didn't have much battery, so he went to the library. At the library he could read while his phone charged. Izuku went to the library. No one he knew ever went there, so it would be fine. He didn't really know any adults, and the kids his age wanted to be a hero and trained, played video games or hung out with friends. Not many liked to read anymore. If he just didn't let the library lady see him, she was the only who might recognize him. Before he walked inside, he put his hood on and stapped his hair inside. Then he walked inside. He walked a bit forward, then to the right, to the hero collection. Wait, hero, no, gotta find something else. History, it was probably going to be mostly about quirks, heroes and villains, but honestly what wasn't? With a superhuman society with quirks, nearly everything was about that. It was honestly a bit irritating, but what could he do about it? Nothing. He could do nothing. He took his history book with him to the chairs. He sat down and began to read. It wasn't very existing, since he had heard the story before. The history books was nearly always about how quirks came to the world. He had heard it before multiple times, everyone had. He read anyway, since he didn't have anything he wanted to read. He just read, so he had something to do. Hey there. The hero books are there. Izuku looked up. There he saw someone with purple hair, dark eye bags, and he was tall. He didn't really understand what the guy meant. Is that a statement or question? Meant it as a question. Could I please answer? Okay, yes, the hero books are that way, but couldn't you ask the library lady? I would if she was here, but she's not, so I asked you since you were closest. Sorry for bothering you. I just needed it for school. We have to read at least one hero book before the semester is done. It's okay, I'm not doing anything important. Why did you ask your question as a statement though? It can be confusing. My quirk activates with questions. Well, I'm gonna find a book now. Well, okay, bye. What is his quirk? Is it a truth quirk like Tsukachi? Or something else, but what? It has to be some kind of mind quirk. Izuku, no, it doesn't matter. I won't be a hero, so quirk analyzing has no meaning. Izuku continued to read. Again, it was not exiting or new to him. He just read. After reading for a while, saw the purple-haired guy again. He was leaving. Hi, did you find something? What, me? Wait, don't answer. Sorry for asking a question. And, no, I did not find a book. He said while holding a book called Underground Pro Hero Work. Yeah, I see you didn't find a book. So you like underground heroes? Yes, I actually want to become one. I'm planning on going to UA. Don't know if I'll get in though, but I'll do my best. You better do your best if you're trying to get into UA. It's one of the hardest schools to get into in Japan. So if you don't do your best, I doubt you'll get in. I'll do my best for both of us, and I'll think of you at the entrance exam. You don't have to do that. I would have never gotten in. So don't think about me. I will think of you. You're the only one who has ever believed in me just a tiny bit. Everyone says I can never get in, so I'll definitely think of you. But I got to get home soon, so my parents don't get mad at me for coming home late. Okay, bye. Bye. Izuku looked at his phone to check how much battery it had now. It was at 96%, that was enough for him. He took on his backpack and walked back to his mattress on the beach. When he got back, it was already getting late. He was tired, like usual. He was just more tired than before his mom was gone. He would guess it was because his mom was his reason of staying alive, but now she was gone and he couldn't die. His life really he just had to be alive, his mom dead, and he couldn't choose. He never got to choose anything. Izuku ended up staring at the night sky and thought. The sky was clear, no clouds, the stars was shining beautiful like always. It was quiet at the beach. He could only hear the water nearby, a couple birds and the very few cars here and there. He locked his eyes to try and sleep. It didn't work. He ended up just listening to the sounds. After a while began hearing footsteps. Hey you there? Code. The water is beautiful in the moonlight, don't you think? Yes, it really is. Do you have the things for the picnic? If you have the money. This was not good. But that voice, he had heard it before. Isn't that the tall guy at the library? He wanted to be a hero. Guess he was lying if it's him. While he was thinking, he immediately began running again without realizing. Why do I always run before I know what to do? I can't do anything, I'm powerless. Izuku came running and punching one guy. Oh shit. The guy got knocked out. Well, he was fine with that since the guy was most likely a criminal, from what he heard before. So it was you. What are you doing? This is illegal. You said you wanted to be a hero. You were planning on going to UA. Were you just lying? No, I am going to try to get into UA, but my parents won't let me unless I pay them. They don't believe I could ever be a hero, especially with my quirk. No one else either. Everyone thinks I'll become a villain. But I need to go to UA. It's my only chance at becoming a hero. I tried to get a job to earn money, but no one wants me. Everyone asks about your quirk, and when I tell them, they don't trust me. So no one will hire me, so this is my only way at earning the money. Though I wish it wasn't. This is all because you were unlucky with your quirk, huh? I understand if you don't believe me, but please dash. I do believe you, this world is messed up. People care way too much about quirks. When in fact, a quirk is just like an extra body part or limb. People just have different ones and someone don't get an extra. You can even train your quirk like how people train their bodies. So a powerful quirk that hasn't been trained can be not so powerful against a quirk that originally weren't strong, but has been trained. Yes, I guess you're right, but people don't realize, so this is still my only way at earning money. I don't want to believe it's the only way. I can help figure out a way, if you promise to never do this again. You'll help me? You don't know what my quirk is. I don't care what your quirk is. As long as you don't use it to hurt me or use it against me. Yesterday and today you proved that you don't want to use it against me. You formulate your questions to sentences so your quirk doesn't activate. I trust you. My quirk is brainwashing. It activates when I ask questions and someone answers. And my name is Shinso Hitoshi. Seriously, that's so cool. Can you make them do anything? Or is it a limit? Can you try on me? I want to know how it feels. If I can even think while I'm brainwashed. You actually don't think of me as a villain. Even now that you know my quirk. Then you will help me get in the hero course without doing things like this, then. Yes. So, when and where should we meet next time? It's getting late, we should probably go back to our homes, both of us. And don't answer the question I asked earlier, you can get brainwashed. Didn't I tell you I wanted to get brainwashed? Ask the question again. Fine, when and where should we meet next time? Tomer dash. His eyes went gray and his face emotionless. Izuku just stared at Shinso without any emotion. Like he waited for an order. Shinso didn't want anything and just told Izuku to wave at him, and so he did. His eyes and face went normal again. That was weird, I couldn't think at all. I just did what you told me without any thoughts. Did you have to tell me to wave, or did you just make me with your mind? I told you to wave, but I don't actually need to say it. I can just make you with my mind. I don't know anything more about my quirk, in case you were gonna ask. Maybe we could figure out together. The more you know about your quirk, the better. We could figure out if you can brainwash multiple people at once. We can find out the limit. Maybe we can extend the limit you currently have. And what if you can ask questions without your quirk activating? Wouldn't that be great? Izuku was exited, he had a, hopefully, friend. He wanted to his best to help. Nothing was gonna stop him. Shinso is going to UA, and he was gonna help. So, we meet tomorrow, but where and at what time? Here, Wvish. Izuku's face went blank and emotionless again. Just, wave at me again. Izuku waved and was back right after. Oh, right, I forgot. Well, anyways, we can meet tomorrow after school, maybe here or at the library. What do you think? Okay, sorry for brainwashing you. I tried to not activate my quirk, but I failed. Sorry. We can meet at the library. My school's online, so. You can just call me when you're done tomorrow then. Then I'll get there. Izuku found his notebook, took out a piece of paper and wrote his number and gave it to Shinso. Here's my number, you should get home now, so that you actually get sleep tonight. It's getting late and be safe. Yeah, it's getting late, I'll go home. Get home safe you too. Izuku just nodded. He had no home. He wasn't safe, even though he couldn't exactly die. So in one way he was safe, but wasn't. Now that he was done talking to Shinso, what was he gonna do with the knocked-out criminal? Should I call the police? But what if they want me as a witness and need my identity? Anonymous tips, that's the way to go. Izuku took the man to the road and gave the police an anonymous tip. Then he went back to his mattress to go to sleep again. The night went by, but Izuku couldn't sleep. So he decided to work on the junk roof. He got done with finding material before the clock was 6:30 in the morning. Izuku was really tired, but he couldn't sleep. His brain just decided to not sleep even though he really needed it. Well, he was gonna do this anyway. He had also found more nails. He took a tiny break before he was gonna start building. The break was good, he needed it, but what would be better was sleep. Maybe he could try and sleep a bit before it got light outside. Yeah, that he could do. He gave up when he heard screaming. The world really didn't like Izuku. He couldn't just ignore whoever was screaming, he had to help, and so he put on his hood and ran again. He ran again before he even knew what to do. It had surprisingly went fine the 2 other times, but that didn't mean it would now. Screaming won't help, there's no one at this beach ever. So just give up and shut up. I won't let you just do what you want with me. I said shut up. Help. Someone fire. There's no fire. Well, you're a man so you wouldn't understand. Shut it, I've got a gun, you want to die? Sheet, he's got a gun, well I can't die, and if I do, that's actually fine. Izuku got there quickly, he looked at the situation for a second, while running and it was bad. The man was holding a gun to the girl's head. The man was tall and had lots of muscles. There is no way I'll get out of this. Izuku knew his fate, but it was better that he got abused and or kidnapped than her. He was pretty much used to it anyways. Izuku jumped for the gun, tried to grab it. He did not get the gun. Run now. Izuku shouted to the woman. Wait, who are you? She asked and Izuku just told her to run again. Okay, well thanks. She quickly said, then she was gone good. She was safe. Now he was maybe in danger, but no one loved him, no one was waiting for him to come back home. I'll remember you. She took a picture and a video right after. Izuku wasn't sure if it was of him or of the other man. Wait, Shinso, I promised to help him. I have to get out of this, but does he really care? A promise is a promise, I gotta get out of this somehow. Izuku never broke promises, promises are serious. I'll kill you little guy for helping her. You'll actually kill me a kid? Wow, you really are a bad guy. Also this is probably why no one wanted to be together with you. That's not true. Oh, it's not. Why did she run? Because she's going to your house? Don't think so. She doesn't like you, and I don't think any other women does either. Izuku knew it maybe weren't a great idea to irritate a man with a gun, but he couldn't fight either, so this was most likely his best chance. And he had a regeneration quirk if he was right. And if his plan works he can get away, while the man is angry and lets his guard down. It wasn't the best plan, but it was a plan nonetheless. So, when are you gonna kill me? Or did you change your mind? I thought you were a cold-hearted criminal. You're dead. This was his chance to get away. Bye, old man. He ran away as fast as he could, but he wasn't faster than a bullet. He heard the gun and in nearly instant pain in his arm. It wasn't too bad though, or at least it wasn't as bad as things that had happened before. He had gone through worse. He was fine, he had to be. He ran for a while until he was safe. That old man must have not been good at running, he gave up fast. Izuku was used to running though, so he got away easy when he first was on the run. The hardest part was to begin running without getting stopped, before he had got out of hand's reach. So, when he was safe he got back to his mattress and took care of his wound from a bullet. He cleaned the wound and took out the bullet, then cleaned again and bandaged. He had to get a new bandage, it was nearly empty. When he was done the sun was lighting up the beach. Guess I'm not getting sleep. Izuku laid down on his mattress to rest. The problem was, he got bored pretty quick of laying down without falling asleep. He grabbed his phone to see if anything new had happened. It was not in the news, but on social media. There was one photo and video blowing up. They were all tagged with Mizutofu, the city he lives in, and one username. It was Chihiro, just a name, except when he looked at the user, it was her. The girl he saved. The picture and video was of him. She had posted the picture and video online, and so did nearly everyone else. She had written that she wanted to thank whoever teenager it was who saved him and hoped he was safe. She just had to say he was young so that people would blow it up. He was supposed to stay low. Izuku was lucky it was morning when the video were filmed. If it was just a half hour later, it would have been light enough to see who was in the picture and video. He just hoped Shinso wouldn't recognize him or his clothes. At least he got away from the criminal, and it was dark outside. When he was done with his phone, he decided to work on his roof. He probably had to shower before he met up with Shinso, though. He was not smelling good after days without shower and been in multiple fights. He could work for an hour, then get a shower at the gym. He just had to sneak in. He had been there before and it was terrible security, so that would be pretty easy. When he was done working, he was very tired and realized he probably also needed food. That could wait for after he had a shower and maybe after meeting Shinso too. He went to the gym. Before he walked inside, he looked in at reception to see if anyone was there. There was not, so he walked inside and looked for the shower. He found a sign and followed it. He saw no cameras, so the security had not been updated. That was good. It was very few people at the gym since most people were at school or work. And even less people in the showers. This was going smoothly and easy. No problem with security or people recognizing him. He also charged his phone while showering. His phone nearly died after he was on social media in the morning. Now it was at 36%. It was not good enough, but his phone wouldn't die before he met with Shinso. Maybe I should just go to the library already. Doesn't hurt to be early. He walked to the library. Before he walked in, he put on his hood again. He walked to different sections to see if he could find something without quirks. He could read a love story. Those weren't always quirk-based, but he didn't want to read that. Fantasy could work, but he just didn't want to, for no reason. He ended up finding a book about underground hero work. He sat down to read, but sat his phone on charging first. You're here early, shorty. Hi, Lanky. You're also here early too. You only called me Lanky because I called you short. And I'm here for school. You should be at school too. I called you Lanky because you called me short and you are lanky. And, I don't have school. Do you do your school here? Yes, I have online school. I could do it at home, but my foster dad is home, so I do it here at the library most of the time. I'm nearly done for today, so I'm soon ready. I think I'm done in just half an hour. Okay. Oh wait, I think I forgot to tell my name. It's Mizuku. It's Izuku, but you should finish your schoolwork now. Okay, Izuku, I'll do my schoolwork now. Shinso did his schoolwork and Izuku read about underground heroes. He had found a book that was released that year, so it had new heroes he hadn't heard of before. There didn't say much about the heroes themselves since underground heroes tried to stay low and not get popular. There was one called Moonlight. There didn't say anything about their quirk, gender, or anything. They had only said their hero name. Nothing more. It was kinda like Eraserhead. He had also only ever said his hero name. But since he has worked as a hero for so long, some people have been able to take pictures, but they never blew up. People had yet to find out what his quirk was exactly. Some say he's quirkless. Though someone say they have seen his hair float upwards while he fight, but there was very few people who had even heard of him, so there was not many people trying to figure it out. This book was better than most books he had read. It was longer and had more information on the work underground heroes did. And it honestly sounded more exciting to be an underground hero than a normal famous one. The only problem was that they worked mostly at night. Shinso probably knew already, so that wasn't anything to think of when he was gonna help Shinso become an underground hero. I'm done with school for today. Is the book interesting? Yes, I dash. Of course he got brainwashed. Well, maybe I can try to make him talk. I haven't done that before. Say hello. Hello. Yes, it worked. I could make you talk. I have never been able to do that before. I wonder why I could now. You have used your quirk oftener. That's probably why you were able to do something new with your quirk. Therefore you might be able to ask questions without your quirk activating after a little training. Looks like you're right. I can only train on you, everyone else is scared of my quirk, is that okay? Yes, I dash, and there he is brainwashed again. I can't control it. Why can't I? Everyone else can. Bet he can control his quirk. What is his quirk anyways? He talks all about how my quirk is good, and I can train it, but he never talks about his own. Oh, right, I have to make him do something. Say your name. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Right, he never told me his last name. He probably just wanted me to call him by first name, but then why isn't he calling me by first name? Did you find something new about your quirk? No, but what's your quirk? You never talk about it, but if you're gonna help me, I want to help you back. Maybe I can be to help if I know your quirk. I'm not going to be a hero, so it doesn't matter what my quirk is anyway. You really don't want to be a hero or something like that. You, that knows so much about quirks. You were even reading a book about the history of quirks, heroes and villains when I first met you, and now one about underground heroes. And you don't plan on being a hero? No, I don't. Peel a dash. Just complete your sentence. Plan on becoming a hero. Yesterday I just read something. I didn't really care what it was. I just had to do something while my phone was charging. I ended up reading about the history of quirks, villains and heroes. Today I'm reading about underground heroes because that's what you said you plan to become. I'm not going to be a hero. The brainwash ended. Izuku's face turned a little sad, because he did want to be a hero, but he couldn't. All Might said it wasn't possible. Everyone else said so too. He should have believed them earlier, and now he's declared dead anyways. He couldn't get a hero license without an ID and of a living person. Izuku, however, noticed quickly and returned his face to normal again. Okay. Shinso answered back, but not clearly convinced as he saw the quick change in Izuku's expression. Sheet, he keeps getting to know things about me he's not supposed to because of his quirk. It's not his fault though, he doesn't know. Should we try and figure out how you can become a hero now, or? Yes. He said, determined. So you wanted to be an underground hero. So first thing, you need to train for that. We both have to know very much about underground hero work, so we can make your training the best we can. Second, we can tell your parents you are going to a normal school. If they want proof you are going a normal school, we will just give them a false paper of a normal school application. While you are actually going to try and get into UA. You will do the entrance exam. In case anything goes wrong, you are going to try for both hero course and general education. Is that a good plan? Wow, that's really good. I don't understand how you have already figured out a plan. I have tried for so long to figure out how to do something like that. I just don't have school, so I had a lot time to think about it today. So, how much do you know about underground heroes? They mostly work at night, not so popular, not much information on the heroes themselves, but on what they do. They are very cool. But I have one question for you. How come you don't have school? It looks like you're maybe 12 or 13. I dropped dash. Smile. I dropped out and I'm not 12 or 13, I'm 14, soon 15. Do I really look that young? And are you 14 or 15? I'm still 14, but have birthday July 1st, so soon, and yes, you do look that young. I hate that I look so young. My birthday's July 15th. Izuku said with a pout on his face. Earlier you said I had to train. Should we make a training schedule? Yes, the dash. Say what you were gonna say. Yes, that's what I was thinking. How hard it is going to be is depending on how much you have trained before. If you haven't trained before, we will make a schedule that isn't too hard, but will get your condition up. It's basically the same if you have trained before, we will just start the training. Harder. How exactly the schedule will be I don't know yet. I'll have to do research first. I have to get home soon, before my parents wonder why I'm late. But I have an idea. You can meet me earlier tomorrow. You get here earlier tomorrow so that you get enough time to do research and make a schedule before I'm done with school. And when I'm done with school, we can begin already. And also if we are together while you make the plan, it's easier for you to ask me questions that helps making the schedule. Good plan, I'm proud. Izuku clapped while he said he was proud. Also, could you send me a message now so that I have your number too? Shinso answered with a text. Shinso, yeah, here you go. Now you have my number. Izuku, thanks. Shinso had then walked away. Izuku was left alone. He should probably eat, but he wanted to use as little of his money as he could. That meant he had to cut down on use of money, food, clothes, everything. After Shinso had left, Izuku kept reading about underground heroes for a little bit more. When he felt done with reading about underground heroes, he put the book back and found a book about training and exercise. It could help with making a training schedule tomorrow. When he remembered Shinso also had to train his quirk, he found a book about training quirks too. He did know a lot about quirks from before. When you grow up quirkless, often you try and figure out possibilities of why you don't know what your quirk is. Most of the time you're just quirkless, some are not. The reason he didn't know so much about mind quirks was because not many people actually understood them. If there was anyone who understood them, therefore there wasn't much information on them. Hopefully there would say something about how to train mind quirks. If not, he just had to figure it out himself. He wasn't as stupid as his bullies said after all. There was many categories in the book. It was honestly a little surprising to Izuku that it was so many. Here are some of them: animal mutant, other mutant, fire, light, sound, and many more. There was also one on mind quirks. There was very little information in this book too on mind quirks. On all the others there said a lot about on how the quirk works and how they had then figured out how to train them, and of course how to train the quirk. On mind quirks there wasn't anything on how the quirk works. They only said tips on what might work to help them figure out more about their quirk, and maybe even train the quirk. They did not know if anything they had written would work though. They had said that very clearly. Izuku decided to not care about what the book said. If the book didn't know for sure, then they were no better than him. He could think of ways himself. Shinso's quirk had already gotten better. He could make people talk, but it could still get better. What if he has a limit he don't know of, that we might be able to stretch? He also can't ask questions without his quirk activating, that we have to do something about. It's not fair he can't ask questions. Time for quirk training ideas. Figure out the limit of what he can make people do, then stretch the limit. Ask questions daily. Ask questions while not thinking of the quirk. This was all stuff they could do while hanging out, training, and other things. He thought it was a good idea to work with the training schedule again. He did not look in the book he found earlier. It only said training exercises without saying what muscles that got stronger. So Izuku began to think again. Underground heroes had to be strong, fast, stamina, and a fighting style technique, or at least have some fighting experience. So the training schedule has to make Shinso good at that. The training schedule could be shifted along the way though. He could focus on one thing at the start of the training and then on something else. But if Shinso stopped training on one thing, he might get rusty in that, so the best bet was to have a training schedule that goes through all he has to train for in a week. Underground heroes needed to be fast and have stamina. Most heroes had to have that too, but Izuku focused on underground heroes. To be fast and have stamina could just be a normal running exercise, maybe a long route for the stamina. Next thing on the list, strong. There was many ways of getting strong. Izuku thought on many things. He ended up on normal exercises like push-ups, but also cleaning the beach. Cleaning the beach was very hard. It was filled with junk sized as a fridge and bigger. He thought Shinso and him might get stronger in their arms when lifting all the stuff. Plus, Shinso wanted to be a hero. Heroes save things and people. If he cleaned the beach, he saved the beach and maybe crabs and such animals. The only problem was that Izuku had to find a new place to live. He had to find somewhere else with a roof, instead of making a junk roof and live on the beach. He could probably find an abandoned building somewhere. The only thing left was fighting style and/or technique. Izuku knew a lot about that, maybe not how to train it, but how they were when they are finished. He had watched a lot of heroes throughout the years. He had even written about them in his hero analysis books. He only had one of them, but he remembered most of it in his head, so it was fine. Izuku could figure out how to train and learn the techniques himself, like everything else. Izuku thought they should wait a little bit with train fighting, only until Izuku knew how trained Shinso was, his condition, and of course when he had learned the technique himself. Don't want Hitoshi to learn it wrong because he didn't know it himself. Now he had to set the schedule together. When were they going to do what? When were they going to run, clean the beach, and when fight? So if they were going to wait with the fighting, he only had to make a schedule for running, cleaning the beach, and push-ups and that kind. Wait, how much time does Shinso have? When he realized he didn't know how much time Shinso had daily and in a week, he decided to wait with setting up a schedule until tomorrow, when they meet after all. When Izuku stopped fixating on quirk training and training schedule, he realized how hungry and tired he was again. It wasn't weird he was hungry and tired, he hadn't slept that night, instead he had got into a fight and worked on the junk roof that he no longer was gonna work on, and last time he had eaten was a baguette, probably about 24 hours ago. Let's just say Izuku needed energy. Izuku walked to the cat cafe. Again. He still had his hood on, but when he saw Eraserhead again he put the hood better in place, better in the way so you could see Izuku's face even less. He could not let a hero recognize him. Does Eraser go here daily? Just of course the FING hero goes here daily. Here to the cafe with the least people in the world, also the cheapest cafe. But why can't I just go here without having to make sure a hero doesn't recognize me? Izuku had decided from before that he was going to buy coffee, but now he wasn't sure because then he had to stay here and drink up. He didn't want to risk that Eraser recognize him. He wanted the extra energy from the coffee though, and they didn't have cups to take with you here. He decided to stay for the coffee, and so he bought coffee and a baguette. Eraser sat in the back left corner and Izuku sat down at the back right corner. Eraser was on the phone. Izuku knew he shouldn't listen, but he wanted to know what it was. Curiosity took over, he listened. Zashi, where are you? You're not at the cafe. Sorry, Tsukachi called, there's a problem with Izuku Midoriya. A problem with him? What is it? He's not alive so he can't have ran away. Well, he's gone, someone stole his body, and his belongings. We have no idea how someone has done it. There isn't a single sign of someone breaking in. It's like he actually just walked out himself. How was I so close? Well, I guess I see you later today. Bye. Bye. I guess they always talk about me. Wow, I'm popular. Izuku joked to himself. He drank up his coffee as fast he could. He didn't eat so much of his baguette since he could just take that with him. When he was done the clock was already 5 p.m. He walked out with his baguette. He sat down at a bench. While he was eating he remembered he needed new bandage and other medical supplies. He went to the pharmacy. On the way there he ate up his baguette. Good thing he had his backpack with him. Both so he had a place to put the new bandage, but mostly so he had money. Bandage and other medical things was expensive, so he bought the cheapest ones. When he was done at the pharmacy, he began looking for an abandoned building, since he could no longer live at the beach if he and Shinso were going to clean the beach. It wasn't easy to just find an abandoned building. It weren't many, he couldn't remember ever seeing one actually, except one time he was on a trip to another city, but never in his own city. When he had jogged around for a while he decided to check on the internet if there was an abandoned building in Mizurufu. There was actually 3, but only 2 in the actual city. Izuku was for once lucky, it was only a 20 minutes walk away from the beach. It was an abandoned hotel. Izuku began to walk in the direction of the hotel. From where he was it was a 35-minute walk. It was beginning to get late. Soon it would also begin to get dark. Izuku had no problem with the dark, he would if it was only 2 weeks ago. He wasn't scared anymore though, he wasn't scared of death, he honestly wouldn't mind if he died. 2 weeks ago, he also kind of wanted to, but he couldn't leave his mom. There was no way he could even go out in the dark 2 weeks ago. He and his mom was scared of criminals and villains. They lived in a pretty bad place. You might wonder why they didn't move away if they knew there was a lot criminals. The reason is because Inko was poor, it was one of the very few places she could afford. They should have moved, he thought. Then she wouldn't be dead, at least not yet. Izuku had only walked for 5 minutes when he got bored of walking. He then began jogging instead. It only took Izuku 10 more minutes to get to the hotel. He looked at the hotel for a second, it was a small hotel. Izuku didn't need anything big, so even though it was a small hotel it was way bigger than what Izuku needed. He didn't dislike having a big building to live in, he just needed to get used to it. Izuku walked inside to the lobby. There wasn't many things there, but it was still looking like a lobby. Izuku walked around in the rest of the common places. It looked like the owners had planned on getting rid of all the things, but gave up. Some rooms was empty and some still had all the things, while some was halfway through cleaning. Most of the empty rooms were washed and the rooms that was still full had not even been washed. All the rooms was dusted though since it was so long ago it was cleaned. Izuku didn't understand why they had been more systematic, then there wouldn't be so many rooms that was half finished. The hotel rooms was like the common rooms, some finished, some half finished, and some was not even started on. Izuku was honestly fine with it. The only criteria he had was that he had roof over his head and that there didn't live anyone there. There was no sign of anyone living there or even just visiting, so the hotel had passed his criteria. When he felt done with checking the hotel, Izuku decided to go to sleep. He had slept very little lately. If he could sleep, of course, who knows? He walked to one of the rooms he remembered still had a bed, and laid down. He did not fall asleep fast. He ended up just laying there for a while and just thinking. Before he fell asleep, he put on an alarm for tomorrow, so he wouldn't be late to the library. He then slowly fell asleep. When Izuku woke up, he was very tired, but he had to get to the library. Shinso was waiting, or maybe not yet, but he would soon if Izuku didn't come. Izuku didn't want to leave Shinso. It was bad enough that he left Aunt Mitsuki. When he got out of bed, he realized his bandage was loose and needed to be shifted. He shifted it as fast as he could, but calm. He wanted the wound to heal as fast and good as it could. When he was done, he left the hotel immediately. He got to the library 9 a.m. Before he walked inside, he made sure his hood was sitting good on. He couldn't let anyone recognize him. Both the article about his family and the photo and video from the girl he saved had gotten more popular. Anyone with social media had seen the photo and video. He still had one problem though. He was wearing the same clothes as in the video. Izuku then walked in and searched for Shinso. "Hey, Shorty." "Stop calling me Shorty, Lanky." "I don't think so, Shorty." Izuku did not think Shinso would give up, but neither would he. "Fine, then Lanky, that's your new name now." Shinso did not look impressed. "Fine, Shorty is your new name too now." Wait, is this joking or is he actually picking on? It doesn't look like he is trying to be mean. Izuku didn't think Shinso was picking on him, but decided to have it as a chance of it, just so he wouldn't get hurt if it turned out to be meant as mean. "Hey, there, you okay, Shorty?" That's when Izuku realized he zoned out. "Yeah, I'm fine dash," as normally Izuku got brainwashed. Of course he got brainwashed. Emotionless. Thoughtless. "It's my fault. Why can't I just ask questions as everyone else? Right, I have to make him do something to get out of it. Say, you're sorry for calling me Lanky and you promise not to do it again." Izuku did as told and then was back again. "Hey, that's mean." "Well, I am not going to be sorry for calling you a sheet for making me say something I didn't mean." "What? I am sorry, I shouldn't ha dash." No, I was just joking. I have told you it's fine for you to brainwash me. Actually, it's not only fine or okay, I want you to ask questions. I figured out your quirk training yesterday, and it's just to ask questions regularly. My theory, why you can't ask questions without your quirk activating is because you are scared of your quirk, even just asking questions. You never ask anyone questions, you avoid it because you are scared, and maybe trauma. When you're scared and have trauma, you can't stop thinking about your quirk, and then it activates. But if you fight and heal your trauma and ask questions enough, you will be able to ask questions without being scared of your quirk, and then you will be able to ask questions without thinking about your quirk, and then it doesn't activate. After that point, you will train on when you activate your quirk and not. First, you talk a lot and fast. Second, did you figure out this yesterday? If you did, how long time did you use? Third, I know that took a long time to figure out, so don't you have family that wonders what you are doing and wants to spend time with you? Fourth, wasn't you supposed to figure out the training things today here with me? Last, did you say I have trauma? Yes, if yo dash. Answer with what you were going to say. Yes, if you listened, something you probably did, but since I talked fast you didn't hear. I did figure out this yesterday. I used a couple hours. My family doesn't really care what I do for the time being. And yes, I was supposed to do it today here with you, but I just did it yesterday because I wanted to, and didn't really have anything else to do yesterday. Last, yes, I did said you have trauma. Plus, you can talk a lot too. Izuku saw Shinso had a confused face and asked if it was about the trauma part. Shinso said yes. I could see you have trauma because you are scared of using your own quirk, which is a sign of trauma. You also pretty much understand when I joke, but when I joked about you using your quirk wrong, You freaked out and didn't understand it was a joke. Which is also a sign of trauma. I just don't know what the exact things that caused your trauma is. But now that you know you have trauma, you can heal. You know a lot about a lot. Yeah, I read a lot of books. Anyways, shouldn't you be doing your schoolwork? Shut up, school is boring. Anyways, I think I can learn more from you than this online school can. Maybe, but you won't get a good grades from me that you can use for when you apply to UA. I know you do a test there, but it will be easier to get in if you have a good grade from before. Why? I know why, but why? Okay, then I give you this option. Either I tell you about the rest of the training schedule and after that you do your schoolwork. Or you do your schoolwork and then I tell you about the rest of the training schedule. Your choice. Fine, you say the rest of the training schedule, then I'll do my school. The rest of the plan is running, exercises like push-ups, sparring and cleaning the Daguba beach. I just don't know in what order and how much time on each. Time and such depends a lot on you. I have a lot of time. I just have to figure out an excuse for my foster parents. Okay, then I'll figure out order and how much time on each until tomorrow and you tell your parents an excuse. Sounds good. Yeah, and I'll do my schoolwork now. Izuku nodded and found a new book about underground heroes. He realized he liked them a lot yesterday. When he had read for a while, he began wondering what Shinso was learning about. He had always liked learning things, he just didn't like school very much. Learning in school would be great if people didn't treat him like garbage. Hey, what do you have? Like, what are you learning? Right now I'm learning about Vigilantism. It kind of made me think of that video that blew up yesterday. You know, the one of the short person who saved a girl last night. Yeah, I saw that video. Right, I just hope they got out of it. I'm sure they did. Izuku knew he probably shouldn't have said that. Especially say it like he knew it. He has to be more careful. You're sure they did? He said with a questionable look on his face, not wanting to brainwash. He knew Izuku wanted him to, but nah. Yeah, I mean why would that person help without knowing if they'd get out of it? He tried to explain it as because it made sense even though he had just done it. Not caring what would happen to him. Maybe, if that person is very nice, he would save the girl no matter what, but there aren't many people like that anymore. You're right, but you have about Vigilantism, tell me about it. Izuku already knew what it was, but he didn't know very much about it, honestly a little surprising. Okay, but I am not 100% sure my explanation is good. So short, it's a person who fights, with their quirk, for the good without a hero license. Since that was short, can you tell me, but in long version? Some of them fight for the good and some think they fight for the good but aren't. The difference between a villain and a vigilante is that the villain doesn't fight for the good and doesn't intend to either, but a vigilante fights for what they believe is for the good, if it is or not. Sometimes, it can be hard to separate them. There are of course more, but I got to do my school now. Just write down what you said to me. Maybe a little more, but yeah, school's not harder. Yeah, I'll do that, but why did you drop out of school if it's easy? Schools, ish. This time Shinso didn't bother speaking and just made Izuku wave without saying anything, then Izuku was back again. Schoolwork is easy, but there are other reasons for dropping out of school. Shinso nodded in understanding and Izuku thought of Vigilantism for a while more. It sounded a little interesting. He even searched it up. He found a couple videos of vigilantes. The video of him also popped up, but he wasn't a vigilante. Shinso got done with school, said goodbye and went home. Izuku stayed at the library. Izuku was getting really tired. He did get sleep last night, but it wasn't much. Last night he did not get enough sleep, and not the nights before that either. Since he was tired, he walked to the hotel. There he could hopefully get rest. When he was there, he went to the room he slept in last night. He wasn't going to sleep yet though. He has to figure out how much time to spend on each training exercise and set the whole program together. He wouldn't let Shinso down. It didn't take long time, he had already figured out the exercises, the rest was easy. When he thought the training schedule looked good, he decided it was time to sleep. He had not slept many hours this last week, now he was gonna get them back. Izuku should have known though, life really likes to say, CK, to him. So he should have known he wasn't getting sleep now either. He stayed in bed for a little while after he realized he was most likely not getting sleep, because he didn't have much to do anyways. He really needed sleep, but he wasn't gonna get any, so he had to do something else. But what? Izuku thought for not too long. He decided on going for a run. He was quick to leave the bed. He was tired, but also very bored. It was really irritating that he couldn't sleep. It had been days without proper sleep. Normally his mom would be there for him if he couldn't sleep, but she was gone and never coming back. Never ever. Anyways, he was going for a run. He wasn't gonna just stand there and think about things that he could do nothing with. What good had that ever done? Probably nothing. The sky was dark. It was night after all, but it wasn't that dark since it was April. He then began to run, or it was more like a jog. He was running in the place it was most criminals in the city, except for Daguba Beach. He knew it could be a little dangerous, but it was just so quiet there. He was tired. He didn't want any noise, so it was perfect there. It was so quiet there. He loved it. Since it was night, there most likely wouldn't be a big attack anyway. Those mostly happened at daytime. Hey, that's mine. Seriously, a criminal again? Well, I am at a place with a lot criminals, but still. There was still small attacks or of that like. He was supposed to just be a normal civilian, or dead normal civilian. He isn't allowed to fight criminals and villains. That would be vigilantism, or would it? Didn't you have to use a quirk for it to be vigilantism? He thought about it, and yes, if you didn't use a quirk it wasn't vigilantism. Plus, if he got caught he could just say it was self-defense. That was it. He was going to get the villain. He made sure his hood sat good on and put on a mask he had in his pocket. Then he ran towards the villain. What was he supposed to do? Just watch? No, he couldn't bear knowing there was criminals and villains around him and do nothing. This time it might be stealing, but next time, who knows? In other words, he had to help. I'll get him. Are you okay? Izuku continued to run towards the villain while asking and listening to her answer. Yes, he just stole my bag. What's your hero name? I can't remember seeing you before. Hero name? I am not a hero. Izuku was no hero. He didn't have the power of a hero. He thought while he was right behind the thief now. He took an extra fast sprint and jumped and punched the thief while still mid-air. He knew he wasn't that strong, so he put every power in his body into the punch. The man fell to the ground, and Izuku did too since he lost his balance. Izuku stood up quickly, but so did the other man. Not before now did Izuku realize how strong the thief probably was compared to him. A 14-year-old. Quirkless 14-year-old. You gotta be real stupid to punch me. I'm way stronger than you are. Speak of the devil. Why do I gotta run towards every villain? The thief tried to land a punch on Izuku, but the thief wasn't fast enough, so Izuku could easily get to the side. Kaken was better at fighting than this thief, and he's 14 too. Maybe even Izuku was better than the thief. Izuku tried to land a punch himself. He didn't think he would get it on one punch, so before he even was supposed to have hit the thief, he punched with his other hand instead. The thief didn't expect that and it worked, except Izuku wasn't strong enough. The thief punched Izuku back immediately. It hurt, but not too bad. He had gone through way worse. It was fine. Thought you said you were strong. Izuku mocked. You're not one to talk. The man replied. Izuku tried and talk himself out of the situation and hopefully distract him. Wow. Such a comeback. Never heard it before. Izuku could easily see how irritated the man got. Izuku didn't get a reply though, just another punch that was way too easy to dodge. While dodging, he also grabbed the bag and ran to the back of the criminal and hit his head as hard he could at the side of his head. It stopped the villain for a moment, and that was just enough for Izuku to run. He didn't want to set the lady in danger again, so he ran the opposite direction of her. He quickly looked back and the thief was following him. Izuku saw a tall building and ran up the fire escape. While he was running up the stairs, he realized it probably wasn't a good idea to go up on a roof. He probably had to fight while up there, or maybe not that bad. He had an regeneration quirk, just not before he died, however that worked. He was at the top. He quickly looked around to look at his opportunities. He saw a couple buildings around him. One wasn't too long away. Maybe he could jump. A person who can die would never jump over there, right? Izuku jumped, fully hoping the thief wouldn't follow him. I made it. He didn't jump over. He thought while he looked back in the middle of the jump. Then he realized he had to land. He looked forward again, but it was already too late. He didn't have enough time to land. He ended up face-planting and roll over on his back, on top of the building. You good, huh? Is there someone here? I didn't see anyone just now when I looked around. Kid, are you okay? Looked like you fell hard there. Izuku sat up and looked around. Something was familiar with the voice. When he turned around and looked, he saw Eraserhead. Sheet, I can't let Eraserhead recognize me. Izuku checked his mask and hood. The hood had almost fallen off, so he put it better on. Then he answered Eraser. Yeah, I'm fine. He lied a little, his head hurt from the faceplant, but he couldn't let Eraser recognize him. Therefore he wanted to get away as fast as he could, and then he couldn't let the hero know he was hurt, even though it wasn't that big injury. I just fell, but not that hard. Aha, sure you just jumped from that roof and fell here, and it doesn't hurt at all, sure. I didn't fall that hard, it only hurt a little, but it's not really an injury. Okay, but what were you doing jumping from that roof anyway? Izuku wasn't sure what to say, but he decided to go with the truth, hoping Eraser would go after the thief. Well, so I saw a person get robbed, so I went after the thief and got the woman's bag that he stole, then I ran away, but he followed me, so I for some stupid reason ran up the fire escape on that building, but then I didn't have anywhere to run, so I jumped from the building onto this one, hoping he was too scared to do the same, and it worked, except I fell, but I'm fine. Kid, you should have called the cops instead. It's dangerous to take on villains yourself. They wouldn't have gotten there fast enough. But if you'll excuse me, I gotta give this bag back to the woman who owns it. Fine, the fire escape is down there. Don't get in more trouble, kid, because then you will actually get consequences. No promises, but I'll try. Izuku then walked quickly away. When he was down the stairs, he thought about if there was any sign of Eraser, realizing he was Izuku Midoriya. He thought of it, he didn't see any sign of it, then he remembered he had to give the bag back to the woman, before she was too far away to find. He quickly found her and gave her the bag. You said you weren't a hero, why did you do this then? Isn't vigilantism, illegal? I don't have a reason, I just felt for it, and it's not illegal if I'm not using a quirk. Okay, well, thanks. Bye. Bye. When he walked away, he didn't like that the thief was loose. That guy could be trouble, and he was kinda the reason he was loose. If he was just stronger, the thief wouldn't have gotten away. He'd be in jail, or at least get some kind of consequence, but no, Izuku just let him run loose. I'm so stupid, useless, a Deku, just like Kaken said. He wouldn't let that be, Kaken couldn't be right, or he was, but no. He was gonna find the villain and get him arrested. Who knows what else he has done or will do. He ran towards the tallest building around the place he last saw the criminal to get a place to search for the villain. When he got there, he saw it had a fire escape. He was lucky for once. He ran upwards immediately. When he was on the top, he quickly glanced over the city. Then he began searching. He looked at sketchy alleyways, the beach and places like that, but it wasn't so easy to see a specific man so far away. Then he saw him. There was a person nearby that looked the same. It had to be him. He had to get there fast, before the criminal could do anything to another person tonight. Izuku knew it wasn't a good idea. What he should is call the police or heroes, but what if they aren't fast enough? The person who would get there the fastest was him. Just as he said earlier. It was definitely not that he still had a dream of saving people. Definitely not. He knew he couldn't be a hero, so the reason he kept running off to fight criminals was just because police or heroes wouldn't get there fast enough, right? It wasn't his dreams of being hero, right? It couldn't be. He was getting close, but this time he stopped before the villain could hear he was coming. This time he wasn't just gonna rush into battle. He looked around for something he could use as a weapon. He found a loose rainwater downpipe. When he had gotten a part of it loose off the house, he walked towards the villain very silent. The best tactic was to get the villain in one blow, and that would be easiest if the villain didn't even know he was there. But where would the fun in that be, like he just wake up in jail without knowing what had happened? Okay, a little funny, but better if he gets in jail and knows it's because a kid beat him. Okay, that was it, he was gonna make his approach. Hey, there, look who's back. Izuku could hear a, huh, coming out of the villain's mouth while he turned his body around to face Izuku. He held up the rainwater downpipe like a baseball bat and got ready to hit. He waited until the criminal turned all the way around. "It's you again, thought you died." Izuku saw the man didn't see what he was holding and was about to hit. It didn't matter much to him, but he answered the villain with, "Yeah, no, it was a close one, but I'm here, alive." Then he hit the villain immediately. Yes, it worked. He thought, but what now? Probably call the police, but what was he gonna say? There's no way they are going to believe a 14-year-old could beat down a grown man without a quirk. The world cared way too much about quirks for them to believe that. Yet, that is exactly what happened. He didn't use a quirk, so it wasn't illegal, but would they believe him? He didn't think they would, but he could try. He found his phone, in the pocket in his pants. Then he heard a voice. Wait, it's not the villain. Then who? There's something familiar with the voice, but it was coming from too far away. He heard it again, closer, then he realized who it was. "Kid, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to not get in more trouble?" "Yeah, well, I didn't promise. Only that I would try to not get in more trouble, so." "Who is that anyway? Are you serious? It's obviously the thief from earlier. And you should have called police or pro-heroes." "I know, but the police are slow and I don't have the numbers of pro-heroes. So I figured if just made sure he didn't hear me coming, I could easily take him down myself." "Kid, you said some of that last time too. You should still call the police or heroes. You are obviously not that strong. If you want to save people, then try to get into a hero school like UA. Though you're probably not gonna get in, if the only way you can fight is if they don't know you're there. You're advertising for your own school. Didn't know you were like that. Thought you were better at undercover than that, Eraserhead. And who said it was my only way? It was just easier like that." "Know your stuff, huh? Impressive. Most people don't know me, not even hero students. They all get surprised when they see me the first time." Eraserhead didn't show how surprised he actually was, because Yet probably showed a little, but not as much as he was. No one knew who he was before he had said so. People still usually didn't know who he was and had not heard about him. "I guess I do." Izuku was looking for a time to run away. He had done that throughout the whole conversation. Eraserhead just didn't let him get any chances. Maybe Eraser knew he was trying to run away? That would make sense, but if Eraserhead had realized, how was he going to get away? He had no idea, or not any ideas he wanted to use. "Well, anyways, I gotta get you two to the station now." "Wait, the police station me? What did I do? I didn't use a quirk to get him." "Did you not listen when I talked? I'm taking you to the police station so you can say what happened, what he did. I weren't there so I can't say anything. You better listen next time, so I don't have to tell everything to you twice." "I'm sorry, what did you say? I couldn't quite catch that." "Sure, problem child. Come along now." Izuku didn't answer, he just walked along. It didn't look like Eraserhead was going to give him any chance at running away. It was irritating. From the start he was just going to go for a small run since he couldn't sleep, and now he was going to the police station. At the police station there could be people who might recognize him, for example Tsukachi. If Izuku was thankful for something, that had to be that Eraserhead didn't try to make any small talk or anything. A lot of people did that, and honestly, it irritated Izuku most of the time. After about 10 minutes they were at the police station. It was dark in a lot of the windows, but some were lighted up. Not weird considering it's night. At the reception Eraserhead showed his hero license and could walk right in. "Hey, Tsukachi, I see you're working a night shift again." "Hello, Eraserhead, who do you have there?" "Well, that's what you gotta ask him." Eraserhead pointed at Izuku. "He told me that this guy stole a bag from a woman. He decided to take on the man himself instead if calling the police. I don't know if he used a quirk or not, that's what you need to figure out, and if he said the truth about that guy." Izuku did not like that Tsukachi was here. Of course he had to work tonight. It was just his luck, his bad luck. Izuku had no choice but to tell the truth, not that he could go to jail for anything he had done, but if Tsukachi asked his name. If Tsukachi asked what his name was, well then he was probably F'd. Izuku kept looking for times to escape though, because that would have obviously been the best way. Eraserhead was much better than that though, he had learned that, in just one day actually. Izuku didn't really listen to what the two adults was talking about, since it was probably about him and he didn't really want to hear it. Wait, they talked, so maybe, just maybe, Eraserhead wasn't paying attention. It's worth the chance. Just, hopefully they won't get too mad. Izuku's plan was to sneak slowly behind Eraser, then quickly run away before they caught up. It was a plan, maybe not the best, but a plan nonetheless. He quickly put the plan into action. He snuck behind Eraser, none of them had realized, yet. He then turned around and began running quickly. "Huh, you won't be interrogating me," he thought while running. But he was wrong about them not noticing. "He's running away," Tsukachi said in the middle of their conversation. Eraserhead sighed and got his capture weapon ready. "Hey, get back." Eraserhead looked at the boy to see if he was going to stop. It didn't look like it. He then shot out his capture weapon and got the boy. "Ah, come on. I nearly made it." "Not really, kid. Anyways, there's no reason running away, you're not in trouble this time. Next time you might, but not this time. You're only here to say what this man did that was illegal and how you beat him. That's all. Seriously, nothing more?" "Nothing more. I'll leave him to you now, Tsukachi." "Alright, kid, just begin telling the story when you're ready. And I am recording this, not because I feel the need to but because of the law, just so you know." And so Izuku began telling the story to Tsukachi, who seemed to not realize who he was. That's probably one of the few good things happening to him in a long time. When Izuku told the story, he kept some things to himself and didn't say like that. He irritated and provoked the villain a little. He had figured out that Tsukachi had a truth quirk, but not saying something isn't lying. But other than that, he said everything that happened. "So, is that good enough for you? Can I go home now?" Izuku only asked the part of getting home so it would look like he was innocent and have normal living circumstances. He had also made sure he had seemed nice, and not like how he was last time meeting Tsukachi. It looked like it had worked so far. Now he was just waiting to be let loose. "Yeah, sure. I have no reason to keep you here longer. So unless Eraserhead has a reason, you're free to go." "Eraser, am I free to go?" "Yes, you are problem child. I'll follow you outside, then you're all on your own." The walk outside was quiet. Neither Eraser or Izuku had something to say. When they were outside, they just simply waved goodbye at each other and ran off into different directions. Izuku then ran around a little since he had checked the clock a little earlier and it was very few hours until the library opened. The library opened at 6 am, it was early thinking of when other libraries opens in the city. He wasn't going to meet with Hitoshi before 8 o'clock, but Izuku liked to be in the library so he didn't care. After a couple hours of reading in the library, Hitoshi came inside. Izuku had read about multiple topics. They were history before quirks, training tips, and vigilantes. All of these he could find on the internet, but he was in a library so he read books, plus he needed to charge his phone. You were probably able to use computers here though. Anyways, Hitoshi finally came. "Hi there, Shorty. You're here early today, why?" "Oh, I'm Dash." Hitoshi didn't bother saying anything this time, he just made him smile, then the brainwash was over. "I'm here early because I just simply wanted to read books, so therefore I came here when it opened." "You also look a bit tired, but who am I to talk?" he said and shrugged it. The end of the sentence. "Yeah, you're no one to talk. Do you have time training after you're done with school today? I'd like to show you the beach we're going to clean as training." "Yeah, I talked to my parents. I just said school was a little harder this year since it's last year of middle school. They believed me easily, it'll get me some extra hours." "That's good to hear, but what if you start coming here earlier too, then we have plenty of time to train." "Sure, I can try to come earlier, doesn't affect my sleep at all, no," Hitoshi said sarcastically, then added, I will, but now I gotta do my work." After seeing Izuku wanted an answer that clearly said that he would do it. Izuku just gave a thumbs up to Hitoshi. Izuku was then about to read again, but noticed he was hungry, very hungry in fact. If he was going to keep being this hungry, he would go out of money in just weeks, maybe 2 months at best. He had to figure out how to get food for free. Well, he wasn't going to interrupt Hitoshi by asking for food this early. In the book he was reading about vigilantes, it said that a part of a hero's job was to stop vigilantes from fighting, and if they wouldn't stop they were allowed to treat them as villains. But if the vigilante didn't use a quirk, they were fighting legal as in not hurting someone with a quirk, but you're not really supposed to fight anyway, but whatever, so therefore at those times they weren't allowed to treat them as villains. The heroes was still supposed to make the vigilantes stop fighting though. So Izuku was right yesterday, he could fight villains as much as he wanted to as long as he didn't use his quirk to fight. He could also keep fighting villains as much he wanted, if he fight without his quirk, and he was fine with that. Well, there wasn't really any reason finding out how his own quirk worked then. If he couldn't use it, what was the point? Nothing was the answer. There was no point in learning more about his own quirk if he couldn't use it. He knew more than enough about it, he was immortal or his body regenerate after his death, which is basically immortality. There was just one more thing about his quirk. It was actually pretty interesting, but no, there was no reason for learning about it now. But come on, his quirk was weird, he had to analyze it. The first part of the quirk was easy, but the second part, well, he had a floating quirk after he died. How in the world did that work? And how did he get his quirk? His mom had telekinesis and his dad breathed fire. There was no connection between his quirk and the ones his parents had. It wasn't possible, or it was apparently. Or maybe there was another way of getting quirks. Like how the first people got quirks, no one knew how they got their quirks. Maybe the same happened to him. There could also maybe be another person's quirk that gave him his quirk. Quirks these days was getting very strong, but a quirk that could give other people quirks, there was a very little chance, but he couldn't know for sure. While in thought, or as he thought he was, he saw Hitoshi looking at him confused and maybe a little shocked. What's happening? Izuku asked. Just that you mumbled something so fast I couldn't even register what you said. I don't even know if you talked to me or not. Wait, did I mumble? Or obviously I did since you heard, well, sorry for mumbling. You don't have to say sorry, I'm honestly a little impressed that you can talk so fast. What was it about anyway? This time Hitoshi wondered if he could turn off the brainwashing without having to make him do anything. If he could, that would make it easier every time he brainwashed someone without meaning it. So he tried and it worked. So, it was just about quirk theory, I didn't mean to say it out loud, so you can just forget about it and go back to work. All right, he said, but he still wondered what it was, but decided to forget it. Then the hours passed while Hitoshi was doing his schoolwork and Izuku reading books and sometimes getting lost in thought about things, because that was just something that happened regularly with him. When Hitoshi was done with his work for today, they jogged to the beach, not too fast, but it wasn't slow either. They weren't talking much on the jog since Hitoshi didn't have good endurance and therefore just focused on getting forward. Izuku was getting very hungry, but it could wait. He wasn't going to die of hunger, that was at least something, right? Izuku thought so at least. Now we're here, we can take a small break if you want first, before we clean the beach. He said and gestured with his hand to show the beach like Hitoshi had never been there before. He also looed at Hitoshi who was breathing very heavily, but decided to ignore it. Izuku, I have been here before. I know how big this beach is and how much trash people have dumped here. It isn't possible for 2 teenagers to clean it before the entrance exam in 10 months. We even met on this beach, you know I've been here before and you are still trying to tell me we're going to clean this. There is no chance. Oh yes there is. Well maybe not with that attitude, but with the right attitude, training, food, etc. We will clean this beach. We start with the smaller objects and as we work we get to the bigger ones. Remember this isn't the only training we will do. We'll also jog, run, do exercises like push-ups and so it goes on. Right? How in the world will I be able to do all that? You saw me jog just now, right? I have no endurance, I have not trained before, so I'm not fit either. We'll start small, then the exercises will get harder and bigger after time. Anyways, we don't have to finish cleaning the beach before the exam, but it would be great if we did. Yeah, fine I guess. How long break do you want before we start cleaning the beach? Till I breath normal again. While they had a break they talked a little. The break was longer than what they said it was going to be, but it was very easy to forget when they finally had someone to talk to. None of them had that before, not for years. It was awesome to just hang out with someone. Izuku almost couldn't believe it, that he had a friend. When they realized they had taken a too long break, they started cleaning after very short time. They cleaned for about an hour. That was when Hitoshi had to get back home. Oh, I have to get back home now, bye. Huh, already? Well, goodbye then. They both waved goodbye. The Hitoshi left. Izuku was very hungry. He had been holding out without food for this long a couple times earlier since his family was poor, or mom was poor, but this time, he had not gotten much sleep in days either, plus he had been fighting at night. He had used way more energy than usual, and so he was more hungry than he usual was, even if he hadn't gotten much food in a while. So the first thing Izuku wanted to do when Hitoshi had left was to eat, but he was at the beach, so it was a good timing to clean. He was supposed to do it with Hitoshi, but it didn't really matter if he cleaned the beach when he was alone too. It was going to take a long time to clean the beach, so it was fine. The beach was filled with all kinds of trash, so there would be a lot of variety. The main plan was to begin small, then go to the bigger stuff as they went on. Anyways, Izuku continued cleaning the beach for a while after Hitoshi left. When Izuku saw the sunset, he realized he had been on the beach for long enough time. Now it was time for food, but he wanted to get free food, because if he was going to keep using money for food, he would use all his money up. How could he get free food? He wondered. He couldn't seem to figure out a way. He decided to just go with using money on food for today, but he still had to figure out how to get free food sooner or later. Izuku then went to the cat cafe again. He really liked it there, plus it was cheap there for some reason he didn't know. It was perfect. Just hopefully Eraser wouldn't be there again. Izuku was lucky for once. Eraser wasn't there. There were only one other person in the cafe while he was there. Izuku looked at Disc and looked at what they had. He went with a baguette. It was very good. It was both healthy and tasted good, so it was an obvious choice to him. As he ate the baguette, he was thinking of various things. One of them were about getting more clothes, second was how to get free food, and third how the Bakugas was doing. He hadn't thought about them or his mom a lot. It had been in the back of his mind, but he had ignored the thought many times and pushed it down. It just wasn't easy to keep it out for that long. His mom had died and he did in fact care about the Bakugos, and Auntie cared about him too, somehow. Had they had a funeral already? Did Kaken care at all? He decided to go to them and check. Of course he would be hiding, but what if he could just show himself, show that he was alive? No, he would only bother them more if he did that. He just had to hide, and anyways they probably didn't care about him. He was just a quirkless freak after all. Izuku found himself standing in the backyard not too long after he finished his baguette. He was under one of the windows in the kitchen. He looked in to make sure they were there. He could only see Auntie and Masaru there. He could see on their faces that they were not happy. They were in fact crying. It was hopefully not too much his fault. He bent down again before one of them saw him. After he bent down, he decided to just listen. Masaru, they can't find Izuku's body. They believe it's stolen, but with no trace. They are giving up on finding his body. They say he's not worth it. Such bullshit. Of course he's worth it, but no, they don't believe that. How can they say our poor Izuku isn't worth it when they don't even know him? Because he's quirkless, sweetheart. That isn't a good reason, but for them, it is. Of course I know why they don't think he is worth it. I know the world we live in. But he's just a kid. Come on, how can they care so little when he was so young? It was quiet for a while, and in the quiet Izuku was left in a little shock. Not because the police didn't care about him. He was used to people not caring about him. But Auntie, she cared. She cared for real. Maybe I should go in, show I'm alive, but how am I going to explain that? There is no way a pro-hero took wrong of a dead and alive person. He would know when someone's dead. It just wouldn't make sense. Plus, where was he going to live? At the orphanage again? Would he have to go to school again? Yeah, he would. No way, I'm not going back to either of that, so I'll stay hidden. Even if they might hurt a little. Or a lot. Izuku realized he wasn't listening anymore and quickly focused on the sounds inside. I won't be having a funeral for Izuku, not without his body. It just doesn't feel right. Inko's will still be in a few days, but I can't have a funeral for someone without their body. Could you? I wouldn't like it very much. Not that I would like funerals at all, but without their body. Who knows what happened to him? I completely understand and agree. Masaru answered his frustrated wife. They won't have a funeral for me? Because my body is missing. Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to listen anymore. He had seen how the Bakugos were doing, or the Bakugo adults. He still had not seen how Kaken was doing. Kaken. He was probably happy and celebrating with his classmates that he was finally gone, he thought. Or maybe it was all an act, what if he cared? No, stop Izuku. He then scolded himself for ever thinking that. That was all but a dream where Kaken, the awesome Kaken, cared about him. But a lion and a lamb could never be friends. The strong, majestic, powerful and awesome lion could never be friends with the small, powerless, worthless and stupid lamb. It was just how nature and society works. Izuku still couldn't be satisfied with this thought of process. It might be right, but he would be sure as fast as he actually saw him. At this time Kaken would either be at his room or out with friends. Most likely out with friends if he followed his normal schedule, but his room was closest so that was where he would go check first. Izuku knew where Kaken's room was, but how would he get there? It was on second floor. This house did not have a fire escape. He remembered after a minute that they had ladders. It was in the garage, that was easy to find. Now he just had to make sure no one saw him. Maybe it would have been a better choice to look after Kaken out in the city afterwards. Too bad. There was no return now that he had already set up the ladder. Or in other words, he had already set up the ladder, so why not climb up and check? Somebody had probably already seen him anyway if someone would see him. So he climbed up as quietly he could. He climbed up, then before he could look in he made sure to be careful when he stuck up his head to look inside. He also made sure his head didn't stick up. More than it needed to. Because for some reason it wasn't enough for Izuku to just listen if Kaken was there. He had to see if he was fine or not. When he looked inside he saw no one. Kaken wasn't there, he was out with friends. Izuku got down quick and put the ladder where he found it. Now it was time to go to the city to find Kaken and most likely his friends. There's just one problem, how would he find him in the city? It would take a pretty long time to find someone there. Well, Izuku knew Kaken pretty well, so he knew the places he was at the most. So he could narrow it down. The first thing was that he was never too far away from home on school days. Just that, and he had a much smaller place to look in. He also didn't go that much to restaurants and not places that was for grown-ups. And like that, Izuku made a map in his head of places Kaken would most likely be. Izuku no longer had a whole city to look after Kaken. He had some places spread around a smaller part of the city. He could then begin to search after Kaken. Izuku went place to place, but he didn't find Kaken. He had gone to all the places he went to with his friends, but he and his friends wasn't there. He had no idea where he could be. He had been at all the places, why hadn't he found Kaken, he wondered. Izuku decided to not think about it anymore. He assumed Kaken didn't care, but he hoped Kaken did. Hoped Kaken still cared about him, still wanted to be friends. On the other hand, he wanted Kaken to be happy. So he decided to not think about it anymore and just assume he was fine and didn't really care. While Izuku had looked for Bakugo, Bakugo was in the park. Izuku had not thought that he would go to the park. He had never seen him go there since they were little. It was mostly Izuku and Inko who wanted to go to the park, but Auntie and Masaru went with them and with them was Katsuki. He had never gone to the park with them since he was 7. Therefore Izuku did not think Kaken would be at the park, but he was nonetheless. Katsuki looked over the familiar park, yet so unfamiliar. The park still had a pond in it with ducks, but almost everything else had changed. A lot of the trees that was in the park was hugged down now and the ones which are still there had grown. There had been built a new cafe in the park. It looked better, but Katsuki had gone to the park because of the few memories of Auntie and Deku. Well, but now, it wasn't the same anymore. He still decided to be there. It was better than the other places they went to as kids. Now Katsuki would never admit to anyone ever that he had gone to the park that reminded him of Deku and Auntie, but he did. He did go to the park because it reminded him of them. People he had pushed away, maybe not so much Auntie, but that followed with pushing away Deku. Why did he have to go so far with the wording? He wondered. Why did I go so far with it? I never liked when people told him to do that, so why did I? Just because I was stupid enough to tell him. To tell him to kill himself, because of that he is dead. It's my fault. My fault. Katsuki went on with this train of thought without even thinking or realizing that there were other people in the park, and he had started crying. just tears until now, but it was still something he usually would never let anyone see. Yet now he couldn't care. Deku was gone because of him. How could he let that happen? That wasn't even all, everyone are praising him for being so strong fighting against the sludge monster. All he had done was not dying. It was Deku who got him out of there. Another thing he would never admit. He didn't deserve the praise, now he do love praise, but what's the point if it's not deserved? He couldn't take the praise to heart or anything if he knew he didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve any compliments or praise right now, no. He deserved to rot, but that wasn't an option. He had to make up for it, he didn't know how yet, because the person he's supposed to make up for is dead, but he would do it. He would do it, great, even as good as All Might would have done it. Yes, he would make up for it, and he was going to do it as good as All Might would have. All Might would have never made the mistake in the first place, but if he did he would have made up for it with his entire being. He would do everything to make up for it, and that's what he is going to do. Izuku wakes up from his sleep that he finally got. He checks the clock to know how much time he has before he's supposed to meet up with Hitoshi. He gets out of bed quickly because he has overslept. 1 missed call and 2 messages. He opens the messages. Hitoshi, where are you? Hitoshi, you told me to come earlier, but you didn't think to come yourself. When Izuku was up he called Hitoshi to tell what had happened, then continued his morning. He put on his clothes, found his backpack and checked everything was in there, then left the hotel to meet Hitoshi at the library again. In the back of his mind was thoughts about things he needed at the hotel. He had earlier just thought he needed a roof over his head, but there was more. He needed food, electricity. He needed to fix it all in just days. There was also things he would like to do, like have a gym to train in and have an income of money. He had to wait with all of that until after the library and running. Running was the training they did on Thursdays. The whole schedule was Monday, clean beach, Tuesday, relax, Wednesday, clean beach, Thursday, running, Friday, clean beach, Saturday, relax, Sunday, exercises such as push-ups, if he could get a gym, that was what he was hoping for. Later he would switch out the rest day on Tuesday with sparring. That had to wait until he was ready to teach Hitoshi and it wouldn't exhaust them too much with 1 less rest day. He didn't know how much time it would take, hopefully not too long. They could also try and figure out what weapons Hitoshi could use. Support items and weapons would be a good idea, quirk or not. He never understood why heroes had so few extra weapons or something of that kind. There are situations where your quirk doesn't help, which was showed when the sludge monster attacked. None of the heroes knew what to do, but a middle schooler with a school bag did. It was stupid. Izuku was going to make sure the training they did would make sure Hitoshi was prepared for anything. He would get weapons for fights where his quirk and hand-to-hand combat wouldn't work. Hey Lanky, sorry for being late, Izuku said while wearing his most apologetic look he could. Hi Shorty. I didn't think I would get proper sleep, since I haven't gotten that for a while, but then I did, I'm sorry. You could have just set an alarm, you know. He said tiredly. I'll do that from now. He said determined, then he remembered he had finished the training schedule and told it to Hitoshi. So I got 2 relaxed days then, hoped more, but I'll manage. Hitoshi said when Izuku finished. Yeah, for now. Izuku wasn't sure if he should tell Hitoshi or not about the day with sparring now or later, but he had already implied he would get less relaxed days, so he said it anyway. Later I will switch out Tuesdays relax with sparring. That's just how it needs to be if you want to get into the hero course. This is gonna be a nightmare. He groaned. He knew he had to do it if he wanted to get in, but come on, 1 rest day. At least I have 2 for now. The rest of the day went on with Hitoshi doing his work and Izuku on a computer the library lets people use there. It was very practical. He searched up things on the computer while his phone charged again. He searched for weapons and or support gear that Hitoshi could use. He would probably not be able to get it before UA, but he could set it in for Hitoshi's hero costume at least. Maybe he couldn't train Hitoshi with the weapon, but they has to let him train with support gear and weapons. So it wasn't a big deal. It still would be best if he could get it before UA to train Hitoshi. After the library, they ran. They ran for a long time. They had many breaks, but that was just how it is when you're not used to running. It meant Hitoshi needed the running. It was why they was training. Izuku had expected it to go this way. He had it in his mind all the time, that's why he didn't say anything on how much time they would spend while training. His plan was to just decide then and there, while they were training, how much time they would spend on the exercises. It was easier to figure out how much was best while training than trying to figure it out before. Then it was time for what Izuku was going to do the rest of the day. Get supplies and equipment. And figure out how he's gonna do everyday things he couldn't at the hotel. The hotel didn't have electricity or water. It was just a building. He had to figure out how to get free food too. He did not have enough money for food for a long time. These are all things he was gonna fix today. First off, food. No one gave free food, so to get money instead could work, but then he had to work. He didn't have time for that, plus he had tried to get work before. It's not that easy. The few times a workplace responded they asked for a quirk, they also want to know your identity. That wouldn't work. Then he would need to find food for free. So where could that be? No one gives free food, but they do throw away food. Not people from their homes. That food would be rotten, and if not, it wouldn't be much anyway, but grocery stores. Grocery stores throws away food as fast as the expiration date was crossed. Usually the food was still eatable and it would probably be a lot. If he could sneak his way to the trash containers from the stores, he could find food there. It can't be too good security at the trash, so that could work. Izuku went to the nearest grocery store and straight for the trash containers. He was right. They did throw away food that was eatable. He took some bread, butter and cheese with him in his backpack, from the container. That was all he needed for now, and it wasn't that much time until it would get rotten. Therefore it was best to take small doses of food every day than take a lot once a week. Second, he needed more than one pair of clothes, and he was not going to use his Aldera school uniform. He could get some clothes on a market or a store that sold old clothes, a thrift store maybe. He found his phone and searched up if there was a market, since that would be cheapest, but with his luck, there was none. A thrift store it was then. Izuku looked for the cheapest clothes in the store, but it was mostly about the same prices, so he just found some clothes and made sure after they weren't more expensive than most of the clothes there. He picked out a dark turquoise hoodie with a zipper, 2 t-shirts, one white with text saying t-shirt, the other just plain black, 1 green cargo shorts and a dark green jog pants. That had to be enough. He would also need to wash his clothes. Since there was no electricity in the hotel, he would either need to use public washing machines or wash them by hand. He decided he could wash them by hand using water from the showers at the beach, meant for sand and salt to be washed of your body. He just needed soap, hangers and a big bucket to transport the water. He also took soda soap for washing the hotel too. Sheet, this is costing a lot. Clothes, 2 soaps, a bucket and hangers. Well, at least I don't have to buy food anymore. I also bought first aid equipment the other day. I need to cut down on my money use. Third, some kind of gym. This wasn't a need, but it would be great if they had one. He's definitely not going to buy the equipment or a subscription at the public gym. He had to find it then. The only place that could be was at the beach. The beach was already some kind of gym for them, but it would be better if they had the right equipment too, like a normal gym. It would be great if they had weights, benching press, punching bag. Some he could maybe make himself from what was on the beach, but just in case he would take a look over the beach for equipment that was already for training. Mostly people didn't just throw away their training equipment. He could only find a couple kettlebells and barbells on the beach. If he wanted more, he would have to make it. He could make a punching bag, maybe not the best, but it's better than nothing, hopefully. He would need a strong bag and water. Water was easy to get, okay, a strong bag that will hold water and not be ruined by punching. Or maybe I can fill the bag with sand and I won't have a problem with water leaking or the water ruining the bag. But sand would hurt your hand probably, even with gloves. Shredded textile material is a popular way, but where will I find that? Maybe foam plastic can work. There is a lot of mattresses here made of foam plastic. If he shredded them and crammed it in, it would probably work. It wouldn't be done in one day, but it didn't need to be finished that quickly. Could work on it for some time every day. Now he just needed to find a bag and bring all the equipment to the hotel. He did find a bag. It looked a lot like a punching bag and was made of strong material, so he took it. Now he just had to bring all the equipment he found to the hotel and set it all up. Then he could show it to Hitoshi. And maybe I gotta fix up and clean the hotel a little bit too first, so it looks a little decent before he comes. I guess I can start as soon as I got everything I want here to the hotel. Izuku was now back at the hotel after he had finally brought all the training equipment with him. He had needed to take multiple trips to get it all there. He could now begin to clean. Wait, what am I supposed to clean with? I didn't think about that earlier today. Okay, this is a hotel, they must have a cleaning closet or something, hopefully they haven't cleaned it. He looked around, after a couple minutes he found it. It still had the cleaning equipment. There was also a bucket there. Damn it, I bought a bucket for nothing. Wait, or the bucket in here can be for cleaning and the new bucket can be for other stuff, okay, then it's not for nothing. Izuku still needed water, so he took the bucket from the closet and took another trip to the beach to fill it up in the shower that was hidden there. He used the shower because he didn't want salt water. It didn't take long, but he was definitely slower than when he ran with Hitoshi earlier that day. All his running today plus the extra weight on some of the trips, his energy was definitely weakening, but he had good endurance. He could keep going. He could keep working. He decided for a room beside the lobby, the dining room. That could be the training room. Half the room filled with training equipment and the other half for sparring. Izuku began moving all the furniture into the basement. He wasn't going to use that place for anything as far as he knew. He decided that moving all the furniture was enough for today. He could wash the room tomorrow. Next day he met up with Hitoshi, and not late this time. Hitoshi did his school and Izuku searching up things on the computer. He searched up weapons and support gear that would fit for Hitoshi, but when he searched it up he found out there wasn't really new weapons he didn't know of. Support gear was mostly made for specific quirks, so they would probably have to figure out what support gear would fit themselves, maybe even think of something new that doesn't exist yet. After that was done they cleaned the beach and Izuku was also looking for things he could use at the hotel. Hitoshi was just simply cleaning the beach and maybe thinking about some questions he had for Izuku, but not sure if he should ask them. He decided to wait. This time not because of his quirk, but because it could have something to do with their friendship. He was not about to ruin that, so he would wait. Hey Lanky, I think we're done for today, unless you really want to continue. Nah, I'm fine with stopping now. He was about to say, see ya, but then he realized tomorrow was rest day and no school. Were they even gonna meet up tomorrow? Are we gonna meet up tomorrow too? Oh Hitoshi just immediately stopped the brainwash. JHT, we don't have any training tomorrow, so there isn't really any reason to, but we are friends and I like spending time with you, so it would be fun, but I just don't know what we would do, so what I mean I guess is if you have an idea to something we can do or if I come with one I would like to meet up tomorrow too. Do you have an idea to what we can do? Oh I don't know, maybe just hang out. Okay, I'll text you when we can meet up and where, then and if you think of something first you do it instead, okay? Yeah sure. See ya later. Izuku waved him off then went back to the hotel and begun with his cleaning. He'd decided he would finish the room today. That meant both washing the room and put all the gym equipment on place and wash the equipment, because it was not clean. Not at all. It took a while but Izuku did it. Now he had a small gym for him and Hitoshi and he could still fill it up more. There was still plenty of space for more, but it was good enough for him. That room was not the others he thought. This was the only room he had done anything with. If he was gonna let Hitoshi in he would need to clean the lobby too and maybe the other rooms beside just in case. He would also need to clean his bedroom. Well, these were problems for later, he was finished with cleaning for today. He had plenty of time to make the hotel better. Now he's gonna take a nap before the night. Yes, before the night. When Izuku wakes up from his nap, he turns off the alarm he woke up to. It's time. Finally it's night time. Perfect for fighting villains. Izuku had not only planned earlier today that he was gonna finish the training room, he had also planned to go out tonight and fight criminality. It was perfect at night, there was less heroes and it was dark. Fighting villains was also good for two things, he could learn combat fighting and he was saving people. Maybe he can't be a hero, but no one said he couldn't be a vigilante, and if he weren't able to do that either he would die, but last time he died he didn't die so hopefully the same would happen. His outfit was his green hoodie and green jog pants, red shoes since it was the only pair he had, his mask and his backpack with his first aid equipment inside. It would maybe be a good idea to have a weapon too, he could find one on the way. It worked last time, who knows, maybe again. He hoped so. Anyways, time to fight criminality. Izuku went to the beach, since there was a lot of criminality there. Everyone who lived close knew this, so everyone there stayed away, but not Izuku from now on. He was gonna make the beach his and Hitoshi's. Maybe not legally, but like how the beach is basically owned by criminals, that's how they're gonna own the beach. That meant he would need the criminals know who he is and make sure he's looked at like the stronger one. Some may still fight him, but hopefully most would stay away. There was no problem with criminals saying something on social media. That would be suspicious, since only criminals was on the beach, and the police would maybe be on your doorstep the next day. That's why this would be easier than on the street. He would still be a vigilante there too, but he started at the Daguba beach and check his fighting skills. The first villains he found both had mutation quirks. It looked like they made some kind of deal, kinda like how it was when he met Hitoshi at the beach. One of the villains had spikes on his back. It looked a lot like the spikes on a hedgehog, so that was his quirk. The other had a hairdryer head. It only looked like they were villains, but he didn't have any evidence. Damn it, I can't hear what they're saying from up here. Izuku did not give up on the villains. It was clear they were villains, he just needed evidence. I could come closer, but they'll probably notice me and stop. What if I make them show they're villains? If I irritate them and they are villains, they'll definitely attack and I can beat them up, give an anonymous tip to the police and that's it. Hey! Izuku started to get their attention from the pile he was on top of. Did you know yo mama's hair so ugly God had to give her a son that was ready to fix her hair as soon as born? Izuku could see that the guy the joke was made to obviously got mad. The other man was shocked and Izuku gets it because who even went to this beach and even less sees someone and shouts a yo mama joke, when most people was villains there? Who shouts a yo mama joke to a stranger, villain or not actually? Izuku did apparently, because if they got mad enough they'd decide to beat him up, and he had a reason to fight them. It didn't look like they were mad enough yet, the hairdryer head man was shouting, but it wasn't enough. So he decided to come with another one. And yo mama so ugly the only guy she could pull must have been pierced by her spikes in his eyes before he had the chance to see her face. Izuku was also climbing down now, but not fully down on the beach like the villains. They had to attack first, and it worked because they were also climbing up to him. When he saw them climbing up, he acted like he regretted what he did and was scared, but he wasn't and definitely not when he had found a metal stick. He would do this, easy peasy. Izuku climbed back to the top, since it was best to either be at top or bottom, and the villain was under him so up it was. The villains was grinning at him and Izuku just kept up his act, that only made them grin wider. Izuku knew this was how they were going to react, he also knew they were less on guard since he acted like he was weak, that was why he did the act. When they were also on top Izuku walked a little backwards, but not much since there wasn't that much space there. Oh, are you scared now? Maybe you should have thought about this before being stupid. The one with the hairdryer head said. I just didn't really think anyone would get this mad because of a yo mama joke. I'm sorry. Too bad it's too late. The other villain said and jumped forwards to punch Izuku. Izuku jumped to the side, and that was the first villain done, since he fell down the pile. Izuku put down the act now. That was one of you, he said, now also grinning, but the other had stopped. He wasn't grinning anymore, only hate was showing on his face. Hey, you're not as stupid as I thought, but that won't work on me. You'll have to actually beat me, but tell me how are you planning to do that? Punch me with those weak arms of yours. You're just a kid dash. Izuku didn't bother to listen to all he was gonna say. What's the point in that? Yeah, so he went for a punch to the villain's stomach, but that didn't do much. He looked up and the villain just looked down at him, face basically saying, really, that's all you got? That was the last thing he saw before the villain kicked him with his knee in the stomach. You may wonder why he didn't use the metal stick. Well, he wanted to try and actually fight himself. Now here he was laying down on the edge of the pile of junk. The villain coming closer and towering over him. Forget what I said earlier about you not being as stupid as I thought, you are. Any last words before I punch you to hell? Izuku didn't give up. He didn't answer, he just looked on the ground for the metal stick he put down earlier. There it is, under his foot. Izuku looked up at him again. So you don't have any then? The villain said, and Izuku stood up. I do actually, I'm not the one going to hell here, you are? I'm not gonna kill you, but dash, Izuku jumped for the metal stick and slid between his legs. Guess there are some good things about being small. Now he was behind the villain and could beat him. He just had to stand up and strike him in the head. Oi oi, you trying to be tricky now, huh? The villain had turned before Izuku had hit him, but he could still hit the villain. So Izuku did, but the villain also did his attack. They hit each other at the same time and both went crashing down to the ground on opposite sides of the junk pile. The villain landing on the same side as the Hedgehog Man, luckily for him not on top of the other villain as he was laying on his stomach and the spikes was standing upwards, but still hurt by landing on a fridge. Izuku landed on sand. It hurt, but he managed roll when he landed to minimize the risk of injury. He had read this like once on the internet and still remembered it. Oh, how great it was to have good memory. Something I don't have. After Izuku had rolled back onto his back, he looked up and took in a breath and tried to feel for any big injury he might have. He couldn't feel anything, so hopefully he didn't get one that wouldn't be felt after days. Of course it hurt a little to fall, but an injury that actually mattered. He could feel it sting on his back, probably an abrasion, he thought, then stood back up, not caring about that. Before Izuku called the police, he climbed over to where the two villains were and checked if they were unconscious, which they were. Then he called the police and gave them an anonymous tip about a couple beat-up villains by the Daguba beach, right beside the road. Of course they weren't there, they were in the middle of the beach, but they would after Izuku had dragged them there. While Izuku was dragging the villains to where he told the police, he saw some ropes. They weren't too old, so he picked it up. When he was at the destination, he thought maybe he should tie them up in case they woke up, but then he would also make it harder for the police. Therefore he just set them down and watched from afar. Later the same night, after he had made sure the two villains was taken by the police, he went into the street and patrolled. It was a pretty quiet night. He didn't hear any screams or anything. There was some cars and some people walking, very few walking, but still some. There was some guys walking in the middle of the street that he told to walk on the sidewalk. He decided to have a little fun and walked up a fire escape to get on top of a roof. When he was on top, he looked at the view, beautiful as always, he thought. Okay, focus, I still have to look out for villains. It took some time, but finally there was something happening. It wasn't a villain, probably a drunk driver. He was not driving very good, so he had to be stopped. I've got a mission. Izuku looked at where he was driving, and he was driving pretty straightforward. As in not taking turns to other places, because he was not driving in a straight line. Izuku was far away from the car. Good thing he was in front, because he would not have made it if he was behind the car. Izuku climbed down the stairs fast and thought of ways to stop the driver, and since he was no police or hero, he couldn't just tell them to pull over. Okay, so I probably have to physically stop him. Yeah, I'm not that strong. Maybe I should call the police. No, I'm gonna do this. It can't be that hard. He's probably just driving 100 km/h, 62 miles per hour, and the car probably just weighs 2 tons. Yeah, no, definitely no way I can stop that with my bare hands. I gotta be fast, they're coming. Right, I have a rope. I can knot the rope to the street lights so the car crashes in the rope, and that is not a good plan, but better than nothing. Izuku rushed his way down and set his plan into action. He had never really learned any knots before, so he just made a plain knot on each street light, but doubled. He walked to the side and looked at the car. Hopefully it would work, because the car was closing in now. Guess I can call the police and give another tip. If it works or not, the police can do the rest. He looked back at the rope and waited for the car to come while calling, and why is there a child there? Izuku started running as soon as he saw the child there. He had to get her out of there. Hey Himri, get out of the road. He could hear a woman saying, probably the mother. The girl stopped walking and turned around to face her mother. Okay, but why? That's when Izuku took the little girl and just threw her to the mother, because the car was here and they were on the wrong side of the rope. Better that he got hurt than the little girl. She's in the middle of the road, for God's sake, and there's a car. Hey Himri, get out of the road, she said while running towards her daughter. She could hear her daughter answer her, but not what. She was in a too big of a panic to hear clearly. Oh God, what am I supposed to do? I'm way too far behind. She's gonna die. She kept running even though she didn't know how to save her. What else was she supposed to do? Just watch. No, she's not gonna do that. Mommy, I'm in the air. What did she just? She's in the air. I'll just catch her, no prob. She caught her daughter and looked at the car in front. There she saw a glimpse of a short and hooded guy with green eyes and hair before he got run over by the car. Hey there, honey, what happened? Why'd you run? Her husband said out of breath a little behind her. Dad, I flew in the air. She said excited and with her arms high up in the air. And then right into Mommy's hands. Take her, I gotta see if that boy's okay. She said and handed her daughter to her husband. What just happened now? Did he just sacrifice himself for Himari? She ran towards the car that had now stopped. The car had even stopped right on top of the boy. She knew that since she couldn't see him on either side of the car. She could also see the driver that was walking out of the car and some other guy too, holding his phone in front of him. Is he filming? Really, that's what he thought of doing? Sheet, did he just die? The man filming said, not stopping the filming. You're filming this, really? And you're drunk and driving. I guess I should have been more careful and not let my daughter run out here so this wouldn't have happened, but it's still not okay to drive drunk. I'm calling the police, you ain't worth the time of heroes. And I'm gonna drive the car backwards so he's not under the car anymore. So she went for the car, but the driver stopped her. It's my car and I'm not drunk. Oh yeah, I can literally smell the alcohol from you, and I'm not just gonna let him be stuck under there and you are not driving this drunk. Hey you two, I think you wanna see this. The man filming said, the two who was arguing turning around and looking where the man was now pointing to. Izuku woke up under the car, trying to sit up, but hit his head on the car and he laid down again. Ouch, that hurt. That was all Izuku had time to do before he saw a small movie of what happened before he woke up. He saw the little girl again on the road, he ran to get her and threw her in the air and then the car that hit him at full speed. Then he was back again to the presence. Did I die again? Whatever, where am I? He saw where he was now, under the car that just hit him. He could hear two women yelling at each other. Then he crawled out because he wasn't gonna stay under there. On his way out he heard a man shout, probably at the two women. He just continued to get out. He stood up and looked around, there was 3 people standing around him. You're alive. He's alive. Look at this indestructible guy here with emerald green eyes and wearing a hood. Indestructible and saving a little girl. The man said, thank you so much, little guy. You saved my daughter. And are you okay? You got hit pretty hard, maybe I should call an ambulance. Yeah, I'll call an ambulance. Again, thank you so much. Izuku was stunned, they thanked him. They didn't scold him for being reckless. Didn't say that it wasn't his job. She was happy he did what he did. She's calling an ambulance for me. Oh shit, she's calling an ambulance. Thank you very much, but I don't need an ambulance, I'm fine. Izuku said, but he could see the woman was about to argue. My mom is a doctor so she can handle it when I'm home. No reason bothering the ambulance. Oh, okay then. Right, I got into this situation because of the drunk driver. Who is it? He looked into the car and there was no one in there, so it must be one of the 3 in front of him. So she is the mother, he is a random guy, I think. Then it's her. He walked closer to her and he could smell it, she was drunk. Yep, it's her. If I just walk for the rope, then tie her up, but not saying anything before I have the rope, she won't run. But he made his way for the nearest street light with his rope tied to it and unknotted it, same with the other side. He looked at the rope, it was a bit long. He put it in his backpack and took out another piece of rope that was shorter. He walked closer to the drunk woman again. You're the one who drove the car, right? He said, just in case it wasn't her. In case the one who drove the car had ran a long time ago. I'm so sorry I hit you. Okay, stretch out your hands then. He said, demanding. Why? She was confused, the 2 others seemed to understand, she didn't. Probably because she's drunk. You said you're sorry, if you really are, stretch out your hands, don't you know this is how you show it? Are you maybe too drunk to remember how to say sorry properly? Izuku knew she was drunk, and drunk people always denied that they're drunk, so by saying this she would have to stretch out her hand to prove she's not drunk, even though it did the opposite, but it would work since she's drunk. Oh, alright, that way? She stretched out her hands, looking even more confused than before. Izuku didn't bother saying anything more, he just tied her hands up. He looked at the woman's face, she was still confused. Fine, want me to explain to you what I'm doing? She just nodded. You drove while being drunk. That's illegal. So I'm tying you up until the police is here. I called them before you hit me with your car. They're on their way. Izuku could hear the sirens. Actually, they're here already. If you listen, you can hear the sirens. Izuku smirked. He knew the others didn't see it because of his mask, but he smirked anyway. It felt good to save people and get people who deserves it arrested. Then Izuku made his leave, because he's not staying for the police. The two other people there could explain what just happened. When Izuku wakes up in the morning, he checks his phone and is about to text Hitoshi to just meet up at the beach. When he checked the clock so he knew what time to meet, he realized it's not morning. He has slept way more than he thought he would. Yeah, I'm gonna use an alarm every day now. It was 4 p.m. He had slept for 13 hours. New record, I guess. Izuku, meet up at the beach in 1 hour? Hitoshi, took you long enough. Hitoshi, but sure. Izuku stayed in his bed as long as he could, because he was still tired and sad, but he pushed that down. He knew deep down that he missed his mom and wished he was dead with her, but he pushed it down. What good would it give to think about it? He would just begin to cry if he did, and it was always just worse when he cried, so he pushed it down. He had pushed it down for days, so it was getting harder, but he kept on pushing it down and think of other things. He thought of that new video of him out on the internet. People really gotta stop filming everything. The video was filmed from a few seconds before he ran towards the girl and stopped when Izuku had told the woman why he tied her up. There were also edits of the video. The original guy had only posted the original video and one with music in the background, but other people had done much more work with the edits. Of course, it wasn't the only thing on the internet, but it was all Izuku cared about now, and the algorithm did its thing. People had also made connections between the video from this night and the one a few nights ago. Some people was beginning to call him Emerald Hood, because his emerald-like eyes was all you saw of his face, and well, he was wearing a hood. He was also wearing a mask, but people liked the name Emerald Hood the best. Izuku decided it was enough time of watching himself die after some time. He didn't have anything to do, so he just went to the beach early. Hitoshi came after Izuku, but also early, since he didn't want to be late, and ended up getting early. Hey Lanky, you're early. Hitoshi could hear from somewhere distant. He knew it was Izuku Midoriya, possibly Emerald Hood, but where? He couldn't see him on the ground. What if he's not on the ground? It wouldn't be the weirdest he had found out about him. He had searched up Izuku's name when he found out his last name. Usually he wouldn't do that, but since Izuku hadn't told him his full name willingly, he wondered why, and he got his answer pretty quick. Apparently he was supposed to be dead, but well, he's not. He also looked like that trending vigilante from the last days. Who even is he anymore? At first he had thought he had finally made a friend like a normal person. Well, he had, but not with a normal person. The person he was friends with wasn't normal at all, and today he was gonna ask about it. But first, where is he? I'm up here on a pile of junk. Hitoshi looked to the beach and on the piles of junk, and there he is. Yeah, definitely not the weirdest about him, but why on earth is he up there? Now I'm higher than you. Yeah, but you're not taller. Now come down here. Izuku did so, and climbed down. Then they walked through the junk and all the way to the ocean. There was sand at the end of the shore that wasn't filled with junk. That's where they sat down. They had a lot of fun, they played and talked. Hitoshi had the thought of Izuku's identity in the back of his mind almost all the time. Just ask Hitoshi. Just ask about him being dead and maybe Emerald Hood, was that what they called him? Anyways, just ask. Izuku. Yes. So, like, I searched up your name and well, you're supposed to be dead, at least the article said so. I can see you're alive. But this is you dash, he said, and showing the article that said he committed suicide and had a picture of him. And I was just wondering how you're not dead. He was also wondering about that about Emerald Hood, but one thing at a time. So about that, I was gonna tell you, but I didn't want to ruin our friendship. Hitoshi looked at him for a couple seconds, because Izuku just dodged what he was actually wondering. Most likely on purpose. How are you alive? Hitoshi asked then instead, so Izuku couldn't dodge like that again. So, lick dash, Hitoshi just stopped the brainwash. He could have used it to his advantage, but that's exactly what he didn't want to do with his quirk. That was what other people expected of him, to be villainous and use his quirk against other people's will and for his own advantage. So he didn't do that. So that is honestly a good question. That I am alive should be impossible, but I'm here so it's not. That is what we know. I was also born quirkless, though if this was my quirk it would make sense that we didn't know of it, but there are more factors. I was diagnosed quirkless, for more reason than just not my quirk showing up. There is also that thing about the toe joint. I had the extra toe joint, which means I'm quirkless. And actually when you think about it, it's not me who has an extra toe joint, it's you guys have one less since people originally had as many as I do, but back to the point. So since I have the extra joint I am supposed to be quirkless, so there might be other things that has done that I am alive anyway. Maybe someone else's quirk did it, but I have no way of knowing what is actually the truth, as the only information I have on this is my own speculations. Still, I am probably one of the best people to analyze quirks as I have done it my whole life, but I didn't get to see the quirk in action if it was a quirk at all, which makes it harder to analyze. Izuku then said, very fast. Too fast and too much for Hitoshi. You dodged the question again without actually dodging it. Just tell me, and so I understand, please. We're friends, I won't tell anyone. So basically, I was diagnosed quirkless and that's what I thought I was, but I'm not. At least not anymore, or it might be some other person's quirk in the doing. Izuku said, and slower than he was speaking earlier. But I don't understand how it works, not really. Was that better? Now you're acting like you didn't try to confuse me earlier, a-hole, but yeah, that's better. No secrets anymore. If you have any, say them now. Hitoshi said this knowing if Izuku really didn't want to tell him his secrets, he didn't have to, as he never used his quirk to make him. So he knew Izuku said it willingly, but also unwillingly as he tried to dodge the question. Everything. Izuku said clearly as a question and Hitoshi just nodded. Okay. So there's more to the quirk that I apparently have, and I'm the famous Vigilante, which I think people are calling Emerald Hood now. That's the short version. Do you want the long version too? Yes. Wait, actually no, I want the middle one, if you're not able to do that, which I doubt, but if, then I want the long one. Izuku then told the middle version of the rest of his quirk and that he was Emerald Hood. He ended up telling him that he did actually die last night, and that the only reason he knew this is because of the movie that he was showed when he woke up, which apparently happens every time. Being dead wasn't something he could feel, he just woke up again when he was alive. It wasn't even like sleeping. Izuku also told about that he was tired after dying, needed extra sleep and was hungrier than usual, and well, everything about it, because Izuku wasn't able to just say the middle version, he needed to say it all, but he made sure to say it slow enough for Hitoshi. It worked because in the end Hitoshi had followed along on everything. He now understood everything but why Izuku was allowed to break the law, and not him. He could be a vigilante, but Hitoshi couldn't make deals to earn money, unfair, hypocrite. Hitoshi asked when Izuku was done explaining. All he answered was that Hitoshi was gonna be a hero, and that's why, and he wasn't using his quirk to hurt anyone. Hitoshi kind of understood, but also not. He just decided to not care more about it and just let it be. So his friend was declared dead and is the famous Vigilante Emerald Hood. He could work with that. Izuku thought now that Hitoshi knew about him being Emerald Hood, he could ask if he should make an account on social media as Emerald Hood. Yeah, there was no secrets between them, why not ask if it was a good or bad idea? Lanky, should I make an account as Emerald Hood? Wait, maybe it was stupid, oh well, he had already asked. Yeah, sure, just make sure that it's obvious it actually is you, Emerald Hood, but also don't seem desperate to prove yourself. That will only make it worse. Anyways, I'm going home now. See ya tomorrow. Yes, see ya. Izuku didn't wait with making the account, he did so as soon as Hitoshi had left. Of course his name was Emerald Hood, the people had spoken, that was his name. Profile picture, Hitoshi had told him to make sure everyone knew it was him. He should probably have a picture of himself then, but he didn't have the right clothes on, he decided to do it as soon as he went out as a vigilante instead. Bio, social menace, fighting criminality. Yeah, that would work. Izuku didn't really want to be popular, maybe this wasn't a good idea. He had already made the account, so he put it on private for now. The next thing Izuku would do was go and nap. He had only been awake for a few hours, but he was as tired as if he had been awake the whole day, probably because he died last night. Guess there are more drawbacks than just having to see the movie of dying. He already knew he got tired because of dying and waking up, but he was very tired this time. He didn't know why it was so much more intense the second time, but it was. Therefore he went to his bed for a nap, remembering to set his alarm. Soon enough Izuku was out vigilanting again. This was what he was going to spend the nights doing. He had decided that. His tiredness didn't go away after he had slept 13 hours, so nothing would help his tiredness, so why not just do stuff at night if sleep didn't help? He of course ended up doing vigilante stuff at night. This was Izuku's routine. He would nap a couple of hours, then wake up at night, fight criminality, then if he had time, sleep a little again. Then he would meet up with Hitoshi, and do showers, food, drink etc. in between. Now he was currently patrolling the street from on top of a roof like usual, when he saw a villain again. She looked pretty normal, but she was beating someone, and they were pleading for her to stop. That was all Izuku needed to know for him to attack. Not weird considering he had gone for villain with much less on them the last 2 weeks. He ran down the fire escape on the building as fast as he could. He could hear a gunshot. That means she's not that good at fighting herself. People didn't bother with guns when they could fight with their quirk. Therefore a gun almost always signaled that they weren't good at fighting. This was both good and bad. In one way it was easy to win a fist fight, but they had the gun so you had to be careful to not get shot. To not give them a chance to shoot was the best, but not always easy. After he had heard the gunshot he had ran even faster, but it didn't help. When he got to the scene the civilian was laying on the ground unconscious. Oh no, what am I supposed to do if he's dead already? Okay, calm down Izuku, nothing good comes from panicking. Okay, what to do first? Check the pulse. If still pulse, bandage it up and press on the wound. He also had to find the villain, so he had to find a stone for the pressing if he got that far. So he has pulse, then bandage and a stone to press. Izuku did it pretty quickly. He had dealt with bandage a lot throughout his life, so it was easy for him. What he would do after was harder. He would have to find the villain. It had gone some time, so it wasn't that easy, and he wanted to protect the man he just saved too. He had to decide if he should go after the villain or make sure this man was fine. There was a very small chance another person would attack this guy, so he went after the villain and called an ambulance for the wounded man. After Izuku had looked after the villain for a quarter, he finally heard her. He heard the same voice, so it was her. He would come with a surprise attack, then it wouldn't be easy for her to shoot. Izuku walked as silently as he could all the way to the corner. He made sure he was enough back that she couldn't see him. He held up the pipe he found on the ground while searching for her. The next second he jumped forwards, and she must have heard that because she turned around and jumped to the side at the same time. Izuku still managed to hit her, not in the head, but at least in the arm. Izuku fell to the ground as he was surprised she noticed him, but that was whatever. He just stood up again. It wasn't a big deal to fall. He looked at the woman he had just attacked and what? This is... No, it can't be, that's not possible. You're supposed to be dead. Though I do have a quirk where I can't die, so it would make sense if... But she has unnamed object attraction quirk. That's her quirk. But there she is. Standing right in front of him. Was his mom. No, this can't be true. Izuku, get yourself together. You're hallucinating or some shit. Izuku then slapped himself to get back to reality. No, still mom. So she's alive. Mom's alive. She's here. I don't have to do everything myself anymore. Wait, does she have somewhere to live, or will we keep living in the hotel? Wait, first talk to her. Mom. What? Why did you hit me? You're alive. Izuku was so happy he didn't really register what she had said. He couldn't believe his eyes. I asked, why did you hit me? I'm your mom. Why did you do that? She said, very angry, and Izuku could understand that. He had hit his mom, but this wasn't like her anyway. I'm sorry, I thought I heard a villain. And then I hit you, but that doesn't matter, you're alive. Just that I'm alive is enough for you. I thought I had raised you better than that, freak. Freak, useless, stupid Deku. How can that be enough? You hit her, take responsibility, Izuku. This might not be exactly like her, but she had died and come back. That does something to a person. So take responsibility, you idiot. You're not even answering me. What is wrong with you? Take responsibility. Izuku couldn't answer. He tried, but something stopped him before he could speak. Guess I'll have to beat some good behavior into you and teach you a lesson. His mom said, getting even angrier. He had never ever seen her like this. He had never hit her with a pipe before though, but was this really Mom? It had to be. He could see her in front of him, there was no other explanation. Izuku was finally able to say something. Mom, I'm Dash. Izuku was cut off by a solid punch to his cheek. He fell to the ground and looked up his mom. He looked at her and he could see his dad and mom. Almost the same expression and way of talking. Not even to mention the behavior. Why would she do this? He sat up, it wasn't comfortable laying on the ground. He still looked at her, his eyes starting to well with tears. She had made sure Dad left because of what he did to me. Then why is she, this time she kicked him, right in the face. You got anything to say, brat? Or does it hurt too much to even speak? Izuku was shaking, and he didn't understand a thing. All he managed to do was crawl backwards. He didn't come very far, as they were in an alley, with a short distance between the buildings. He wanted to stand up and defend himself, but he couldn't do that. It was his mom, he couldn't beat her, and he did hit her first, so he thought he deserved it. How could I be so stupid as to mistake her from the villain earlier? Stupid Deku. You can't even be a proper vigilante. His mom continued to beat him, and he just sat there like how he did before he died. Like how he was before when he got bullied for being quirkless, useless, idiot, Deku. Just like he did when his dad was still around and decided to have fun and beat him since he was never going to become something big anyway, and he was right. Izuku couldn't do anything. The man who got shot is probably dead too because Izuku left him. He left him to die, for what? To get the villain, but he didn't get the villain. He was stupid and useless, always would be. So he took the beating, he deserved it. Shoyuta was patrolling as he usually did at night. He was on the roofs, he had done it for years, but it still felt good to be up there. To jump across the roofs was his favorite part of being an underground hero. It wasn't just because it was fun up there that he was patrolling from the roofs, but it was easier to see if there had happened anything. He could watch over a much bigger area than if he was walking in the streets or alleys. Just like now, he could see someone get beat up from far away. Shoyuta got there fast, he set his quirk to use, but nothing seemed different. A mind quirk then. Better to stop the quirk before it affected him, so he just kept on fighting and using his quirk. Not that he had to fight for long. She wasn't good at fighting, at least she was an easy one for him. She had had a gun, but he just took it with his capture weapon. It was actually the first thing he did, as she was pointing it at some boy that seemed a little familiar. When he had made sure she was tied up and not getting away, he turned around to check on the boy. He was staring wide-eyed at the woman behind him, then at him. He was just about to ask if he was okay, any major injuries, when the kid talked first instead. Mom? What did you do to Mom? He asked with tears in his eyes and trembling lips. He stood up and walked towards his mom. Hey kid, you should probably back off. I know it might be hard if she was your mother, but Dash. What did you do? He said angry. She's gone again. Where is he? This isn't her. What did you do, Eraser? Effing tell me already. Shoyuta could both see and hear the kid getting more angry and desperate the more he went on. Shoyuta remained calm. It was the best you could do in this situation. Wait, did he just say Eraser? Is he the kid from earlier? Oh yes he is. Same eyes, same hair, almost same outfit. Yep, definitely him. Right, I gotta calm him down. Problem child, calm down. I don't know anything about your mother. I just know that this woman over here was beating you up, and I took her down. So if that is not your mother, I don't know where she is. Shoyuta had pointed at the unconscious villain while saying that, then he took a look over the boy and checked for any visible injuries. This kid is nothing but injuries. He didn't fully open one of his eyes, swollen mouth, bleeding from his nose, cheek and forehead, and that was just his head. The rest of his body was most likely beat up too, but he couldn't see much since he was using very covering clothes. This kid should probably go to the hospital to check for a concussion or something else. It would also be preferable to get information from him, but that can wait. What are you talking about? She was just here, a few moments before. Before you came. I'll try and figure out what happened alright, but right now I need you to get to the hospital, and I gotta take her to the police station. No. I'm not going to the hospital. I gotta find her. She was here, I have to find her. Yuta could hear the panic in his voice. Was she not usually at home? I need you to calm down, panicking doesn't help. Breath in and out. First a big breath in, then slowly out. Can you do that? He didn't really like to be this gentle, it wasn't like him, but right now he had to. There was no way the kid would cooperate if he was panicking, but the kid didn't listen, he began running. Why does he have to be such a problem? Kid. Yuta sighed, he couldn't believe this kid. He's injured, he wasn't exactly fast. Guess I'll take him with me to the station with this woman. Then I'll take him to the hospital. This is gonna be a long night. Yuta picked up the woman and threw her over his shoulder, then he ran after the kid and captured him with his capture weapon. He had given up on talking to the kid for now. He just dragged him while in the capture weapon all the way to the station. When he was at the station, he just dropped the woman in an interrogation room and left her to Tsukachi, then filled out the paperwork. He had to constantly make sure the kid hadn't slipped away or anything as he was trying to get away. Just cooperate, it's not that hard. Why does he even have to get in trouble all the time? Last time I met him, now and that when he got hit by a car. Yuta hadn't been there for the car, but he had seen it in the media. It was inevitable. At least he had calmed down since the alley. He had heard him muttering, not what he muttered, just heard that he muttered. He had also put on a new mask. Hey Eraser. What? What am I doing here? Why did you take me here? Yuta just looked at him. This kid really is unbelievable, isn't it obvious? It's so I can make sure he gets the help he needs? He needs to go to the hospital, and since he wouldn't listen I had to take him with me. Eraser, could you maybe answer? Fine, it's so I can get you to the hospital, but I have to do some stuff here first. I don't need to go to the hospital, I'm fine. You really gotta stop saying that when you're not fine. And you do need to go to the hospital. You might have a concussion or something. You should also be checked after that car incident. What car incident? Yuta saw that the kid tried to put on an innocent look, but he had seen the video. His husband had also told him that people had began calling him Emerald Hood now. Don't even try, problem child. Ooh, Tsukachi, nice to see you here. I said don't even try. Yuta could feel a hand on his shoulder. I'm here, have a little trust in the kid. Tsukachi said, laughing a little at the end. Anyways, I figured out her quirk, or I figured out her identity, then read what her quirk was. Apparently she can make people see her as whoever they misses the most at the moment. I was pretty close then. Yuta could hear the kid say silently, probably not meant to be out loud. What do you mean problem child? Huh, did I say that out loud? Well, I was kinda bored just sitting here, so I tried to figure out what happened earlier. It wasn't easy to understand at the moment when it happened, but now that I could think back at it I understood that who I thought was my mom and the villain was the same person. I had first seen her beating someone as herself. The person she was beating probably was under her quirk, but she didn't know about me, so I saw her as her. Then when I came to help she had noticed me, so she activated her quirk, before I could see her again. That's how I saw her as my mother and never saw her change. When you came you erased her quirk, and since I had closed my eyes I didn't see the shift then either. When you had taken care of her I finally opened my eyes and didn't understand who was behind you and where mom was. You didn't understand what I was talking about because she never had the chance to make you see someone else, so you never saw the change either, but you would have seen the change if it was physical, therefore it was only in the mind. I just hadn't figured out the last part. Why mom? Now I know, so I was pretty close. That's impressive. You figured that out all on your own. He heard Tsukachi say, but what Yuta thought about was that last part that the kid hadn't figured out. Not because he hadn't figured it out, but because it probably meant his earlier theory was right. Just that his mom was who he missed the most wasn't strong enough on its own, but the way he had reacted when his mom wasn't there anymore backed his theory up a lot. His mom was not around much. He couldn't help it, he had to ask, and Tsukachi was here to say if the kid's answer was a lie or not. Problem child, When was the last time you saw your mom? Eraser said, interrupting their conversation. He saw the change in the kid's expression. He also saw that he tried to hide it and changed back immediately. Not too long ago. Why? I want an exact answer. How many days, weeks, maybe months? He could see Tsukachi understood what he was doing and he concentrated on what the kid. What's it? The problem was the kid also understood. I asked you a question too, you know, but you didn't answer. So I don't see why I should answer you. He just dodged the question, but this still meant it was a long time ago. Not good. Tsukachi leaned closer to Shoyuta. Maybe we should do this later. It seems he understands what we're doing and he's been through a lot tonight. You'll see him later anyways. How do you know I'll see him later? He's just a random kid, not my student. Do you really believe you won't see him again soon? Shut up. Let me be delusional. Yeah, this kid is gonna be a pain in the butt, and for a long time too probably. Fine, I'll let you be delusional. By the way, I can take the kid to the hospital. It looks like you still have some paperwork, but I'm done with mine. Really? Be on your watch, he doesn't want to go there. Shoyuta saw him nod, then left the problem child to the other man. You two do know I could hear you talk, right? Well then you already know what's happening now, kid, follow me. He could hear was the last they said before they were out the door, and he could finally work in peace. Izuku woke up in the afternoon in a hospital bed. It had been surprisingly not that bad to be at the hospital. Tsukachi didn't bother to try and sign Izuku up with his real identity. He had not even asked Izuku. He just signed him in as Emerald Hood. Izuku didn't really understand how that was legal, but whatever. Now he woke up in the hospital bed in the afternoon. His doctor not waiting long to tell him his injuries. He did apparently have a concussion and wouldn't be let out of the hospital before another 12 hours. He had been treated by some healing quirk. They didn't say more than that. He were allowed visitors if he wanted. They were finished with all tests and treatment. For now he just needed to rest, so as long as the visitor were calm there, it was no problem. He first thought he didn't want any. Who would it even be? Then he remembered Hitoshi. They were supposed to meet at the library hours ago. He should probably call or at least send a text message, but he was also told he wasn't allowed to watch anything on a screen. It was bad for his head. Like Izuku cared. He didn't even plan on going to the hospital anyway. Therefore Izuku called as soon as the doctor had left the room. Hey, why aren't you here? I thought I told you to set an alarm. Izuku could hear from his phone. Hitoshi didn't even let Izuku talk first. Hey, Lanky. So, I'm kinda in the hospital. You're what? What happened? So Izuku got stopped mid-sentence because of brainwash again. Hitoshi was confused for a couple seconds and called for Izuku a couple times before it clicked. He was brainwashed. He didn't think that could work through a call, but it did. He stopped the brainwash when he realized. Izuku wasn't fazed by it and just continued talking. I was just out doing some vigilante stuff as usual. Then there came a villain that hypnotized me or something. I wasn't really able to fight back, so now I'm in the hospital, since Eraser wouldn't let me just go freely after that. Wait, Eraser as in Eraserhead, the best underground hero ever. You know him. Demon. Are you a fanboy, Lanky? No. I'm not a fanboy. Sure. Not that Izuku is anyone to talk. Anyway, so they're not letting me go out of the hospital for 12 hours. If you want to come you can, but you will do the workout at the beach today. You will be cleaning there for at least 1.5 hours. Got it? You got it. See ya later then. Yeah. Izuku sat in his bed trying to go to sleep. He had the time to do so now. He had nothing else to do. Well, his luck didn't let him. He ended up on his phone, even though he was not allowed to. He had put on his face mask in case someone came inside other than Hitoshi, if he even came. Izuku didn't know if he would come. He had said, see ya later, but that could mean tomorrow. It didn't have to be today. After a while his headache came back to him after the painkillers were wearing off. It wasn't the worst, so he decided to let it be and try to sleep instead, since the phone did in fact hurt to watch after a while with a concussion. This time he could sleep for once. This was not good luck, because in his sleep he was getting tears in his eyes and begging for her to stop. Begging his mom to stop. His nightmare wouldn't stop. Not before a nurse woke him up. Not before then did his nightmare stop. Emerald Hood, Emerald Hood. Izuku woke up and there he could see a nurse standing at the side of his bed looking worried. Izuku could feel the tears in his face and wiped them away quickly. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a nightmare I guess," Izuku said. He could see the woman still looked worried and probably didn't buy that he was fine, but she didn't say it so he didn't bother to care about that. "Well, if you say so. I brought food for you and there are coming 2 visitors soon. A detective and a hero I was told." "When?" "I just got told it's soon and that you maybe wanted to know, but that's all I know, and here's your food." The nurse gave Emerald Hood some curry and then left the room. Izuku began eating instantly. He was hungry and tired, like always. He was getting used to it, but he still liked to not be hungry and to feel refreshed. Not long after, the detective and hero came as said, and it's no surprise who it is. Eraser and Tsukachi. "Hey, problem child." "Hi Emerald Hood, how are you doing?" "Hi, I'm fine. I thought you had figured out my quirk, guess not." "Pfuff. Problem child." "What?" Of course Izuku knew what, but he was not feeling like being nice again. He had been taken to the hospital, even though he said not to. It hadn't been the worst until now, but he had said no and that means no. "You know what? Hey, you two, calm down. Let's not get mad at each other." At this both the underground hero and the vigilante turned their faces to Tsukachi, and both confused. "Eraserhead, come on, he's just a teen. Are you really going to get mad at him this easily? And you know he's not having the best time right now. So leave it be." Izuku did not expect this. This was unusual. "And Emerald Hood, please refrain from being annoying on purpose." "Alright, let's get this started then." "Fine." Eraser calmed down and walked to the closest chair in the room and sat down. Why didn't Tsukachi get irritated like last time? "So let's start not too hard. What do you know about that woman from last night?" Izuku didn't see how that could backfire, so he answered. He didn't know much about her, only her quirk and that she attacked someone else before him. "Okay, that's great Emerald Hood. Now next question, why are you a vigilante?" Izuku thought about it. Why was he a vigilante? To save people, to get better at fighting and teaching Hitoshi, and was of course not so bad if he ended up dying. Hitoshi had a schedule so he would probably be fine on his own. He decided to not say it all. Because why not? Izuku answered the detective. Because it's illegal. Eraser said from his chair. Not if I ain't using a quirk, not so easy to use a quirk to fight if you're not born with one, you see. Izuku accidentally said more than he meant to. He had concluded that he was alive because of someone else's quirk, so he wasn't lying, but that gave them more information on him. He was declared dead sure, but he was also registered quirkless, so it gave more information on him. Eraser looked at the detective as to show he wanted to know the truth. "Truth," Tsukachi said, understanding Eraserhead, they were friends after all. The next question Izuku got was from Eraser. "How is your relationship with your mom?" Of course he had to ask that. "My relationship is good with Mom. She's dead, but that doesn't mean my relationship with her is bad, right? I'll try. It's good," he said shortly. "Then why did you react the way you did?" Eraser did not give up, and Izuku did not like that. "Because I did." Izuku snapped back. He did not want to talk about that. It was enough questions about his mom. How many questions left? Not many. Tsukachi said. "So, could you explain a little more on why you became a vigilante?" "I had no reason not to, but I did have reasons for why I should." "What are the reasons?" "To help people, I guess, and irritate Eraser. It's lots of fun." "You're right about that." Izuku began to laugh at that, and even more when he saw the look on Eraser's face, glaring at them. This could be fun. He liked heroes and usually respected them, but he couldn't help it. He liked to irritate adults lately. "You've got guts for someone I found beaten up in an alley." "Not fair." "Oh, how is it not fair?" "That was once. What about the other villains I actually beat, huh?" Tsukachi began laughing in the background, but Izuku didn't really think about it. "Those thugs weren't strong, you know. Still beaten, and I'm a teen. Basically no experience in fighting, yet won. I think that's pretty good." "You don't have experience fighting?" Tsukachi interrupted the conversation. No, not fighting. Kid, you could have died. Tsukachi said. Yeah. Have you thought about that before now? Eraser took over. Izuku looked at them. He could see the worry in their eyes and faces. He didn't understand why. He was just a random kid, he had even said he was quirkless. They still looked at him with worry. He didn't understand it. People with good quirks never cared about him. So why? He did not understand. He also didn't know what to say, so he stayed silent. It wasn't much better than if he had just answered. Kid dash, and problem child dash, they said with worry before Izuku interrupted and decided to speak anyway. Yes, and what does it matter to you? He said. He needed to know. What does it matter to us? Of course it matters to us. But why Eraser? Izuku took a breath. Why does it matter to you? I'm just a random kid. You don't know me. Even if you knew me, I told you I was born quirkless. Why do you care about me? There's no reason to. Because that doesn't matter. What matters is you. So why did you become a vigilante despite that? Because. Izuku was starting to panic. They were digging too deep. That is not a good dash. That's enough for now. Tsukachi said. That relieved Izuku a bit. The conversation was over. That was good. Tsukachi dash, Eraser tried again. That's enough, look at him. This will take time. We won't get it in one go. Izuku looked at the door, and since Eraser looked at Izuku, he began doing the same. What? Tsukachi said, then turning to the door too. Hey, Hitoshi said, looking around the room. So, bad timing? Hitoshi looked uncomfortable and scratched the back of his neck. That was understandable if he heard some of the conversation from earlier. Maybe yeah, but it's fine. Izuku still looked at Hitoshi and he noticed he held a bag. What's in the bag, Lanky? Some chips to cheer you up, since you're in the hospital, but I can come back later if you want. Izuku looked at the hero and detective. They were confused, but it looked like they were connecting dots. He honestly wanted Hitoshi to stay to be sure Eraser dropped what they were talking about earlier, but they might end up asking Hitoshi questions about him. He could handle that. Nah, come in. Who are you? Tsukachi and Eraser asked at the same time. Oh, I am Dash. He's Lanky. Izuku said, it was maybe not the best for the detective and hero to know his friend's identity. That is not my Dash. It is now Lanky. Fine, shorty. Hitoshi turned to the hero and detective in the room. So I guess I'm Lanky then. Nice to meet you, Eraserhead, and who are you? I am Detective Tsukachi Naomasa Dash. So, Lanky, you friends with this problem child? Eraser asked, interrupting whatever Tsukachi was about to say next. Izuku could see Hitoshi was beginning to get nervous. Izuku understood why, because Eraser was not exactly looking happy. First of meeting your idol can make someone nervous on its own, but them looking irritated at you and basically interrogating you does not make it better. Hitoshi opened his mouth, but Izuku answered again for him. Why exactly are you interrogating him, Eraser? He is just a random teenager. A teenager who knows you. Eraser said, staring right into Izuku's soul with his quirk activated, red eyes and hair floating up. To us. Honestly scary. The hero did not look pleased with him, and what hurt more was that he understood the hero. How could anyone be pleased with him? He was an irritating useless freak, but he had to help Hitoshi, so he pushed his fear down. That does not mean you get to interrogate him. Eraserhead, I know you want to get information, but it's enough, and Emerald Hood is right, that is just a teenager. Why can't you be on my side? Because I'm obviously cooler than you. Izuku said before Tsukachi even had the chance to speak. Izuku looked at the hero's face and saw that he gave up. He rubbed his temples, then walked away, the detective following after. Phew, that could have gone worse. I'm sorry, what just happened? I met Eraserhead. He questioned me. He might be after me. You were you. And a detective defended a vigilante. There's something. You good? Does this like normal to you? Kinda. You know what, let's just eat chips. Hitoshi ended up staying with Izuku for the rest of the day until he was discharged. Hitoshi's parents definitely wouldn't like how late he got back home, and he told that to Izuku, Izuku of course helping with sneaking him back in. Hitoshi got back inside without being noticed. Izuku went back to the hotel, going to bed. He tried to go to sleep, but when he closed his eyes he saw Mom. Not the mom he grew up with, but the mom from last night. The villain beating him, and it hurt. He had thought his mom was back, but the world was just cruel as usual that he thought about it. How if he hadn't gotten there last night? It could have been someone else. Actually, it was someone else at first, but it could have been more if he hadn't come. The same kind of cruelty could and would happen tonight too. Him being a vigilante helped people. Maybe not Eraser or Tsukachi, but it helped the civilians. The pain was worth it. He would keep on being a vigilante. So he found himself, once again, out in the streets patrolling, despite last night. He patrolled from the roofs, it gave him a better view. He sat on the edge on one of the highest buildings with fire escapes, his feet dangling over the edge. He didn't have to wait long for someone to appear, it just wasn't a villain. Problem child. Problem child. Izuku didn't have to turn his face around to know who it was. Just the name he was given, or even just the voice, was enough for Izuku to know, yet he turned his face around instantly to make sure. Eraser, hi. He said, his voice clearly indicating he knew he was in trouble. He also waved shortly with his right hand. He hadn't fought any villains, tonight that is, so he shouldn't be in more trouble, but he probably weren't allowed on the roof, so. You should be in bed, recovering. Why are you here, and why doesn't it surprise me? Good questions. Izuku turned his head back and thought of escape plans. He couldn't think of any. He could jump off of the roof, but his bones would be broken or he would be dead after he landed, so he wouldn't get far from that. Why are you here, problem child? Watching the view, you? Patrolling, I'm a hero. Then you should keep walking and find some villains. Izuku knew it wouldn't be that easy, but you tried anyway. I'm not falling for that. What, am I wrong in that you should find villains and take them to the police? No, but I found a problem here I have to take care of. You really like to call me a problem. Yeah, now go home. But I like the view, I'll just sleep here under the open sky. Izuku said sarcastically. No chance, get back to your home. Izuku looked at the hero, he looked serious. Despite the hero looking serious, Izuku did not change how he was acting. Yana. As I said, I like the view, so I'm staying. Want me to drag you to the station again? Come on, be a bit nice, would ya? Eraser pinched the bridge of his nose, his head looking straight forward, but his eyes turned to Izuku. Fine, there's a third option. Wait, really? Izuku could not believe Eraser. He is actually being nice, or wait, is he? I'll train you so you don't die. At this, Izuku really couldn't believe Eraser, because Eraser wasn't this nice, usually apparently. Why, you'll train me? Yeah, now get up. No, I'm fine on my own. You don't have to bother training me, I won't die. He did want the training, but he didn't want to bother the hero so much. He liked to irritate the hero, but not take hours and hours of his time. I found you beaten up in an alley, if I hadn't come you would have died. I was fine. You got a concussion, shot once, barley grazing your chin, and another from some time earlier right through your arm. She could have killed you if she wanted. I don't want to see you beaten up again or worse dead, and since you technically haven't broken the law yet, I'll train you. So, get up. Fine. Izuku just came back from training with Eraser. He had now been training with Eraser 1 hour every night for 1 week, and he could already see improvement in his skills while fighting villains. He was tired, but improving. He was about to walk straight to his room as he was very tired, but he saw a blonde girl standing in the middle of the lobby. She was wearing a school uniform and was holding a knife. Oh, there you are, finally. I've waited for you, Emerald Hood-kun. What the, who are you? Oh right, you don't know me. I'm Toga. She walked a little closer and leaned forwards. Oh look, you're beat up again. But there's no blood this time. She said, a little disappointed at the end of the sentence. Toga then quickly jumped forwards, holding out the knife in front of her. Izuku quickly reacted and jumped to the side. Toga still got a cut to Izuku's neck. She stopped and looked at the knife, which had a little blood on it, then back to Izuku. That's better. Now you're bleeding, isn't it lovely? I think so. You look so cute, all beat up and bloodied, But I don't think it's enough. Izuku got ready this time. He got into a fighting stance. Eraser didn't teach me how to fight someone with knives. Oh well. It can't be that hard. Izuku was in fact not right. He had seen many types of fights between heroes and villains, but usually there wasn't used knives. Therefore he didn't really know what to do, so he just He tried and failed to fight. All he managed to do was dodging, and he was tired already before the fight even started, so it wasn't going good for him. When he looked at the girl in front of him after she had managed to get another strike on him, he saw her smiling. He wondered what had happened to her for her to be this way at such young age. He stood from as much distance he could in the room and analyzed her. She's good at fighting, especially with knives, but still good without. I think she's kinda snake-like. She's pretty young, so being this good at fighting is weird, and she hasn't even used her quirk yet. Is she quirkless, or is knives essential for her quirk? If so, she won't be as good anymore since she has thrown them all at me. Only one knife had actually hit him after the one that struck his neck. It was her last strike. The knife was thrown hard into his stomach and was still in since he left it there. Look at you, so cute. I love you. Want to become you. She ran and jumped at him again. Izuku didn't know what she was about to do, as all her fighting earlier was with knives and she had none, and what was that about become him? Izuku was too lost in thought to actually get away fast enough. That's how Izuku was on the ground with a girl named Toga sking blood from his neck that was still bleeding from the start of the fight. Izuku questioned his life decisions in that moment, because what the hell had his life become? Izuku thought he could stab her to get her off him. He looked around himself for some knives, but they were too far away. He could feel the knife in his stomach hurting. He thought he could use that one. He pulled the knife out of his stomach and helled from the pain. The girl too captivated to notice. He had never stabbed anyone before, but desperate times need desperate solutions, and it couldn't be much worse than beating someone with a pipe. So he was gonna stab her, but when he looked back from the knife, she had become him. Is that what she meant? Gotta be. No, focus, Izuku. You gotta get her off. He started the motion in his arm to stab her, but he was getting very dizzy. He couldn't do anything, his body just wouldn't move anymore. His vision was getting darker. His thoughts getting blanker until it stopped. He had no thoughts and his vision all black. Izuku woke up on the floor. He was still feeling dizzy and had obtained a headache, but he could manage. A movie of his death rolled in his head. After it was finished, he sat up and looked around. Nothing had changed other than the blood pool he sat in that now were much bigger. He couldn't see the girl anywhere. He wondered if she had left or just not in view of him. He checked his wounds. They were all healed. Some had scarred, but healed. On the other hand, the bruises from fighting villains, and probably training with Eraser, was still there. He stood up, deciding to go change his clothes, and wash himself before he put on the new clothes. He didn't want his other clothes to get bloodied too. He had walked to his room, but had took his bucket of water and a washing cloth with him so he could wash himself a little before changing. When he walked into his room, he saw the blonde again. Laying in his bed was the blonde earlier, now green hair, as she was still looking like him. He thought about her quirk for a quick second. He figured this wasn't a mind quirk, since she said she wanted to become him. This was real, she was him, she had transformed. He stopped himself from analyzing. It had become a habit, but it wasn't the time now. He had to get himself cleaned. He decided to go to the room next door and use the bathroom there instead. He could take care of her after. When he was done, he got back to his room where she was still sleeping. What am I supposed to do with her? I guess she is a killer, but for some reason I don't want to arrest her. She's a teenager like me who seems to not have any home. We're both pretty much in the same situation. I didn't kill anyone, but still. Izuku decided to just go to the kitchen and make breakfast, as he didn't really want to sleep while she was around. She was sleeping, but she could wake up. He made some breakfast for the girl too. If he wasn't going to arrest her, it was best to just treat her nicely. It was a bit weird considering she had killed him, but Izuku didn't like to have grudges against people. He would still have to make sure she wouldn't pull anything like that again anyway. Izuku also cleaned all the blood on the floor, both the puddle in the lobby and the bloodied footsteps. It took some time, but he didn't care, as long as he still would meet Hitoshi when he was supposed to. When he was finished, it wasn't that much time left until he was supposed to meet up with Hitoshi. He could have gone earlier like he usually did, but he wanted to talk to the girl first. Clear up some stuff. He wanted stuff to be cleared up as fast as it could, so he wouldn't come back to the hotel and she tries to kill him again. It was really tiring to die, so he wanted it to happen as little as possible. Not easy when he's a vigilante, but he didn't care. He could choose his poison and he didn't want that to be a random crazy girl. When all the blood was cleaned, he decided to wake her up. He did not have much more time left before meeting with Hitoshi. He wanted to talk to her now. If she doesn't like that, then too bad for her. He walked to the door and knocked in case she was awake, just not out of the room. He didn't get any response, so he just walked in. She was still in bed sleeping. He could be gentle, but she had killed him, so he thought that the fact he hadn't arrested her was nice enough. So his method in waking her up was to just give a slap to her face. It was a bit weird slapping her. She was a girl and looked like him. It didn't make him hesitate, it was just that it was weird. She woke up right away. Hey, what was that? Why you're alive? Yeah. I'm standing right in front of you, Sue. Guess that's what happens when you don't make sure your victim is dead for sure. I literally drank all the blood that was left in your body. Don't think so, 'cause I'm alive as you can see, and if that happened I wouldn't have been. Anyways, I should call the cops for that. But I won't dash. Really, you'll cover for M dash. Don't interrupt me. Anyways, as I was saying, I won't if you promise to not do that again. If you ever attack me like that again, I'll call the cops or heroes. You wouldn't. Izuku then picked up a knife from his pockets that he took earlier when she was asleep and pointed it at her throat. I will, and to make sure you won't get away, I'll cut your throat first. Not so deep you'll die, but yeah, I think you get the point. Izuku didn't mean this, but he had to scare her so she wouldn't pull something like that from earlier again. Fine, she pouted. I also kinda have a feeling you're homeless, so if you want you can stay here. I have plenty of rooms, but this one is mine, so if you're staying you'll change rooms. But I like this room. She pouted. Too bad. He said, swinging the knife in front of her face. She backed up. Fine, I'll do as you say. Anything else? Teach me how to fight with knives. Izuku said with a grin. Both good fighting style and knife fighting, he'll be unstoppable, and so will Hitoshi. He then changed his grin to a nice and friendly smile. That's all, and there's breakfast for you in the lobby, by the way. He took down the knife and walked away with it. It was his knife now. Hey, Emerald Hood, so remind me why I'm here on this roof again. He said, staring down nervously from where he was sitting on the roof, because he was not going to stand at the edge like his friend. He was wearing a mask and a hoodie like Izuku did. He had insisted on it even though Hitoshi wasn't going to fight and become a vigilante like his friend. His identity had to be hidden, just in case, he had said. How? Well, that's so you can meet Eraser. But I met him at the hospital and that was scary. You'll get used to it, especially when he's your teacher. And the reasons are, first, you're a fanboy and I think you should meet your idol properly. Second, he'll be your teacher, and last, maybe he can train you too. I'm not a fanboy, and how do you know he'll be my teacher? Yes, how do you know I'll be his teacher, problem child? Hitoshi got startled and jumped out of his seat, that he forgot was a roof. Hitoshi! Izuku screamed, Hitoshi also screaming on his way down. Izuku jumped after and Eraserhead saved them both with his capture weapon. He put them down on the rooftop and immediately sighed. Hitoshi looked up at his all-time favorite hero from where he was sitting and immediately regretted coming with Izuku. He should have known from the moment he had asked earlier today if he wanted to come that it was a bad idea. Now he was sitting on a rooftop after being saved by Eraserhead, because he fell off the roof, because Eraserhead heard the conversation where Izuku called him a fanboy. The hero was also looking irritated, if that was because of him or Izuku he wasn't sure of. No matter which one, Hitoshi didn't want to be there and looked away. He looked at Izuku, who was standing up again. Hey Eraser, thanks for saving him. As to your earlier question, he's going to apply for UA, of course. He'll obviously end up in your class, that's how I know. He said with a smug face. There is a very small percentage of people who apply for the hero course at UA that actually get in. So you two should not be so sure of that. I know. He said quickly, then added, That's why I thought that you could train him and maybe give tips for the exam. He's going to have to get in himself. You're training me, so why not him? Because I don't usually train teenagers other than in school. Hitoshi stared at the two of them. This was weird. Everything was weird after he met Izuku. His life was turned upside down. Not having to make illegal deals to earn money, a good training schedule, a friend, training his quirk, and now being on a rooftop with the best underground hero to exist. This would have never happened if it weren't for his friend. Are you okay back there? Hitoshi was snapped out of his thoughts when he was talked to. Me? Hitoshi was surprised even though he thought he shouldn't have been. Of course an underground hero would notice him staring at them. Yeah, why dash? Oh shit, I just brainwashed him. Izuku, I brainwashed him. Bah, you brainwashed him, great. If you just make him promise to train you, and I record it then dash, Izuku said using his hand to talk too, even though if you only looked at his hands you wouldn't understand a thing. What? No, I'm not gonna do that. Are you crazy? Probably, he said and shrugged, not caring. Izuku, what am I supposed to do now? He's going to hate me now, and if I do get into his class that would be the worst if he hates me. Hitoshi said, panicked, and Izuku's earlier behavior did not help. Shrugging when someone call you crazy probably isn't normal. He won't hate you, and if you think that, maybe you should get him out of the brainwash as fast as possible. And for the record, I think my plan was perfect if you had brainwashed him to do what I said. Hitoshi decided to just ignore the last part, and put his favorite hero out of his brainwash. Oh, there's no one else, what just happened? I brainwashed you, sorry. I didn't mean to, I can't really control it. Hitoshi could see Izuku looking at him from the corners of his eyes, then back at Eraserhead. That's why I'm training him and why I think you should train him. You want me to help train his quirk? No, I'm doing that, but you could train him when it comes to fighting. Well, it's still a no. Come on. Emerald Hood. And maybe you should just leave it. Your training will probably be enough. Listen to him, problem child, so that maybe I'll get some peace. Both of you really. Lanky, I'm trying to help you. And Eraser, you'll never know peace as long as I'm alive. Unfortunately, I have realized that after the last weeks. Well, we should waste no more time and start the training for today, problem child. Oh, now I have an idea. What if you train both of us at the same time? That's not happening, I like my sleep, thank you very much. Hitoshi said, finally able to talk without panic. He had calmed himself from the earlier panic of brainwashing a hero. He had come today, only because he didn't have to wake up early on Sundays. Fine, guess I'll just train your fighting skills after all then. He said, sounding bored. Good, now you can start the attack, I'll just be on defense today. Eraserhead said, not in a fighting position even though it seemed like the training they were going to do was sparring. You know, you can go into a fighting stance too before we spar. Just start your attack already. He said tiredly, not going to argue, still not going into a fighting stance either. Izuku went into a fighting stance. He thought about using the knife in his pocket to attack with, but he was not good with knives yet. It would be best if he trained his knife skills first with Toga, so it would come as a surprise when he uses the knife. Still just hand-to-hand fighting then. Izuku tried to punch Eraser in the gut, but he dodged as usual. Izuku looked at Eraser and saw him gesturing with his hands to come at him again, and so Izuku did. He attacked and attacked without any wins while Hitoshi was sitting at the side watching them. Izuku stopped while he saw his friend was just sitting there. Izuku had taken him here to learn how to fight and meet Eraser. He had met Eraser now, but he wasn't learning to fight. Which meant Izuku had to do something about that. Eraser wouldn't train him, so he had to do it. Eraser also was stubborn in training the Vigilante he had found, so he had to train Hitoshi while training himself. Notebooks. That's good, I learned a lot by analyzing, if he analyzes me and Eraser sparring then he is learning at the same time as I am training. Only a few seconds after he thought about the idea of Hitoshi analyzing, he got strangled in Eraser's capture weapon. What was that for? You said you were only gonna be in defense. You're slacking off, you stopped attacking. You weren't even looking at me, your opponent. Eraser said and loosened the capture weapon and put it back in place around his neck. Attack, again. Oh, I just thought dash. Don't think fight. First off, don't interrupt me. Second, thinking is vital in a fight. Third, dash. Eraser stopped his sentence with a glare, quirk activated. Izuku stopped talking the second he saw the red glaring eyes. Just fight. Eraser turned his quirk off, not wanting to get dry eyes for nothing. Don't interrupt me. Now, third, I just thought that Lanky here should analyze, that way he also learns. Izuku said after he had shaken himself out of the freeze his body was in. Not freeze as in cold, but not being able to move his body as Eraser is pretty scary sometimes. Then he moved to his backpack and found his notebook and pen. He ripped out a couple blank pages from his notebook and gave them to Hitoshi along with the pen. Here, now you can analyze and write it down, it helps with remembering to write it down. Okay. Hitoshi said while Izuku turned back to Eraser and got ready to fight again. While Izuku fought and attacked like a maniac and Eraser dodging with ease, Izuku could feel his movements going easier and smoother than usual when he fought, and he didn't begin breathing heavily. Izuku thought about what it could be, while still fighting, because he didn't want to be strangled again. The two things that was listed above had one thing in common: it could be caused by blood circulation. His body movements going easier and not breathing heavily was signs of good blood circulation. Was this his new quirk? Well, last time he died was because of blood loss. That did have resemblance to each other. Izuku decided to try. He tried to pump his blood faster, and it worked. He could feel it in his blood vessels and veins. He then turned it back down so it was perfect again. He's breathing normal even though he was fighting hard and his movements going smoothly. According to the law, you're not allowed to hurt anyone with a quirk, so technically he still wasn't breaking the law. He may be fighting and attacking Eraser while quirk activated, but Eraser dodged every time. He therefore wasn't hurting anyone with his quirk, and no law was broken. Izuku laid down, looked up at the sky in defeat after Eraser had decided it was enough for tonight. He could see some stars, but not many since the sky was cloudy. He liked to look at the stars, it was always so relaxing. While he was watching, Hitoshi came into his view. Hey, you good down there? Yeah, I'm just watching the stars and I'm tired. The stars, isn't it cloudy? Can still see a few, come down and watch with me. Sorry, gotta go back home. I seriously need sleep. I don't understand how you do this every night and meet up with me in the morning. Honestly, me neither. They both laughed at that for a couple seconds. Well, meet me at the beach for training tomorrow, I'm gonna show you something. Sure, they waved at each other, Hitoshi walking off and Izuku just laying on the roof. He was tired and was not in the mood for Toga right now. He decided to sleep on the roof. Maybe she would wonder where he is, but that was honestly not something he cared about. Izuku woke up from the sunrise, the light waking him up. He could hear the birds singing and fight down the street. He looked down see if a civilian needed help, but the heroes had come. The hero looking like was currently winning. He didn't recognize the hero. They were wearing a purple and blue themed hero suit, but he couldn't see the details from his distance. He thought it was weird he didn't know who it was, but let it go. He then walked to the beach where he and Hitoshi met up. From there they walked to the hotel. Hitoshi thought the place looked sketchy and had said it out loud. Izuku just said it was fine and walked in, Hitoshi following. Izuku stopped in the middle of the room, so Hitoshi could get time to look at the room. Doesn't look too bad, he said, then followed Izuku again since he began walking again. Izuku walked to the gym and again stopped in the middle of the room. Here's our gym, Izuku said loud and excitedly. Then noticed some movement behind Hitoshi, by the door into the room. It was Toga and she was sprinting forwards. Lanky, move to the side now. What Ash? Now. Hitoshi moved and Izuku lunged forward, grabbing his knife at the same time. He wasn't able to take out the knife in time and just kicked Toga instead. Toga wasn't actually trying to hurt someone now. Therefore Hitoshi wasn't actually in danger, but he had to move for Toga and Izuku to fight. Izuku, where were you? You didn't come back tonight? Toga said after she got up after Izuku's kick. I'm not obliged to come back here, you know, Izuku said, and got out his knife now for defense. And what did I say about attacking me? Toga didn't say anything. Thought so now dash. Is she your girlfriend or what's the deal? Hitoshi asked. No. Izuku said then was brainwashed. Hitoshi turned the brainwash off almost immediately. She just lives here. Wait, do you live here? Yes. The same happened again. Brainwash almost immediately turned off. So let me explain a little more because it's not like it sounds like. Izuku said quickly. Hitoshi waited for the explanation. So you know that my home is crushed, right? Yeah. So, that's why you live here. I thought you had run away like me. Anyway, so this is where I've lived after that, then suddenly she came and attacked me out of nowhere. He said while pointing at Toga, then continuing the story on how they both ended up living in the hotel. She's teaching me how to fight with knives. It will be useful when I fight villains. Okay. Hitoshi said shortly. Then Izuku began showing the gym and what he would do there. Izuku had also made space for where they would spar in there. Sometime while he was showing the gym, Hitoshi had come with the idea to have more weapons than just knives. Something with a longer range. Izuku thought it was a good idea and thought the same would apply to Hitoshi. Toga came with the idea of using bow and arrow. She of course still wanted him to have a sharp weapon and it had long range. Wait, that's actually a good idea and the pun. It's too good. Hitoshi said. The two other teenagers did not understand what pun. Toga had definitely not thought about that. What pun? Izuku asked. You know, your name is Emerald Hood as a vigilante. Yeah, and what pun does that make? Toga asked. Emerald Hood, Robin Hood. Robin Hood from some old tales from before quirks. Hitoshi explained. Toga still didn't know who he was talking about. Izuku on the other hand knew who it was as soon as he heard Robin. That's actually good, it's perfect. But what are your weapons gonna be? Izuku replied. Who is Robin Hood? I have no idea who that is. Izuku took his chance to finally get Toga to leave for a little. Go to the library, there's probably a book there. I don't like to read. She pouted. Hitoshi and Izuku didn't care, and gave her a look that told her they were not going to tell her. I'm not going to the library. Fine, then search it up on your phone. It's out of battery, there's no electricity here. Then go to the library and you can both figure out who Robin Hood is and charge your phone at the same time. Toga looked at the two. You just want me out of here. They didn't say anything. Fine, I'll go to the library. She pouted. Izuku and Hitoshi began training and continued the conversation on what weapons Hitoshi should have. They didn't decide on what Hitoshi's weapons would be, but Izuku wanted him to have a capture weapon like Eraser. When Hitoshi had left, Izuku went looking for an arrow and bow. He didn't find one, but he had found a whittling knife for his knife collection. After a while Izuku went back to the hotel, taking a longer way so he would walk by the store he got food from. He looked in the trash and found some food that was still eatable, even if it was thrown out. Afterwards he walked straight to the hotel. He met Toga, who finally understood the pun. He gave her some food, since she was probably hungry. He himself also took some food, then went to bed for a nap. The nap lasted a few hours, then he put on his vigilante clothes. Soon after he was on a roof looking for villains. He beat one villain who stole cars. His quirk could control cars so it was easy for him. It wasn't easy spotting him as a thief, but when Izuku saw that he had went into 3 different cars in half an hour Izuku understood he was stealing them. He was about to call the police, but a voice behind him made him wait. It could be another villain, if so it's better to call after I beat them too. Izuku thought. He then turned around and saw a hero. It was the hero he had seen in the morning, wearing the same purple and blue themed hero suit. There was also stars and a moon on it. It was the night sky then. Hi there, looks like you did my job for me, Emerald Hood. She said nicely. Izuku thought she sounded genuine and did in fact appreciate that he took down the thief. Aha, was all he said back. Before I take that villain to the police, mind telling me what he did? You know, so I can fill out proper report papers. Sure, he stole at least 3 cars in half an hour, pretty sure he has stolen more other times. Okay, thanks for the help. She turned around ready to take the villain to the police, but Izuku talked again. What's your hero name? I haven't heard about you before. It's just I studied heroes a lot, so I know every hero in Japan, except some underground heroes and maybe some new ones. So I just wanted to know your name. Moonlight's my name. Don't tell anyone about me. I'm trying to lay low so that underground hero work is easier. Alright, I won't tell a soul. Izuku said, even though he would probably tell Hitoshi later. He had to tell his best friend about everything. That's how it is with best friends. That's at least how it was for him. Moonlight took the thief to the police station and Izuku went on his patrol again. He jogged back up to a roof so he could get a better view of what was happening. He didn't see any villains at the moment. When he was sure he didn't see or hear any villains or someone who needed help, he sat down at the roof. He sat at the edge, his feet dangling over the streets. He looked up at the stars again. He had done that a lot lately. Maybe it was because he had heard the dead lived with the stars. From there they watched over the people they loved. Izuku did the same the other way around. He looked up at the stars. Maybe his mom was there and he could find her. At one point Ha had laid down and at another point he had let a tear slip or two or maybe many. And just maybe he had cried. Wishing his mom was alive and not up with the stars. Life was hard alone. It was hard before, but this was another kind of hard. Before it was hard having to go to school even though he was bullied, even though he was discriminated, even though the teachers never would give him good grades. It was hard hiding his bruises, wounds and scars from his mom. It was hard learning to cook so his mom didn't have to cook after work, or just cook for himself when she came back from work at night. Now life was hard because of other reasons. Now life was hard because he had to do everything himself. Everything a normal adult had to do, but without earning money. He had to get food, water, a place to live without any money. He had to take care of himself all the time. There was no hugs to get either. He had even taken in Toga. She was 1 year older than him, yet did nothing. Izuku was the one to get food for them both. Toga just had fun. Surely she knew how to get food and stuff. She ran away from home a long time ago and had to do this herself. Now she left Izuku to do it all. Izuku even fought villains at night, just like a hero. He had to lay low so no one would notice he is Izuku Midoriya. All this on his own. It was hard. Therefore he cried under the stars wishing his mom was alive. After a while he had calmed down. Had stopped crying but still feeling just as sad and lonely as earlier. Actually he felt a little better, not much but a little. It felt good to finally cry, after he had held it in for so long. It was a silent night, not much villains, so he decided to go back to the hotel. He stood up on the roof. He heard a voice from behind him. Why do I always hear voices from behind me? Can't they just stand in front of me? No, they have to be behind me so that I don't know who it is. Izuku thought, while he turned around to look at the man who called his vigilante name. His vigilante name, everyone seemed to know who he was these days. He decided he could make his social media account public since everyone knew him anyways, but later. Emerald Hood, finally I found you. Okay, I've got a stalker, cool? He said sarcastically to the hero in front of him. Unlike Moonlight, he did recognize him. He couldn't remember his name, but he did remember what his quirk was. His body was stretchy. Very funny, he said sarcastically. Now come with me. And why would I do that? Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you, you're arrested. No, I am not. You never arrested me. Anyways, why would you arrest me? You are a vigilante. In case you didn't know, it's illegal. It's illegal to fight and hurt someone with a quirk. The vigilante thing itself is not. Just come with me already, he said, sounding tired. Nope, he simply said. It's probably time to get away soon. He's probably about to catch me. I gotta be careful. He thought since he could see the hero was visibly getting irritated. Then I'll have to catch you, the hero said, then stretching out his arm, with his quirk, fast towards Izuku's throat. Izuku was surprised and fell backwards. Sure, he knew the hero was about to attack him, but he didn't expect for it to happen so soon. He thought it would have taken a little more. Well, no matter what he thought earlier, he is now falling. Izuku looked at the hero as he fell. His hand was still stretching for him. The difference now, that it wasn't aimed for his throat but his arm. Izuku had a choice. Fall down and be hurt or being captured by a hero. He definitely didn't want to be captured. Therefore he moved his arm and braced himself for the landing. The hero panicked. He didn't plan for killing Emerald Hood, just capture him and arrest him. That was his mission, nothing else. Now he looked down to see the vigilante on the ground, most likely dead from the fall. Sheet. He came up with a plan in his head. He could say it was a villain that pushed the vigilante over the roof. He saw it from a far distance and didn't come in time to take care of the villain. When he came to where he saw the accident, Emerald Hood was already dead. This way he wasn't at fault. The hero commission wouldn't punish him. He looked around to make sure there was nobody there who had seen what happened. There was nobody there. He then walked down from the roof. He looked at the vigilante he had accidentally killed. Or not. He looked again. Either he was hallucinating or very lucky, because he hadn't killed Emerald Hood after all. Demon, that effing hurt. He heard him say. Not before now did the vigilante also see him, from where he was laying on the ground. You're alive, good, that's go dash. No, it's not, I wish I was dead, but no, I'm laying here with 2 broken legs. And the one who caused it is supposed to be a hero. Emerald Hood said loudly. He looked at Emerald Hood and analyzed his injuries quickly, then called an ambulance. He saw the injuries were mostly in his legs and very bad. How is he not screaming in pain right now? He wondered. Soon the ambulance came and Izuku was taken to the hospital. The hero walked to the police station to get some report papers for the night. There he met the new underground hero who had taken down a villain. Hi there, Moonlight, you got another villain there, I see. Yeah, but I wasn't the one who took him down. It was actually a vigilante. The one who's been trending lately, Emerald Hood. Why didn't you arrest him? He asked her. It didn't matter now that she hadn't arrested him, since he will, but she didn't know that. I did arrest him, he's here. She said and pointed at the villain. Not the villain, Emerald Hood. Vigilantes are lawbreakers too. He seemed nice, so I let him go, plus I never saw him do any crimes. Nice? Will you just decide to not arrest a villain if he seems nice too? No. What's the difference? That boy hasn't killed anyone. And I might be able to talk him out of being a vigilante. He's just a boy, maybe a teenager, his path isn't decided yet. That's the difference. Some people shouldn't be heroes, he whispered under his breath, not meant for her to hear. I heard that. Well, too late, she heard it. And I can hear you too. Stop fighting over this, it's not that important. A police officer said. Surprisingly, it did actually stop their argument, almost fight. He found some report papers. He walked out to his car and drove home. He decided to go to the hospital in the morning. There was no point going there now. Emerald Hood probably wasn't registered yet, therefore wouldn't be able to find out what room he is in yet. When he woke up in the morning to his alarm, he quickly did some basic hygiene and put on his hero costume again. Then he drove to the hospital. He walked to reception. He asked where Emerald Hood was. He was asked to show his hero license. Then when he got to know where he was, he walked straight to the room. He knocked in case there was a nurse inside. No one said anything. He decided to just walk right in then. He opened the door. There was no nurse. He looked at the bed where Emerald Hood should be. He was not in bed. In fact, there was no people in the room. Nurse, patient or doctor should be in a hospital room. He looked around in the room again. To the left there was a door, maybe there. He walked over, he read on the door. It was the bathroom. He knocked. Again he heard no sound from the other side of the door. He tried to open the door, but it was locked. So he was in there. Hey, if you're in there, talk. And get out as fast as possible. He said loudly, but hopefully not so loud people in other rooms could hear him. No reply. I'll bust in the door now. He said, still talking loudly. He punched a hole through the door. He stuck his hand inside the door and opened the lock. He opened the door. No one. That wasn't possible, the door was locked. There had to be someone inside. Yet there was no one inside the bathroom. The door was locked, which meant he had been there. He must have escaped from inside the bathroom. If he hadn't, the door would not be locked. Then he realized that he might have escaped in the vents. He looked up to the vents. How did I not see that earlier? Izuku had just had surgery in his legs after they broke. He shouldn't have tried to land after all. That just made his legs take the impact and he therefore did not die. His legs was healed by a quirk, but they had to put his bones in place first. That made it better for the healing quirk. The healing quirk took energy from the person who has the quirk. Therefore, a surgery which put his bones in place made it easier to heal and took less energy from the nurse. Izuku was now in the bathroom. He had to escape. If he doesn't, he'll be arrested by the stretching hero. First he thought about going through the window, but he was too high up to land without injuries. And not high enough to die and come back. He would just break some bones again, and well, no thank you. He could handle the pain, but it was better not to break his bones. Therefore he was now in the bathroom climbing up to the vents to escape. There was handles on the wall he could use to climb up. Originally the handles were for patients who struggled to walk by themselves. Izuku on the other hand used them to climb up like a monkey. He opened the vents, climbed in through the vents, head first. It did not work. It was too small. Guess I shouldn't trust movies. Minute. Well, no. Izuku was hanging on the vents holding on with his hands. He heard someone knock. He turned his head towards the knocks in shock. His hands slipped a little. He moved his hands to get a better grip. Either that is a nurse or doctor. Or I'm about to get arrested. Why couldn't I just have died yesterday? No, get it together, or you won't find a solution. He heard the door handle open. He swinged his body a little. Not much, because that would make noise. He lifted his feet up. He failed. He tried again. He swinged his body a little more than last time. He lifted his legs up to hold around the vents. He made it. He locked his feet together on top of the vents. He heard knocks again, this time on the door into the bathroom. There was no way he could escape. Not now. The vents was too small. Someone tried to open the door. Izuku panicked. Sure, he had locked the door, but it can't be that hard to open a locked bathroom door. Hey, if you're in there, talk. And get out as fast as possible. Izuku could hear, and he recognized the voice. It was the hero from earlier. Izuku didn't reply. I'll bust in the door now. Izuku looked around in the room for any escape, or just somewhere to hide. It was just a bathroom, there wasn't any hiding places or somewhere to escape. While he looked around in the room desperately, the hero's arm came through the door. He opened the door from inside. It was too late now. He was walking into the room now. Izuku suddenly became aware of his breath and now controlled it manually. He made sure his breath was as quiet as possible. Izuku saw that the hero looked around in the room. The same way he himself had when he looked for a place to escape earlier. Then he stopped. He just stood there, probably thinking. Izuku saw a couple HNDCFFs on the hero. If he get caught, those will be on his wrists. He has to get away. The hero moved again, his head moved. He turned his head. This is it. No, don't give up. Not so easily. The hero had turned his head fully upwards now, and Izuku still didn't have a plan. There you are. Come with dash, he said, stopping his sentence himself. How did you get up there? The stretching hero said. Izuku did not answer, but he did take his chance while the hero just stood there in confusion. He let go off his feet. He still held onto the vents with hands. He could hear creaking sounds. The hero underneath tried to grab his feet, so he began swinging them. He could hear more creaking noises from above. He looked up and saw the vents was about to fall down. He looked down again. He was stretching his hand upwards, aiming for his arm. His reflexes kicked in and he moved his hand. His other hand, not handling the weight of his whole body alone, slipped. He fell down while the hero's outstretched arm gripped and dragged the vents down instead of Izuku. Izuku laid on the floor. His back in a little pain after the fall, but surely not as much pain as landing on his feet from the top of a roof. Surely also not as much pain as the hero probably was in now, taking the impact of the vents falling down on his head. The vents didn't hit Izuku, so he just stood up afterwards. He looked down on the hero. He wasn't moving, he was unconscious. He then looked up to the ceiling. That would definitely cost some money. Well, it actually wasn't him ruining the vents, or well, he's not the one who dragged down the vents at least. Izuku then looked at the door. Well, that one was 100% not him. That was all on the hero. After he heard some people coming closer outside the door. The vents fell down. That must have made a loud bang. If he runs, he would seem guilty. If he stays, he has to talk to the police. The police and heroes definitely didn't like him already. Seeming guilty it is then. He opened the door, took a quick scan of the people outside. Everyone looked at him. Nurses, doctors, patients, and what other people were there looked at him. He also saw a sign pointing towards the stairs. He made a run for it. He saw a couple phones pointed at him, of course. He could hear people talk and whisper. Is that Emerald Hood? What happened? Why is he running? Izuku ignored them all. He just ran. He had to leave before either the hero woke up or the police came to investigate. He was finally at the bottom floor. He saw the door and made a run for it only to be stopped by some guards. Stop there. First, you are disturbing the patients. Second, it's very suspicious that you're running. Are you behind the loud bang earlier? The guards didn't hold him or anything, they were just blocking the door. So he could still run away, there had to be a back door somewhere. He looked around. Hey, listen to us. If you don't cooperate, it'll only be worse for you. Izuku panicked. Those guards were definitely more fit than him. If he ran away, they would catch him in no time. Izuku could hear something on the floor above him. It sounded kinda like when he was running. The same reactions from people. The same sound from the floor from someone running. The elastic hero had woken up. He is running to catch him. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He heard someone talking, but he couldn't hear what. The voice was blurred out. Actually, every sound in the hospital was blurred out. He looked at his shoulder and looked at the hand on his shoulder. He didn't like it. He hated it. Don't touch me. He shouted, at least tried, but he wasn't sure if he actually managed to do it. Then he saw the hand moving away from him. That meant he shouted. Izuku bent down and sat down with his knees in front of his chest, basically hugging his knees. He didn't want this. He didn't want to be chased by heroes. He didn't want to be popular. Didn't want people to know who he was, his real identity or not. He didn't want people in a hospital to stare at him. The only thing about his life that was good now was his friend. His friend, he couldn't be arrested now. He couldn't meet him in a long time if he got arrested. Get it together. You have taken down many criminals and villainous. You're fine, just get up and run. He looked forward, there was only one guard now. Where had the other one gone? Izuku stood up. He turned his head, acting like it was just because he was curious of something. He was actually looking for somewhere to run to. The other guard was there, talking to the hero. Izuku guessed it's because he disturbed the other patients. He heard the guard that was still in front of the door talking, but again couldn't seem to hear or understand what. He decided to forget it. All that mattered was to get away. He ran towards the reception desk. He stopped behind it. The guard had run after him, but instead he stopped in front of the reception desk. Izuku kinda wanted to just attack the guard, but decided against it. Izuku had seen the door behind him. The problem was it could just be a dead end, which would trap him completely. Nor the hero or Izuku moved. They both knew the first one to make a move would be at a disadvantage. So neither of them moved. Izuku's phone started ringing. Someone was calling him. Hitoshi was calling him. He knew that before he looked at the phone, because he was the only one who had his number. Izuku decided to answer the calling, still on high alert. Hi All Might. What are you on, Izuku? You don't even have All Might's number. Sorry, I didn't come when we planned, but there is a guard stopping me from leaving the hospital. Could you tell him to let me go? Oh, you want me to play along? Hitoshi said before acting like All Might. Sure, hey guard, could you let him go? Izuku had put on speakers so the guard could hear. Oh, is that all dash? The guard got brainwashed. Izuku left as soon as he saw the guard stood still with a blank face expression. When he was outside, he looked behind him. It was not over yet. The hero ran after him, stretching out his hands. Izuku ran around a corner so he wouldn't get caught. Izuku had not ended the phone call, and so Hitoshi asked what happened. Izuku didn't reply. He couldn't afford to get brainwashed right now. Izuku was sprinting as fast as he could. Therefore he was getting tired quickly, and the fact that he had just gotten out of anesthesia did not help. He looked for somewhere to hide. Anywhere. He felt a couple of trash cans here and there. It did more than expected. The hero paused before jumping over the trash. Izuku guessed that meant he wasn't in top shape either after the ventilation that fell down on him. After a while they were running in alleyways. Izuku kept turning at almost every corner. Finally he saw a fire escape. He ran up. When he was at the top, he heard the metal clinging. The hero was still after him. He looked around, there was a light pole there. He jumped on it and slid down. The light pole wiggled while he was sliding, he held on anyways. When Izuku was back on the ground again, the hero had just spotted him. He therefore began running down again. Izuku ran towards a big trash can. He had seen it earlier. He jumped in and closed the lid. It smelled in there, but he ignored it. He listened closely. He heard someone passing. He was running, it had to be the hero who was after him. Izuku waited for a while after to be sure he wouldn't be noticed. When he opened the lid, he looked around in the alley. No one there. The coast was clear. Izuku checked his phone. The phone call was over a long time ago. He called Hitoshi again so he could explain. And that's what happened. So I have one question. Have you looked at the news or social media yet? No. I kinda already know that there are videos. I saw people film. Yeah, sure, but some people are calling you a villain. Including the hero you took out and the 2 guards. They are calling me villain now, Sheet. They both were silent for a few seconds until Izuku realized something. Wait, did you ask me a question without brainwashing me? No, there's no way. But I did. Shinso said, shouting the last part very happily. We gotta celebrate. Izuku almost shouted. Let's meet at the usual spot at the beach. Izuku heard something more from the other side of the phone, but not what. It seemed like it was from somewhere else in the house and not from Hitoshi. Izuku then heard something that wasn't from the phone at all. Emerald Hood. Izuku could hear from above him in the alleyway he was in. He recognized the voice. It was Eraserhead. What did you do? He asked, like he didn't already know. Izuku looked up at him, then whispered to Hitoshi he would probably need to run again, and hung up on the phone. Are you going to answer me? Or do you plan on being arrested? It's your choice. Izuku put his phone in his pocket. Then looked up at Eraser. He gave a weak smile while he talked and waved. Hi there, Eraser. Eraserhead slowly got down using his capture weapon, so they didn't have to shout to be able to hear each other. What did you do? He asked, more commanding this time. I ran away from a hero. That's all. Eraser sighed. Why? He wanted to arrest me, so I ran. You can't just run away from your problems. Yes, I can. You know what, Jew, why did he want to arrest you? I don't know. Can I guess then? Sure. You're a vigilante. That's enough for people to want to arrest you. Now you've ran away from a hero and 2 guards, which makes you seem guilty too. So what should I do? Stop being a vigilante, and if you must save people and beat villains, then try becoming a hero. No. It's your choice, anyways. I gotta go. Where are you going? To you, I'm a teacher too. Right, when do you sleep? Whenever I can squeeze some in. Izuku called Hitoshi back. They decided to meet up at the beach and celebrate there. Izuku ran all the way there despite the fact he had just been running. He wanted to get there first for him to make one preparation. When he got to the beach, he looked around to make sure he was first, and so he was. He found a stick to write in the sand. He wrote, "Congratulations," with some stars around. Then he waited for Hitoshi to come. And he waited. And waited. He waited for an hour, yet Hitoshi had still not come. Izuku decided to call and ask where he was. He had an answer pretty quick. Hi, Hitoshi. Where are you? Taken an hour now. Hitoshi won't be coming today or ever. Is that understood? An unknown voice to him said, What? Who are you? Izuku asked. He wished to get answers for all of the questions, but didn't think he would. We're his parents, that's all you need to know. Foster parents. Izuku corrected. Bye. Is all they said before they hung up. Izuku began pacing around thinking about what he should do. He didn't know what. If he had known where Hitoshi lived, he could get there and maybe help, but he didn't know. I can call Eraser. Oh wait, he's at school. But maybe he will answer if it's an emergency? Izuku decided to try to call Eraser. He tried searching up his number, but couldn't find it. He then searched up Tsukachi's number. He found it and called to ask what Eraser's number was. Who is this? It's your sweet local vigilante here, Emera Dash. Why did you call? What's Eraser's phone number? It doesn't seem like you have any problem finding phone numbers, so why are you asking? I couldn't find his number, but could find yours. So tell me what his number is. I won't just tell you, but if you told me your identity, I'm sure I could give you his number. Never mind, I'll figure something else out then. Bye. Izuku then went back to pacing around and thinking about how to contact Eraser. Then suddenly an idea fell into his head. One word, Hu. He searched up the number of the school and called. Hi, this is Principal Nizu from UA High School. What's the matter? And who is this? Can I please get Eraserhead's number? It's an emergency. I must apologize, but I can't just give out the phone numbers of my staff and you did not tell me who you are. I'm Emerald Hood, and it's an emergency, please. I see. I still can't give you his number, but I can call him, if that works. Izuku thought about it a little before he answered. He couldn't see any problem with it and decided for yes. Yes, and could you not tell him who it is? Just that it is an emergency. I will of course tell him. Yes, I can. I'll call him now. Then Izuku waited. He's on his way. Nizu said, and shortly after Eraserhead had gotten there and spoke in the phone. Who are you? It's an emergency, I know you're at school, but please help me. Emerald Hood? Yes. What's going on? And please don't tell me you're running away from a hero or something. No, it's about Lanky. No, there's no way. But I did. Shinso said, shouting the last part very happily after he realized he could ask questions with no problem. We gotta celebrate. Izuku almost shouted. Let's meet at the usual spot at the beach. He heard Izuku say. He was about to reply to Izuku, but then he heard his foster parents shout. What the hell are you doing, freak? I thought we told you you're not allowed to speak in this house. It's too risky. And don't even think about talking back. His foster dad shouted. Minute, they heard me. You know what? That's the last time. You're not going to speak again. Since you apparently can't listen to what we say, we'll just have to use the muzzle. Muzzle? The one they talked about when they took me in? Probably. Hitoshi remembered when he first got into this family. He was actually optimistic about the two adults that took him in. That was until they told him he was not allowed to speak in the house or whenever he's around them. If he did, they would put on a special-made muzzle for humans which was also soundproof. He heard footsteps. They were coming closer. He wished he had a lock on his room, then he could have locked himself in. He thought about other things to do. He could try to brainwash them, but they knew better than to answer his questions. Before he could think any longer, they came in through the door. He looked at his foster mom's hands. She held the muzzle they had talked about. Are you ready? Don't answer, of course, she said, and grinning. Then Hitoshi realized something. He realized why these awful foster parents took him in. It was 3 things. These 3 things were, use him, status, and fun. Use him, all of his foster parents used him for something, mostly money. They always found a way to get money out of him. Status, people thought they were nice because they took in someone like him. For fun, people were cruel. They had fun or liked it when other people got it hard or bad. Felt hood themselves when they stepped down other people. It also didn't make it any better that he never fought back. Never said anything back or against them. He never even thought of calling the police. Maybe that actually was for the best. Why would the police believe him anyways, but now he would fight back. Tell them that it wasn't right to muzzle him because he was talking. Oh, I'll answer. I am not letting you put that on me. They didn't say anything. Too scared he could brainwash them. Are you too scared to talk? Isn't that funny? Again they didn't answer. The foster dad went behind him. The foster mom readied the muzzle. His foster dad gripped his hands. Hitoshi tried to get his hand back, but wasn't able to. He therefore kicked him in the ball instead. He let go of his grip. Hitoshi immediately moved away from the man, now on the floor. You nasty villain. How could you do that to your dad? We gave you a home and this is the thanks we get. Foster dad. You gave me a home, wow. Oh, and me who thought that was the bare minimum. Wait, no, actually under the bare minimum for a parent or foster parent. Hitoshi said back, trying to brainwash even though it wasn't a question. You little beardesh, her face went blank and just stood still, ready to obey him. It actually worked. He could finally control when he wanted to brainwash people. His happiness was quickly ruined as his foster dad gripped his foot and yanked him on the floor. In his fall, Hitoshi accidentally touched his foster mom. Hard enough to snap her out of the brainwash, though he didn't notice that. What he did notice was the immediate pain in his face, especially his nose. Hitoshi sat up on his knees. He lifted up one hand to check if his nose was bleeding. It was. A lot. He put his hand down and looked up. There his foster parents stood and looked at him with fury in their eyes. When he looked up at them and saw their face, he regretted his choices a little. Maybe I shouldn't have fought back. Stand up, brat. He may have regretted his choices a little bit earlier, but he was not giving up. Why should I? They did not say anything. His foster dad just gripped his hoodie right under his neck and lifted him up. On his feet. Right after, he got sent flying to the floor again from a punch to his face. Now you can put that muzzle on him. He won't fight back now. He's unconscious. The foster mom then knelt down so she could put the muzzle on him. What they didn't know was that Hitoshi was just acting like he was unconscious and was just waiting to strike. He had been taught that by Izuku. He knew his foster dad sat on his bed and wasn't in the way. He knew his foster mom was in front of him, about to put on the muzzle. If he could throw her to the side, he could run away. When he felt the muzzle on his face, he knew it was time. He knew where her hand was. He gripped her arm, opened his eyes, and that wasn't his foster mom. That was his foster dad, who waits too much for Hitoshi to throw away. They tricked him. Hitoshi let go of his arm. His foster dad held Hitoshi's hands down now. What do you think you're doing? Don't answer. And for that stunt you tried, you'll get house arrest too, but we don't want you walking around everywhere in the house, so you'll actually get a room arrest. He said to Hitoshi, then he turned his head to Hitoshi's foster mom. You can put the muzzle on while I hold him down. Then they did exactly that and Hitoshi was muzzled. Next thing they did was take his phone. They couldn't let him tell anyone. It's about Lanky. The purple-haired kid? Yes, I don't know exactly what happened, but it's definitely bad. What do you know then? That it's bad doesn't say much. So what happened is he got more control over his quirk, so I said we should celebrate and meet at our usual spot. So I went there, but he didn't come and is still not here. So I called him. He didn't answer, but someone who said where his parents did. They said he won't ever come and that's all I needed to know. Do you know where he lives? Or if that actually was his parents? I don't know where he lives, he doesn't have parents, but he has foster parents. It might have been his foster parents speaking, I don't know. I can have Mike going as substitute for me, so I'll come as fast as I can, alright. Meet me at the police station. I can't go there, at least not alone. They might try to arrest me. Fine, do you know where the shop a few blocks away from the police station is? Yes. Meet me there then. His foster parents left the room and he was alone now. He did not like the muzzle, no one would ever like to wear it. He hated it and they even put it on tighter than it should be. He tried taking it off, but he needed tools for it. He didn't have tools. He looked around in his room he could use instead of normal tools, but found nothing. He couldn't get it off no matter what with what he had in his room. It hurt, but he tried to move on. Maybe he could escape instead. He walked over to the door. It was locked. He did not have the key. The window was always locked, so that didn't work either. He sat down on his bed to think. He couldn't think of a single solution. He therefore ended up laying on his bed just thinking. He had no idea for how long he laid on his bed. All he knew was that it was boring and he needed to get out. He couldn't keep letting bad foster parents get away anymore. This was the last time he is living with foster parents. When he gets out, he will rather live on the street than to get used by another pair of foster parents. It made him sick that grown adults would become foster parents for their cruel goals and amusement. Not just teenagers, but children too, literal children. He had had enough of it. Izuku jogged towards the shop near the police station. He found a fire escape and climbed up. From there he jumped across roofs the rest of the way. He loved the wind in his hair and how free he felt up there. If it weren't for the situation with Hitoshi, he would have been jumping for a much longer time. He stopped on the roof of the shop and looked around for Eraser. waiting impatiently. He wondered what happened to Hitoshi. He needed to know. He sent a quick text, just in case, to Hitoshi. He said that if Hitoshi saw the text, to either call him or send a text back, fast. He turned on the sound on his phone on notifications in case Hitoshi answered. He then put his phone back in his pocket. Izuku looked at all the people down there. They were either walking in and out of the shop or just past it. There wasn't a crosswalk nearby to look at, so he just looked down below. Sometimes he looked on the roofs too, as that was actually a possibility he would come there, but doubted it. Finally he saw Eraser. He used his black hero costume, therefore it was easy for Izuku to recognize him. "Hey, Eraser, I'm up here," Izuku said. Eraser looked up and saw Izuku on his first glance. "Get down here now." Yeah. Izuku looked for a fire escape, but the buildings here didn't have those for some reason. Izuku checked once more to be sure. There still wasn't fire escapes there. "Are you gonna come down or what?" "Yeah, I just gotta. Find out how." "Maybe the same way you got up." "That's what I thought of, but I roof jumped my way here. So the fire escape I used is far away." Izuku kept looking for a way to get down. Then he got an idea. The draining pipes. Hopefully they hold, and if not, Eraser's there to catch him. "So, you don't know how to get down?" "Actually, I just figured out how. Just don't die." Izuku then climbed down. It went fine, a little creaking here and there, but the pipe held him. Eraser walked towards the police station and Izuku followed after. When they got to the door, Izuku looked through the glass door to get a look inside. He scanned the room for possible escape routes. Shortly after they were inside, Eraser found Tsukachi. Izuku knew they were going to ask him some questions to figure out his identity because of that. Why else find the one guy with a lie detector quirk for this? For finding a person, a lie detector quirk wasn't needed. "Emerald Hood, I heard your friend is missing. Am I correct?" Tsukachi asked Emerald Hood. "Yes. Now can we find him?" "Of course. All you have to do is answer a few questions about your friend, then we'll do the rest." "Fine, just start already." "What's his name?" "Hitoshi Shinso." Tsukachi wrote down the answer in his notebook, then he continued asking questions that would help the investigation. That was all questions. "You can go home now and leave the rest to us." "Nope." "What?" "I'm staying. I'm not leaving before I know where he is. It's the police's job to do this. You can go home now." Saying can, which also means I don't have to. Since I don't have to leave, but can leave, I can also stay. I decide to stay. Emerald Hood go dash. "What? Are you going to break the law? Because if not, I don't see the danger of me being here." "You're not going to win, Tsukachi. Just let him stay." Eraser said from the chair he was sitting in a few meters away. "Fine then, stay, but if you disturb anyone, you'll be sent out." "I can live with that." Izuku stayed and looked at everything Tsukachi and a few other detectives did. They first searched him up on a dataset where probably everyone in Japan was listed up. Only the police and maybe heroes had access to it. They clicked on Hitoshi and looked at all the information on him and noted down what was important. Izuku also noted it down. Things like where he lived. Tsukachi wandered over to Eraser to talk. Izuku saw it and decided, "Yo, listen." He kept his eyes away from them as to not show that he was listening to their conversation. Since Emerald Hood said that Shinso is most likely at home, we can already start the first mission. Last if he's there. I'll gather the rest for the meeting. "All right," is all Eraser said before he walked to the meeting room. Izuku followed after Eraser into the room. Eraser told him to get out, but Izuku protested and said Tsukachi sent him here. Tsukachi hadn't done that, but he needed to be there to hear the plan. Eraser did not believe him, but let him stay anyways. A few more people came into the room. Every single one looked at Emerald Hood questioningly. They didn't say anything, but they looked over at him as if he shouldn't be there. Lastly, Tsukachi came into the room. He stared at Izuku. "Get out." Izuku did not say anything back to Tsukachi and did not move. "I said get out." "And I heard you, but do I give a shit?" No, I don't. I'm staying to hear the plan." "You don't have authority for that." "Again, I don't give a shit. I understand that you want to be in here, but I can't let you." "Then let's fight for it." I'm not fighting a kid, or anyone for that matter. Eraserhead here on the other hand will drag you out and if he needs to, fight you. Izuku realized that if Eraserhead in fact would fight him on this he wouldn't win. Therefore he took out his phone without looking and pressed record so he could listen to what they said after the meeting is done. To not act suspicious, he also said that for him to walk out of the room the meeting had to be done or he had to lose a fight to someone in there. Eraser then grabbed him with his capture weapon. Izuku put his phone on the chair he was sitting on before he was lifted into the air. He acted like he was fighting back and trying to slip out of the capture weapon. He didn't actually try though. While he fought, he purposely kicked the chair further under the table so the phone was not to be seen. Next thing that happened was him being dragged out of the room. Izuku decided to do something useful while they had their meeting. He walked back to the room where they were finding all the needed information. He quickly realized that all the people who were, earlier, investigating was now in the meeting room. Thus he had the whole room to himself. This would be fun. Izuku looked around the room. There was many working desks there. There was 2 laptops still laying the desks. Izuku wanted to check if there was anything exciting there. So he walked over, but the first one was turned off. The second one was also turned off, but he checked if there was any passwords written down. He checked on the first desk too, but there was nothing there unlike this one. The person who were here had written their passwords on post-its. They were hidden, but Izuku found them. He opened the laptop and wrote the password to get in and it worked. He had seen from earlier where the database was and logged in after finding the correct post-it for the database. The database was on a website, probably so the people who use it could access it easily off work on other devices. Well, that meant Izuku could too, so he wrote down everything necessary to log in his notebook. It wasn't the easiest database to maneuver. He had gone into open databases for the public before, so he understood how to do it after a little while. He found one dataset which was a list of people with the most dangerous quirks currently in Japan. A lot of heroes were listed there with their quirks. All Might was one of them. He clicked on him. Super Strength. As simple as that is what the name was. The description of the quirk was even more surprising. Super Strength and Fast. Was a very late bloomer. Got his quirk at the age of 15 even though that's not supposed to be possible. That was all. Izuku thought it was weird so he went into another part of the database. He went to the files of every hero in Japan. There the same thing stood on his quirk. The same on his files as Yagi Tashinori, which he found out was his actual name. Izuku thought something here was fishy, but it had to wait for later. He could hear them walking to the door, so he logged out and closed the database before he turned the laptop off and walked over to the sofa instead. Hey, Emerald Hood, you can go home you know. We're not doing anything more on this before we know if he's with his foster parents. Tsukachi told him after he had come into the room. Yeah, but I lost my phone in the meeting room, can I go get it? Or am I still not allowed to be in there? Trying to sound like it was a bad thing and he was irritated he wasn't allowed in the room earlier. No, go get it. Eraser said. Thanks. He said dryly, before he went to grab his phone and leave the building. He walked into an alleyway and checked no one was trailing him. He got that habit after he met Toga the first time, who had trailed him. Then he jumped on roofs to the abandoned hotel. He sat down inside and was ready to listen to the recording. Toga on the other hand wanted to know what was going on as he had been on the news. Izuku didn't care and told her to be quiet, he was doing something important. Then the recording started. I have a suggestion to how we are going to do the mission, but I'm up for suggestions. Izuku could hear and recognized it was Tsukachi's voice. Tsukachi stopped there, but continued after a few seconds. I'll start with showing all information we've found. We have found out. Tsukachi listed up all information they had found. Izuku felt a little bit of guilt as what he was doing now was illegal. It was also illegal to be on their database, but Izuku couldn't trust them. He needed to make sure their plan to save Hitoshi was good. The database stuff, the guy he got the passwords and stuff from should have hidden it better. It didn't really make it okay for Izuku to be on the database, but Izuku threw the thought away to the back of his head when Tsukachi started talking about his plan. The plan goes as following. Tomorrow morning Eraserhead will go to Shinso Hitoshi's home. There will be a few police cars nearby just in case anything happens. He'll first try to knock on the door and talk to the two adults there. If that doesn't work, he'll break in and find Shinso. If he's not there, in any scenario, he will tell us and retreat. If he's there, he'll get Hitoshi to safety in one of the police's cars. Then he will be driven here. We will have to ask him what happened, and depending on his answers, is what we will do next. That was all. Does anyone have any suggestions? Tomorrow. That's too late. Who knows what's happened to him by then? Izuku thought after he heard the plan. He paused the recording and decided to make his own plan. He'd save Hitoshi himself. What are you doing? And do you have food? Toga asked as soon as he stopped the recording. Izuku wanted to ignore her, but that wasn't nice. If he did that, he would almost be like his bullies. So he explained the situation instead. It seemed to work as she went quiet for a bit, then asked if she could help somehow. He hadn't thought of that, but there was probably something she could help with. Do you know how to pick locks? Izuku asked, since he didn't know how to do that and the door might be locked. Yes, of course. How else do you think I've survived living on the streets alone? I've survived living on the street without picking locks. How do you get food? The trash. Did you steal food? Yeah, wait. Did you give me food from the trash? Did I eat trash food? That's gross. Food is food dash. Trash food? We aren't no raccoons. It's fine. Well, so you know how to pick locks, right? Yep, most type of locks. Doubt we'll find one I can't open. Good. We'll save Hitoshi when it's dark. Izuku kept preparing for his mission. He thought of every possible scenario in his head and had a plan for everyone. Nothing could go wrong. At least he hoped nothing could go wrong. There was still some panic in the back of his head. What if? But that could happen. Could he be dead? Would they kill? These thoughts was always there. He made sure he had a plan for all the what-ifs, coulds, buts and woulds. Yet his mind was still not at peace. What if he had overlooked something? He ended up filling his backpack full with tools for different possible scenarios. When it was dark, Toga walked up to him and told him it was dark. She was ready to save Hitoshi. On the contrary, Izuku was anxious. Izuku disguised himself with different clothes and a mask. Toga found a villain on the way there to disguise herself as. When they got to Hitoshi's house, Toga picked the lock while telling Izuku how to do it. Izuku never asked for that, but Toga believed it was a necessary skill to have. Izuku hoped this would be last time he had to pick a lock, because he doesn't like breaking the law. He only broke laws if it had something to do with saving others. Hey, Emerald Hood, I got it. We can get in. Great. They walked inside and looked around. There was no one in the first room. Before walking upstairs, they checked all the rooms on this floor. There was no one there. They walked up the stairs. When they got up, they walked two different directions. Toga to the left and Izuku to the right. He opened all the doors on his way. The last door now. He opened it. There was two adults there. They looked at him. And me, who thought Hitoshi had gotten out and was ready for revenge. It's just some random kid breaking in. I'll gladly beat you up as revenge instead of Hitoshi. Izuku said. This was definitely his bad foster parents, he thought. They even said themselves Hitoshi would want revenge, so they knew they had done something bad to him. They knew what they were doing was bad. As he said, he gladly wanted to beat them up because of that. You beat us up? Ha! The woman said in disbelief and chuckled. How? You're just a kid, a small one at that. Hitoshi couldn't beat us and he's bigger than you. What do you think you can do? What I will do is beat you up. Maybe until you're unconscious. Then I'll tie you up and call a hero to do the rest. The rest is just to arrest you. Then Izuku lunged forward, towards the man. Izuku had one of his knives in his hand, ready to attack. Right before Izuku was about to attack, the man grabbed his throat and lifted him up. Izuku began to breathe heavy, but didn't get much air in, but it was enough nonetheless. Do you really think that stops me? Izuku asked, coughing because he was held by his throat. This was only a distraction, so it would be easier to attack. Izuku didn't wait for a reply, he just attacked. His arm was now stretched out to the man's throat, knife touching his neck. The knife made a small cut, so a little blood spilled. Izuku also curled his legs around the man's body so he couldn't just lift him away, and so he didn't dangle in the air. The man let go of Izuku. See, that didn't stop me. Now you listen to me. Both of you. Izuku said despite his sore throat. Never. The man said and began strangling Izuku. Izuku could barely handle it and let go of his legs and kicked the man in the ball as well as cutting one of the arms strangling him. The man let go of Izuku in pain and both fell to the ground. Izuku landed on his butt. He sat there and got his breath back. The man, who landed on his back, decided to give a commando to his wife. Attack him. He's hurt. She punched Izuku in his face. Izuku fell on his back and laid on the ground looking at her. Not so tough now, I see, brat. And you're not that strong, heck. That was a weak punch. Izuku crawled a bit backwards while talking so he would be out of reach. He then stood up on his feet. His body hurt, but he was used to it. Hey, you forgot me. A dark voice from behind him said. Izuku forgot the man was behind him. Izuku knew it would do no good to turn around and attack, that wouldn't be fast enough. That's also what they were probably expecting. Izuku therefore ran forwards and kicked down the woman in front of him instead. Izuku could hear loud footsteps behind him and ducked. The woman fell to the ground. The man fell over Izuku instead of punching him up to the moon as planned. Izuku quickly found some rope in his backpack to tie them up. While he tied them up, Hitoshi and Toga came into the room. Hey Emerald Hood, do you know how to get this thing off of his face? What thing? This thing. It almost looks like a mask. Why don't you just turn around and see for yourself? I'm tying these assholes up so they can't leave. Izuku then finished tying them and turned around to see. He quickly saw that it was a muzzle. You don't know how to take the muzzle off? Let me see if I can. Izuku said. Hitoshi walked forward and Izuku walked to behind his back so he could take a better look. Hitoshi walked forward so Izuku could see, but what if he couldn't find out how either? He stopped and looked forward. There he saw his foster parents. Tied up on the floor, sitting and clearly in pain. They were bleeding and would probably get bruises, like him. Izuku was truly good at fighting, he thought. But how did they even find me? I never told him where I live. Hitoshi heard metal clinging from behind him. He turned his head to look. This was when Hitoshi realized how much his neck hurt, but he didn't show it. Izuku apparently had a lot of tools in his backpack and was searching for the right one. Found it. Hitoshi, could you turn your head back? As Hitoshi couldn't talk, he didn't reply, just turned his head back, slowly. Half a minute later the muzzle was off, finally. Thanks. Now that the muzzle was off, his whole face was seen again, or kinda. A lot of his face was still covered in bruises and blood. It made Izuku angry. How dare they do that to Hitoshi? But right now he ran to the bathroom he saw earlier and found paper and wetted it for Hitoshi to clean his face. When Izuku got back he saw Toga leaning over the man and sking blood from his neck. It did not look like she planned to stop. Is she trying to kill him? Toga, stop. Don't kill him, we are not villains. And Hitoshi, why didn't you stop her? They kinda deserve it. Hitoshi said shortly. They deserve to be in prison. Izuku looked back over to Toga, who still SCD blood. Get away from him, Toga. We're not villains, we don't kill, and Hitoshi is gonna be a hero. If he's suspected of murder, that won't happen. Toga finally walked away from the man and wiped the blood around her mouth away. Sorry. Both Toga and Hitoshi said to Izuku. It's okay. We'll leave right after I've made a note for Eraser. Eraser, why? Oh, he's coming here tomorrow to save you, but I thought that was too late and did it myself. Since he comes tomorrow, he might wonder what happened here if I don't leave a note. After the explanation, Izuku walked over to the man sitting on the floor back to back with the woman he was tied up with. He checked the man's pulse to make sure he was still alive and unconscious and not dead. There was pulse, luckily, so Izuku bandaged the wound so he wouldn't bleed to death. The woman was not unconscious like the man, she was awake, but hadn't dared say a word. I have an idea. Toga said excitedly. What is it? Hitoshi asked. Let's take their money. They don't need it where they are going anyways. Toga, we're not gonna steal either. Izuku said, kinda tired of scolding her. Izuku looked at Hitoshi that seemed to get an idea. What if we don't steal the money, but receive them? How are we going to receive them? My quirk. I'll tell them to give me their money. We'll record it as proof. So we are stealing their money. Izuku said. Well, it won't be the first illegal thing we will have done today. Toga said, implying the fact that they broke into this building earlier. Izuku agreed it wasn't the first illegal thing they had done, and said they would go with Hitoshi's plan. Bye. He said just to activate his quirk. He wasn't sure if it was enough to activate his quirk, but wanted to try. I worked and he then brainwashed his foster mom. He told her to look like she wanted to give the money and say she wanted to give it. He said it through his mind though. Before you leave, please take our money with you. You should have it. Izuku knew this would never work if they got accused of stealing their money. It was just too obvious. Why were they supposed to film? It didn't make sense unless they knew something was about to happen. Plus the police knows about Hitoshi's quirk. This would not work. Hitoshi showed the way to the money and took it. They were about to leave, but Izuku thought Hitoshi should grab all his things first. That way he won't have to go back. Hitoshi packed all the stuff he wanted to have with him in his room. Then they started on their trip back to the hotel. On their way, they talked and joked like friends, like normal teenagers would, except with the themes a little different from others, like where Hitoshi would live now, when he was not going back to foster care. Not an option. It of course landed on Izuku's hotel. Hey, so what are we going to do with the money? They began thinking about it, but after just a few seconds she got an idea herself. I know. We'll use it on food. I don't want to eat trash food, as said we aren't raccoons. Hitoshi felt a tiny bit left out since he didn't know what she was referring to with raccoons, but it was whatever, probably just from a petty argument. Trash food is completely fine, stop whining about it. We should use our money on things we don't constantly need. Especially since we already have a solution for food. Izuku said, not saying anything about the fact that Toga could actually become a raccoon if she drank their blood. Then he decided that it would be fun to say. Also, Toga, you do know that if you consume raccoon blood you can become one, right? Toga just ignored him. She did know it but didn't like to think about it. Trash food doesn't seem like the best, but it works, I guess. So, I have an idea. We can buy some weapons like knives and a bow and arrows. The rest of the money we'll keep for emergencies. What about that? Hitoshi said, and almost completely regretting it right after when he saw Toga's wild face which screamed, knives. For me? Absolutely yes. Great idea, Hitoshi. He thought to himself sarcastically, because Toga and knives just isn't a good idea. Sure, that sounds good. Izuku said. As they were talking, Izuku not only acted like a normal teenager, he felt like one too, and forgot to check his surroundings and make sure no one was tailing them. On top of a building was the hero Moonlight looking over the city. She had taken down one criminal this night. She was honestly hoping to see the green vigilante, and so she did. She saw that Emerald Hood wasn't alone. He was walking with a girl and a boy. They weren't disguised as him. Not that his disguise worked. It was only different clothes, so it was easy for her to recognize him. She recognized the purple-haired kid. That was the kid who was missing, that Emerald Hood himself reported missing. She thought it was weird but didn't confront him. She just followed them. After a while they walked into an abandoned hotel. This was probably where they planned to live. Aizawa woke up early and he did not like that, but that's how it is when he has a mission and has to get ready. He thought that it's probably going to be a pretty easy mission and would go pretty smoothly. So he didn't prepare himself so much, and then he went to Shinso Hitoshi's home where he hopefully would be. He checked that the police cars was where they should be, and so they were. They signaled for him to go in. He knocked on the door and no answer. Once more he knocked and no answer. Break in it is. The door was open though, so no need to kick the door open or something. Honestly, that was a bit boring, even though he wouldn't tell anyone that, but it was fun to do things like that. He walked in and looked around and was on alert mode. No one. He checked the whole floor, then up to second. He went through all the doors on his first side, and at the last door there he found two adults tied up together. With a note on the man's forehead. Hey Eraser. So, I saved Lanky before you guys and he's safe now, so don't worry about him. These two were his foster parents, but should definitely not be. They locked him up and put a muzzle on him. And had a lot of stupid rules and a lot of other bad stuff. Go ahead and arrest them now, as they are still here if you're reading this. Make Tsukachi interrogate them and ask all the bad stuff they did to Hitoshi and other criminal stuff so they get the right sentence in prison. Glad to be of help, your sweet local vigilante, Emerald Hood. P.S. Don't be mad at me please. Then he looked at the woman and another note. Come on really? Sorry, but I forgot to say that orphanage or foster care for Hitoshi is a no. He's done with that stuff. Also, can you please make up a story to the police department so that I don't get in trouble? And that Hitoshi doesn't have to go back into the system? Would really appreciate it, thanks. If you don't do it, we'll get mad at you. Bye, have a nice rest of your day. I did not think he was this stupid. Tsukaushi can literally tell that I'm lying inside his head. I can't lie, not that I would anyway, but definitely not when I have a living lie detector as a friend colleague. Now what to do? Hitoshi wasn't there so he was supposed to tell the department, but it wasn't like any other situation. Can't the kid just let us do our job? Would it kill him or something? Guess I'll call them and tell them he's with Emerald Hood and that he came to the scene first. Then we meet up and decide what to do. Yeah, or maybe Zashi first. He ended up calling his husband first and he dared say that he's becoming a dad for those two. He isn't, not at all, he's just a hero who has to take care of them because he is a hero, that's it. After hanging up he called Tsukachi and told him about the situation. As they had planned, the police cars drove back to the station and they all met up there, present Mike too. What is he doing here? I didn't tell him to come, Aizawa wondered. Something's up. And 10 minutes later he found out what. Toga, Izuku and Hitoshi were all laying on the floor asleep in one of the hotel rooms. When they got back there they all decided to just go to bed, but didn't go further than to the lobby and just slept there. When Toga woke up she didn't bother giving the boys some extra rest and woke them up with music and a dance party. The two boys woke up and grumbled in tiredness. Hitoshi told her to turn off the music and so did Izuku after him, since she didn't stop. Come on dance. Hitoshi is free and we have money, she shouted. This is a time for celebration. Right, weren't we supposed to celebrate my control over my quirk at the beach? Oh, shit, I forgot. We were, maybe the dance party isn't such a bad idea after all. Izuku replied. See, now let the dancing spirit flow into your souls. Hitoshi didn't really want a dance party, but he didn't bother complain. Then he saw Izuku dance. What moves was that? Robot dance moves. Oh god. Robot dance moves should be illegal, he said. I'll teach you how to dance because that is not okay. Toga then said, so Hitoshi wasn't the only one to think that. What? This is the only way I know how to dance. It's not that bad, is it? It is, Hitoshi said. Hitoshi couldn't help himself but laugh as he watched Toga trying to teach Izuku how to dance. It seemed like Izuku liked to dance, just didn't know how to. It was getting better though, after about an hour or so. Aizawa looked at Tsukachi and Hisashi. Oh, they had planned this together. It's not that I hate the idea, but taking a child really? It's gonna ruin my representation. You planned this together, didn't you? He said, looking at Hisashi trying to break him in to tell him. And it worked. Yeah, we did, but so what? Let's do it. Fine, if you persuade Emerald Hood and Shinso. How do I find him? I have no clue. But you see each other almost every night, how do you find him? My route is different from night to night. I have no idea how he always ends up where I am. It's almost like he tracks me. Scary, Hisashi said and put on a fake frightened face, then turned around to Tsukachi. He didn't lie, right? Who do you think I am? Shoyuta asked, not expecting an answer. Sorry for asking, but that doesn't make sense and is also a bit scary. Hisashi. He didn't lie. Well, then I'll just come with you on patrol. People are going to recognize you and make news about present Mike with mysterious, homeless-looking man, Shoyuta said. Right, but you're always on the roofs. I can just walk on the ground in the alleys below you. That way no one will make the connection, present Mike said at last, and Shoyuta didn't find any problems with that. Hisashi added, also, did you just call yourself homeless-looking? Hisashi asked not to get an answer, but to point out, and laughed. Shoyuta just rolled his eyes at that. It's dark outside and Izuku is ready for yet another night on patrol and can't wait to saving people and of course beating villains. As a child he wanted to be a hero for the sole purpose of saving others and make them happy. That was it. Now he is a vigilante for that, but not only that. He is also a vigilante so he can beat up villains. It was pretty satisfying. Then the last thing, he wants other quirkless people to see that it is possible to become a hero with hard training. He was no longer going to rely on his quirk to be fine after a fight. He was no longer going to die in the middle of a fight or something. He is going to beat villains without dying, because if he can't do that, it may mean it's not possible to fight villains without a quirk and be a hero. Not that he would become a hero himself, just show others it's possible. Just one problem, the media calls him a villain, and that doesn't exactly sound like a good role model for being a hero. From tonight he is going to try and convince people he is on heroes and civilians' side. Izuku wasn't sure how he was supposed to do it, but he would do it, somehow. While in his thoughts he got snapped out of it as a scream broke out somewhere and suddenly he was back in the world and on patrol. He turned around to where the scream had come from. Fire was shouted this time. He heard where it came from, but didn't see fire. The fire must be indoors then. Izuku leaped from the roof he was on and onto the next and continued that for a few blocks until he saw the young woman screaming. He jumped down ready to catch a light pole in front of him before crashing to the ground, but stopped mid-air, his body strangled in a capture weapon. Sheet, so I got in trouble. But, the villain. Why take me down instead of that villain? You're not in trouble for the moment at least. But I don't think you want your ears to bleed. What? Then Izuku got his answer as to why his ears would bleed. Present Mike took care of the villain, with his quirk, and Izuku would have been where he shouted. Eraser had also gotten the woman out of the way so her ears wouldn't bleed either. All three of them covered their ears pretty quick, because you could still hear the shout. When Present Mike was done with the villain, Eraser spoke again. Also, don't jump from roofs. That's just stupid. Like asking to die, he said. Well, not too long ago, dying wouldn't really have been a problem, so. Just don't jump off from roofs, problem child. He paused then talked again. Well, Present Mike wants to speak to you, so climb down. Not jump. It's faster and more fun to jump. Climb down. Fine. Izuku walked over to the fire escape and climbed on the outside of the rail on the fire escape. It was faster than the steps. Wait, Present Mike was the one who found me after I jumped? Has he found out? Oh, that is probably it. Why else would he want to talk to me? I get why if it was Eraser, but why would Mike speak to me if he didn't find out who I am? Hey, little listener. There you are. Hi. I heard you saved Hitoshi Shinso. Yeah, I guess. Where is he? Why are you the one talking to me about this? I thought Eraser was going to do that. Well, he didn't want to. So I am. And what I want to talk about would be best to talk about with Shinso present. So that he gets a say in this. I can't really say where he is, but I can call him and tell him to come here. He's probably awake anyway, 'cause of insomnia. All right then. They both went quiet after the call and waited for Hitoshi to come. Izuku fell into his own thoughts again. He thought about how he could show the public and media he wasn't a villain. He was only fighting villains and he thought that should have been enough, but running away from a hero ruined it. Demon, could you speak a bit slower? It's too fast for me to process, little listener. Oh, I mumbled again, sorry. I just have a problem I gotta fix, but I'll figure out something. Anyways, I'll be quiet now. Sorry. No problem. Maybe I can help? If you tell me what the problem is. The media sees me as a villain because I ran away from a hero, but I take down villains and save the civilians, so I'm not a villain. Just vigilante. And I don't know how to show I'm on their side. That's a the one. Yeah. They both went quiet again until Hitoshi came. Hey, Toshi. Hi, so what is it? Present Mike stood up and presented himself even though Hitoshi already knew who he was. Now to your earlier question, the reason we told you to come is because I have a question for you. Why did I have to come? You could have asked over the phone. Because the question is, if you're okay with living with me and I'll be your guardian, we can't just not put you in a home somewhere, if that's an orphanage or foster home or something. So since you didn't want either of those, this is the last way. What do you think? Oh, and if you say yes, I don't live alone, there is also Shoyuta, who will also be your guardian. You mean Eraserhead? Yeah, you know him? Present Mike said, looking confused. I know Emerald Hood so. Oh, right, well, what do you say? Hitoshi looked at Izuku and saw that Izuku understood. Their home was definitely better than the hotel, so Izuku didn't mind him saying yes. Hitoshi looked back at Mike and told him his answer. Sure, I'll come with you. All right then. Let's dash. Wait, Mike, you better not be like any one of his previous foster parents, especially not like the last ones. Of course we won't be like them, we're heroes as you know. Oh wow, you're heroes, he said sarcastically, like I give a shit about that. Heroes can still make mistakes, and do shit they shouldn't. Well, we won't do that, Mike said with a serious face, then lightened up. Also, after I got to think earlier, I think if you were a guest on my radio show we could maybe make people realize you're not a villain, and you could make a social media account to show what you do, so people doesn't just go off of what the rest of the media and reporters say. Wait, didn't you already make an account? Hitoshi asked. I did, but put it on private, but yeah, maybe I should make it public now. Izuku immediately made it public, then looked up at Mike, who was yawning. Right, he probably doesn't usually stay up this late. What should I say on the radio show though? What do you want to say? Don't know. Izuku replied, and again Mike yawned. Well, let's talk more about this later. I'm getting tired and you two must be too dash. Not really, they said at the same time. They looked at each other. Jinx. They both shouted, double jinx, you owe me a coffee. They both shouted, but Izuku a bit faster this time. They had started doing this a few days ago and had both decided they rather wanted coffee than Coke. Deepening it, Hitoshi said, I gotta get better at that. Mike looked at them and smiled. It was good they were able to joke after what had happened to the purple-haired boy. Or actually maybe the opposite, since that could mean what happened was almost just another Tuesday for them. Well, still good to be able to joke and have fun. Well, I'm tired even though you're not, somehow, so Shinso, if you could come with me so you can get yourself settled, and Emerald Hood, you should probably head home for the night. I have my stuff at his place though. Oh, I thought it was still at where you previously lived. I didn't want to go back, so we took everything I wanted to keep with me. Well, do you want to get the stuff now or tomorrow? I guess that can be done tomorrow, and the paperwork too. I didn't even tell you about that yet. I'm not stupid, of course there's going to be paperwork for it to be done legally. Hitoshi then walked with Mike to his new home, and Izuku tailed them without them knowing. He wanted to know where they were going to live. And he had wanted for a while to know where Eraser lived, but had never been able to tail him successfully. He was always caught, but Mike was tired and Hitoshi probably wouldn't care even if he knew. Izuku then went back to the hotel, taking down a few criminals on his way. He tried to sleep, but he just laid there staring at the ceiling. Lately it was getting harder to not think about his mom. He missed her, but crying wouldn't help, so he decided to get Hitoshi's things to his new home instead of spiraling and end up crying. When he was at the house, he set down Hitoshi's things, then turned around to Eraser's red eyes glaring down at him, while his hair was raised up in the air. Emerald Hood. How do you know where I live? I'm sure I caught you every time. Well, you aren't the only one who lives here. Mike does too, so I trailed him. He didn't notice you? Apparently not. What's that? Eraser asked, pointing at the bag behind him on the doorstep. Oh, that's Hitoshi's stuff. I brought it here so he doesn't need to do it tomorrow. By the way, I didn't imagine you as the dad type. Izuku teased and jumped out of the way and ran when Eraser tried to capture him. During the next week, Hitoshi got used to living with Shoyuta and Hisashi. He had gotten the guest room, which was never used anyways. They were at work a lot, but did their best with the free time they did have. Shoyuta had also decided to begin to train him now after seeing how hard the kid trained and wanted to be a hero. He has potential, he thought. Shoyuta had also taken him to the doctor to get medication for his insomnia. If he wanted to be a hero, he needed sleep to get proper rest. Izuku and Toga came to visit a lot, and Hitoshi visited them too. Toga was very happy she got food where Hitoshi lived, because she still didn't want to eat thrash food. Izuku decided that if Toga ate there, he might do so as well. They had also bought weapons with the money they got from Hitoshi's foster parents. Izuku got himself an arrow, bow, and a knife, while Toga got herself a few knives. Izuku had additionally bought another first aid kit, but he bought that with the money he got from his mom. Izuku had also figured out what he wanted to say on Mick's radio show and talked to him about it. Izuku was just praying that he wouldn't be recognized while they were so close. Mike hadn't said anything about his identity yet, so he guessed he was safe for now. Something Mike did comment on though was his clothes. He said that maybe he should get some more clothes, but Izuku said he was fine. That was when the hero insisted that if Izuku didn't buy any for himself, he would. So they ended up shopping. Hitoshi, Toga and Eraser came along too and got a few things for themselves as well. Izuku got himself a few more pairs of his Vigilante costume and got a whole wardrobe for his regular clothes. It was weird for all three of the kids that the two men did this for them. Especially Izuku and Toga, since didn't even live under the same roof as them like Hitoshi did. Izuku had also started posting on his social media. There he saw that people were split on what they thought of him. Some people thanked him for saving them and others said that he should go arrest himself. That was nowhere as bad as being told to kill himself though, so he didn't really care. Izuku also decided to be a gremlin there too, and had beef with Endeavor and tried the same with All Might, but he was too polite for it to work well. So he only really beefed with Endeavor. Not that he had ever actually met Endeavor before, but he had seen lots of videos of the aggressive hero. At the radio show Mike asked him a lot of questions, one of them being about how Izuku wasn't a villain since he wanted that question. Mike and Izuku had both planned that Izuku would mention himself that he wasn't a villain, so it would be natural to ask. This did of course not change everyone's mind about him being a villain, but it did change most people's mind about him who thought he was a villain. This he knew because there wasn't that many people calling him a villain on the internet anymore. After Hisashi had gotten to know the Kid Emerald Hood, he was getting more sure about him being Izuku Midoriya. The interview on his radio show confirmed his suspicions. His intention wasn't to figure out if he was right, but it happened nonetheless. What happened was just that his answers all seemed to work perfectly with the fact that he was Midoriya. One of those times was about when his first time taking down a villain was. The boy had answered that his first time as Emerald Hood was some dealer he took down a few weeks ago, but had taken down one other villain before that to save his classmate, which was a month ago. It was also a month ago since there was a small kid with green hair that had saved another young boy when none of the heroes did anything. Mike had seen a video of that and understood first time he saw it that it was Izuku Midoriya. Everything added up if Emerald Hood was Midoriya. Everything. He wasn't exactly sure how to go about it. The kid had it great right now despite him getting hurt all the time while fighting villains. He was happy, at least it looked like that to him. The kid hadn't been happy when he met him as Izuku, and had even jumped off of a roof soon after. He wasn't happy then, but now his eyes shined. Despite being tired, he smiled and laughed. If he told the police and registered him as alive again and put him into the system, what would that do? It would put him back into the life he had before, where he ended up with deciding to commit suicide. One problem: how is the kid still alive? He was sure the kid was dead. They even did an autopsy. You can't survive that. Every organ gets removed from the body to be examined, including the heart. Then the organs normally gets returned to the body afterwards. Any normal person would die from that if they weren't dead from before. The only thing that made sense was if regeneration from death was his quirk that no one knew he had. Wait, the kid wasn't alive during the autopsy, right? He panicked in the midst of the rest of his thoughts. While he was at the cat cafe with Hitoshi, Hisashi graded papers while Hitoshi was doing schoolwork. Hisashi looked at the purple-haired kid and couldn't hold himself back from asking, "You know Emerald Hood's identity, right? What do you want to know that for?" "I was just wondering, since I have my own suspicions of who he is." "Well, I'm not telling you if that's what you think." No, of course not. You two are good friends. I don't want to make you ruin that. I was just wondering how you got to know his identity. It doesn't seem like he would just tell anyone." "Well, it was an accident with my quirk, so he never actually told me. So I don't know how you can make him trust you or anything if that's what you want. Personally, I don't think he'll ever tell you or show Yuta." "I see, you don't think he's uncomfortable around us or something?" "That's not it, he's always cautious, so it wouldn't make sense that he would ever tell anyone outright who he is, no matter the person." "I see. Though personally I don't think it would be the worst idea if you knew. After everything you've done for us, you have earned my trust. Hizashi's eyes opened extra at that as he couldn't hold back his shock. Really? That's nice to know, little listener. Oh, and could you help me with this English essay? Hitoshi paused for a moment. Shorty usually helps me with them, but I think he was training with Toga today. They both said they had too much on the line to lose. I wonder what that's about. Me too, but they didn't say no more. Well, yeah, of course I'll help with the essay. Thanks. You remember what the stakes are? Izuku asked Toga with a small smirk, before their final match. They had had 4 until now, out of 5. Each of them taken 2 wins each. Of course, and I'm gonna win, can't wait to be you for a whole week. You're going to regret letting me do that. She said, and grinning widely. No, you've got it wrong, I can't wait until you have to do all the chores in the hotel for a whole month. Then the timer from Izuku's phone went off and their final fight started. The rules were simple, not allowed to cause any permanent injuries or kill, other than that you're allowed to attack however you want. How you win is by making the other unable to fight back anymore. Toga lunged at Izuku and tried stabbing Izuku with her right hand. Izuku dodged and punched Toga on her right side since it was open from trying to stab him. She groaned but didn't give up and jumped backwards. Izuku took a step forward and kicked, but Toga caught his foot. They both heard a clattering sound from the knife falling down in the process of catching Izuku's foot. Now that Toga had his foot, she made him fall by dragging him to her. Izuku fell on the floor and grabbed the knife, however Toga noticed and grabbed his wrist before he could do anything with it. Then she grabbed his other wrist too with her other hand. She forgot to do one thing. She didn't secure his legs, therefore they could move freely. That's when Izuku kicked the wall they were beside and used the momentum to roll over and get on top of Toga instead of under. He secured her legs so that she couldn't do the same as him. Next he threw the knife away with as much power as he could with how little he could move his hand while Toga still held his arms. This distracted Toga and Izuku got his hands free and pinned down her hands. After that she was rendered powerless and couldn't fight anymore. Izuku won 3-2. I won. You have to do all the chores for the next month. Damn it. I really thought I was gonna win. I'll make you a list of everything that needs to be done. Please, Inu, have mercy. She pouted. Izuku looked at her and said cold-heartedly, no, ever since she came to the hotel she had not done chores at all. Izuku finished the list and had wrote how often and how to do the tasks too. He gave it to Toga and again she pleaded for mercy. She didn't get any. Toga then started doing her chores for the day. She started with something easy, taking out the trash. Izuku took a picture and sent it to Hitoshi. Hitoshi came as fast as he could. Wow, she actually is doing chores. How did you make her do them? Hitoshi asked Izuku, but Toga chimed in before Izuku could answer. And why wouldn't it just be me who decided to do something nice? Instead of being made doing it? Hitoshi turned towards Toga. Is that what happened? Did you think you should do something nice and decided to do the chores? He asked. No. Exactly. Hitoshi looked at Izuku again. How did you make her? The bet, I won. She now has to do all the chores for a month. A whole month, Deepening. Hitoshi, please save me. Yeah, no. You're on your own. Izuku and Hitoshi met up at the beach. Hitoshi cleaned the beach and Izuku trained his aim in archery. It would still take a bit of time before he could use it against villains, but it was getting better. With knives and arrows he would have weapons for both close and long-range combat, plus he was learning how to fight with proper technique with eraser. Izuku took his arrow and carved his name on it with his utility knife. It was nice to have a signature on it. Maybe someone would notice, or maybe not, he wanted it either way. Then he stood up again and looked at the target, for now that was a closet with a drawn ring on it, and shot the arrow. It didn't hit in the middle, but it did go inside the ring, which was progress. Hey, you two, both training hard, I see, that's good. Yeah, Hitoshi answered. You here to get me before the patrol? Yes, but first I'd like to talk with Emerald Hood. Hizashi and Hitoshi looked at each other and Hitoshi walked away a bit to give them some space. Oh, okay. He saw Hitoshi walk away and wondered what this was about. Hey, little listener. What's going on? Oh, nothing special. That's bullshit. I saw how you two looked at each other, Then Hitoshi walked away. This isn't just a regular chat, get to the point. You're really perceptive? Well, it's about your identity. Hitoshi didn't tell me, of course, but me and Sho think we have found out who you are, and I just want your confirmation. Izuku gulped and hoped they hadn't actually figured it out. If they were right, he had to play it off, but maybe best if he could get them to just not talk about it. I'm not giving you no confirmation. I get that you don't want us to know, but if you are who I think you are, then that would solve a very frustrating case. No. Just give up. Hizashi sighed and decided to just try. Kid, are you Izuku Midoriya? Please tell me. There it was, they had figured it out, but if Izuku could play this off, maybe he could make them believe otherwise. No, I don't even know who that is. Yeah, that last part was unnecessary and dumb. Kid, it's all right, we won't tell anyone. And how am I supposed to believe that? Because we care about you, and we've helped you. So? You're heroes. If I was Izuku Midoriya, what would it help you to know that it was true if you aren't going to tell anyone? And you said it would help with a case. You couldn't have solved the case by knowing and not tell anyone. The case isn't going on anymore officially, but I still wonder what happened to the body of Izuku Midoriya, and I have many reasons to believe it's you. Well, I'm not. Izuku saw that Mike meant what he said and actually worried about him, but Izuku couldn't tell him. It could ruin everything. If Mike and Eraser knew, then there was no way Tsukachi wouldn't find out, and if he found out, then the police would definitely get to know, and if they knew, then he would be sent back to his old life, where he was nothing. Worthless, a freak. A Deku. Suddenly he was surrounded in nice warmth. Mike hugged him. Izuku froze for a moment and was about to reject the hug, but the warmth and comfort was actually good. It was a long time since he had been hugged. Last time had been a few days before Mom died. He missed the feeling, and so he accepted the hug. He leaned in and wrapped his arms around Mike as he had done to him earlier. They both sat down in the sand. Izuku cried. He wasn't completely sure when he began crying, but when he noticed, he wiped his tears and snot and sniffled a little. Then he noticed the wet spots on Hizashi's sweater and apologized, but he didn't go away from the hug. It's all right, I'm just happy you aren't dead after all. I told you I'm not Izuku Midoriya. Yeah, but then you mumbled and gave it away. And you gave away that you do know who Midoriya is just now. Izuku was silent for a few seconds to come up with something, but couldn't think of anything. He therefore gave up on lying. Don't tell anyone. I won't. I won't. So simple words, but strong, which lifted a little of the weight on his shoulders off. Izuku looked up from the ground where he had been looking for a while and saw Hitoshi and Toga spying at him and Hizashi from behind trash. His cheeks felt warm and he knew he blushed, and stumbled away from Hizashi and said he was fine now. Izuku heard snickering from where he earlier saw his two friends, that had completely disappeared from his view. Hey, I can still hear you. Then the snickering turned to laughing and they no longer hid behind the trash. Here, kid, you're going to need it, Aizawa said to Hitoshi as he handed him a cup of coffee before the patrol started. Hitoshi would get to see how a patrol was like for an underground hero. Thanks, he said and took the cup and taking a slurp. He looked at the clock. We leaving soon? Yeah, but before we leave, you need to remember that you can't join in on the fights, all right? You're only coming to watch. And maybe check that civilians are okay. Yeah, I know. All right, let's go then. They quickly ran to the area Eraser planned to patrol tonight and climbed up to the roof. They were back to back so that they got all sides covered and saw all places. It didn't take long before they spotted villains. The first time that night was a gang that was harassing two women. Eraserhead firstly got the two women out of there and set them down with Hitoshi. Then he fought the villains. Most of them were shocked that their quirks didn't work and didn't know how to fight without it. The leader was a bit tougher since he was a heteromorphic type and his quirk couldn't be erased. Yet, it was an easy match for Eraserhead. He captured him in his capture weapon while the villain tried to attack him. Then kicked him in the solar plexus and knocked the wind out of him for a little while. Then tied him up. Hitoshi just gone done with making sure the two women were all right before Eraser took on the mutant. Hitoshi watched and decided that he too wanted to have a capture weapon as a hero. It would be extremely useful. The rest of the patrol was also filled with looking out and fight some small fry. At the end the two of them talked about what Hitoshi could learn from what had happened. Hitoshi then learned about the solar plexus and he was definitely using that next time sparring with Izuku. Izuku was on the roofs looking out for villains and possibly Hitoshi and Eraser. It would be fun to sneak up on them while they were on patrol, but he didn't know where they were. He saw some bright light in the side of his vision and decided to check it out. He jumped across a few roofs to get there and saw Moonlight tying up a villain. "Hey!" Izuku said to the hero. She looked up, searching for the person talking to her. "Hi, Emerald Hood," she said, then quickly tied up the villain and left him in the alley for the police to pick him up. Got done with the villain and climbed up to Izuku. "Pretty quiet night tonight, huh?" she said. "Yeah, I haven't found any villains yet. Kinda wanted to try something new tonight. Guess that'll have to wait." "What did you want to try out?" "Lately I've been training with weapons. I wanted to see how I did against villains with them." "Maybe you could try against me? I'll gladly help." "Yeah, sure, why not?" Izuku replied and put his archery equipment down before the fight. This was close combat, so he wouldn't get to use his archery skills yet, but at least he would get to use his knife against someone else than Toga. Toga was good, but it's important to spar against different people so you don't only know how to fight against one kind of fighting style. "Come at me!" Moonlight shouted, and so Izuku did. He opened the fight with leaping forward and do a simple kick while spinning. He didn't expect it to hit and therefore grabbed his knife from his pocket while spinning, and when he was facing her, he swung his knife forward, almost falling, but careful to not actually stab her. He almost got her, but she counterattacked and moved to the side and tripped him using his imbalance against him. "Ouch," he said as he got up from the floor. "Nice try, but you need to put weight on your feet according to the situation, so it's not so easy to trip you." Izuku heard footsteps and subconsciously looked down to see what it was. There was another villain there now trying to help out the villain from earlier escape. This was his chance to try his bow. He took his bow and arrow and aimed a little in front of the villain. Enough away for him to not hit the villain, his walking speed taken into account too. The arrow was for now only a waning for the villains, as his accuracy wasn't good enough to hit the villain's head on without endangerment of killing them if he was really unlucky. He shot the arrow and scanned for his quickest route down. A light pole. This time Eraser wouldn't stop him. He jumped and grabbed the pole with both hands and swung around, then let go. He landed shortly after and went into an immediate sprint. He tried the same move on the villain as he had tried earlier on Moonlight, only this time he took her tips into account. This time his balance was good and the villain wasn't able to land an attack and was quickly tied up. When Izuku turned his back and walked away, the villain made his shot. He could manipulate his nails to his will. He shot his nails out and tried to stab Emerald Hood in his head and heart. The nails wasn't able to impale his skull, so Izuku's head didn't really get hurt, but the nails impaling his back hit his right lung, right next to his heart. As fast as he could, he jumped forward so the nails couldn't get any further through his body. "You good?" Moonlight shouted from on top of the roof as she had stayed there to watch. Izuku was about to shout he was fine, but while taking a deep breath to shout it hurt like shit. He was pretty used to being stabbed. Sure, it hurt, but he was able to ignore it, but the pain from a punctured lung was different. It was as if he didn't get in enough oxygen and intense pain from trying to take in extra. The injury made him cough up blood, which was bad enough by itself, but with a punctured lung, coughing also gave extra intense chest pain. Izuku turned around to face the villain so he couldn't attack like that again. Next he started controlling his breath, many small breaths instead of big ones, to decrease the pain. After the lack of verbal response from Emerald Hood, Moonlight decided to come down and check on him. He was just a kid after all, and this would be a good time to see how his quirk worked. When she came down, Emerald Hood said he was fine, which might be true, but she checked to be sure. He was not fine. He had been stabbed as she saw earlier from the rooftop and the wound was still there. He was bleeding and maybe punctured some organs. She took care of the injury as much as she could until the cops and ambulance came. While they waited, Emerald Hood grabbed his arrow he shot earlier and she saw his name on it. "You have your name on it? That's cool," she said nicely with a smile. "Yeah, I carved it in earlier today. Honestly, I wasn't sure anyone would notice," he replied, his eyes turning to the two different kinds of cars which both had blue light on top. A police car and ambulance, that she had called. The cops took the two villains and the ambulance took Izuku, and Moonlight decided to come with. The kid looked like he almost didn't mind the injury and wasn't scared of anything, not even death. She had noticed that about him. There was two options for that, she thought. Either he was suicidal still or he had realized his quirk, and it wasn't just a one-time thing, or both. She hoped the second. That way she might be able to get some information out of him to her master. As she talked to him on the way, she realized he either didn't know or wasn't going to slip up about his quirk. She did get some information about how strong he was, at least during their sparring. He wasn't that good yet, but a few months and he would maybe be ready. Izuku got out of the hospital in the morning and noted to himself to never walk away from an apprehended villain without being cautious again. He also told Hitoshi, so the same wouldn't happen to him either. Then time went on for the three kids. When Toga was done with the month of doing all the chores in the hotel, she and Izuku decided they would split it, so they did equal amount of chores. The training got intenser and intenser for all three of them. Izuku and Toga also sparring a lot with Moonlight lately, and Hitoshi sometimes coming with Aizawa on patrol. Hizashi had held his promise of not telling anyone about Izuku's identity, except for Eraser. Hizashi had asked Izuku first if he could tell his husband, and Izuku was stubborn but said fine after a while. The two of them tried to get the kid to open up more and asked him where he lived, how his life was like both now and before his death, but Izuku always refused to tell them any more than what they already knew. He never planned that they would even get to know his identity, no way he would willingly tell them more. Plus, he didn't even want to think about his past. He was Emerald Hood now. Not the quirkless nobody he was before. The knight of course liked to try and ruin that. When he couldn't sleep, he would often end up thinking about his mom and that he would never die. When he did sleep, a nightmare would most likely haunt him. Toga noticed after a while and decided that whenever he felt down, he could wake her up and they could have a dance party. She wanted to be there for him and help him. How much Izuku's mom's death impacted him made Toga remember why she had run away from her home. It made her feel bad. She ran away because she was a villain and had done the same that someone did to his mom. She didn't understand back then why what she did was so bad. She began realizing now and understood why Izuku was dead set on her not killing anyone, even though her quirk made her crave blood. Her guilt told her to tell Izuku what she had done, but what if that made him throw her out? She couldn't do it. He couldn't. Therefore, instead of telling him or anyone else about her past, she hid it and didn't tell anyone why she ran away and was homeless. And so, the guilt began eating her up. The weight weighing more and more the more time passed. So what movie should we watch? Izuku asked as with the TV remote in his hand ready for the movie night. A horror movie. Toga said, excited between eating her popcorn. Sure, but maybe you shouldn't eat all your popcorn before we have even found a movie, Himiko. Hitoshi said, side-eyeing the now half-full bowl of popcorn that Himiko had. Hey, I don't judge your coffee-drinking habits, so maybe you shouldn't judge my popcorn-eating habits. You're free to judge how much I drink coffee. That's not the point. Then why dash, Hitoshi started before Izuku broke him off. So, a horror movie then? Izuku said, trying to break up their fight before it became a fist fight. Yeah, and yes, came from the two others' mouths, and so Izuku began searching for a horror movie they could watch. Just remember it has to be PG-15 or lower. Hizashi said from the kitchen. Yeah, Hitoshi replied, not intending to actually care about that. They find the movie they find. The two other teens thought the same and ended up watching one that was over PG, which ended up with all three of them clinging to each other after they were halfway through. None of them ever admitted that they were scared, no matter how obvious it was. No matter how much they flinched when Shoyuta and Hizashi came through the door after shopping 2 jackets, they did not admit they were scared. Couldn't let the two adults know they hadn't listened to what they said. Shoyuta sighed when the three of them screamed and whispered to Hizashi, they definitely watched over PG-15. Yeah, but they're teens, they're supposed to disobey us. Hizashi whispered back. You are all grounded for 1 week. Why? Hitoshi asked. For watching a movie over PG-15. Wait, I'm not your child. You can't ground me. Izuku said loudly. But we are the closest you have to parents. Excuse me. I have an alive father actually. Oh yeah, where is he? Shoyuta asked. Demon, you're brutal today, you can't just say that to me. I might cry. Izuku said, acting like he was hurt by the man's words. Sure, Shoyuta said, knowing full well Izuku was just fine and actually liked these kinds of jokes. They both had that kind of humor. Then Toga chimed in with her reason for why she couldn't be grounded. Hey, I'm older than 15, I can watch over PG-15, therefore you can't ground me. All three of you are grounded. That's it. Himiko and Izuku doesn't live here, how are you even planning on doing that? That's right, me and Himiko don't live here, therefore we can't be grounded by you. Ha! Izuku said, almost shouted. Shoyuta gruffed at that as he realized he lost the battle of grounding those two. Fine, but Hitoshi, you're still grounded. That's not fair. Hitoshi said, then he got an idea. Sorry, but I am not going to be the only one grounded for something we all did. He thought before he spoke up again. You know, Dad, you could just what? Hitoshi asked and cut himself off when the others turned fully quiet and stared at him. Did you just call me Dad? Shoyuta asked after a few seconds, still shocked. I'm sorry, I didn't mean dash. It's okay, you can call me Dad. Shoyuta said, showing warmth and genuineness, but still hiding exactly how happy it made him. Now as to what I was saying earlier. Izuku and Himiko could dash. This time he was cut off by Izuku covering his mouth, who understood what Hitoshi was about to do. Tell Shoyuta that him and Toga could still be grounded, just needed to stay here. Izuku wouldn't let him say it. Something like this was how the evenings after training usually were for the three kids. Getting closer and closer, finding family in each other. Izuku was patrolling the streets. His patrol would soon come to an end. The patrol had taken more time this night. He had been chased by two different heroes in one night. That was more than usual, and they had seemed more brutal too. He wondered why. Well, because of running away from two heroes, which had taken a lot of time and energy, his patrol took more time and had to go back to where had ran away from. He decided that maybe his status of how important it was to catch him had gone up and decided to check the file on him as Emerald Hood on the Hero Public Safety Commission's database. Yep, it had skyrocketed. He was blacklisted, taken dead or alive. Wait, dead or alive, what the F dash? Dead is an option, no sheet, they were more brutal now. Not that I will die, but that's insane. But I only save people and beat villains. Izuku decided to read further, maybe he would get an answer as to why it was so important for them to catch him. Hey kid, Eraser said from behind Izuku, something about his voice sounding weird. Izuku couldn't figure out quite what, as it was just slightly off. Was it Toga or had something happened? He wasn't sure. Hey Eraser, what's up? Then Izuku remembered how late it was too. Eraser usually would have ended his patrol an hour or so ago. Rudy thought, where have you been since midnight? Patrolling? Like usual. That's a long patrol. Yeah, after about 1.5 hours I got chased a lot, which lengthened my patrol a lot. Was about to finish though. Were you around anyone until you were chased? His voice was still weird, Izuku thought, and so was the questions too. What was happening? Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Just please answer. Now Izuku could hear what was weird about his voice. He was hurt, holding back his emotions. He knew that feeling very well and knew it was hard, but especially how embarrassing it is when someone finds out and didn't say anything about it. He couldn't keep from wondering what had happened though. No, I was alone, Izuku replied. Why are you patrolling so late? You usually aren't patrolling this late either. I'm sorry, Izuku. What? Why? Izuku asked, not understanding. Izuku? You never call me that on patrol, he said, more to himself, but out loud. Then he was cuffed. Eraser cuffed him in the blink of an eye. Too fast for him to react. If he hadn't come to trusting him, he would have reacted though. He knew that he had reacted to things happening faster than that when it was from someone he didn't know or just didn't trust, but he had been letting his guard down lately when he was with Eraser. Guess that was a mistake after all. No, not to trust them. Should have known things never go his way, not for that long. For this, he said simply, trying to sound emotionless, but there was a slight waver in his voice. You're arresting me. Of FING course. I'm so stupid. Something was off about you, I could hear it in your voice, I should have known. Shouldn't have trusted you, you traitor. Izuku shouted and laughed hysterically a little. Why did you wait? What? So it would hurt even more when you arrested me? That must be it. No. I would never do dash. Shut the F up. Kid, calm down. Calm down? Calm down. I trusted you. You can go to hell. Izuku shouted and kicked him in the ball, and as the hero grunted in pain he quickly shifted which foot he was standing on and kicked him in the solar plexus as well. He then quickly ran for it as the hero couldn't breathe for a little while. Eraser didn't stop fighting and caught Izuku with his capture weapon while he was getting his breath back. Then he was brought to the police station, neither of them saying another word to each other. Izuku was set down in an interrogation room and was left there alone for a few minutes until Shoyuta came back and with a detective. Not Tsukachi though. Both sat down in the two chairs on the other side of the table. The detective spoke up first. You have the right to remain silent and refuse to answer questions. If you give up the right to remain silent, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Yeah, I know that much. So now, I haven't broken the law by being a vigilante. I haven't fought with a quirk a single time. You didn't tell him why he's arrested? The detective asked, looking at Eraserhead. Sorry, guess I forgot to in the heat of the moment. He said to the detective, then turned to Izuku. Emerald Hood, you are arrested for the murder of Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku's eyes widened and welled up with tears. Hitoshi was dead. And they thought he did it. They thought he killed his best friend. Most importantly, Hitoshi was dead and Izuku wasn't there for him. He bawled. No, this can't be true. This gotta be some sick prank. He can't be dead. No, he's supposed to take the entrance exam in 2.5 months and become a hero. He can't be dead. He's been training so hard for that only for him to be killed. That can't be. Izuku thought. Spiraling in his head. He wiped his tears, he had to say something. Prove his innocence. I didn't kill him. He shouted, his voice cracking from crying. Not that that would prove him innocent. Then can you give us your fingerprint? Fine, if it will prove me innocent. Izuku then gave the detective his fingerprint. The detective walked out of the room while Eraser stayed in the room with Izuku. Izuku tried to calm down and stop crying. He was able to stop it, but it felt like almost anything would bring him to tears again. Then the detective came back inside. Now I'll begin asking you questions. Where were you at midnight? That's the same Eraser asked me earlier. I was out patrolling on some roofs. I'm not sure exactly which ones though. Were you with someone that could prove you were there? No, but if you could get Tsukachi then he could tell you that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, but we've heard that you have spoken before and may be friends, so we can't trust him in this case. Eraser, I didn't do it. We were best friends. I would never kill anyone, you know that, let alone my best friend. Then tell me how we have so much telling us otherwise. What are you talking about? What do you have that says I'm not innocent? Detective, will you show him? Yes, of course. The detective showed Izuku a picture of Hitoshi laying on the cold floor in the hotel in a pool of blood from an arrow in the middle of his chest. Then another picture of the arrow alone, with his signature. Then another picture showing all the fingerprints on the arrow. Then one last picture, one that showed his fingerprint beside the ones on the arrow. It was a match. Of course it matched, it was his arrow. Someone framed him for FS sake. That was the most obvious thing in the world. He would never kill, but if he did he wouldn't be that stupid to leave his arrow in the person he killed with his signature and fingerprints. Yeah, it's my arrow, but someone must have used it against me. I've been framed. Then give us an alibi. I don't have one, I was patrolling alone. I told you. But that doesn't mean that I killed Hitoshi. Believe me. Izuku said and pleaded the last part. He began crying again. He couldn't take it anymore. He tucked his knees in, held them there with his arms and buried his face in his knees, crying. A chair gliding for a second was heard in the room and Izuku looked up. Eraser stood up and left the room. Izuku glanced at the detective, he had a cold look on his face. Right, Izuku had forgotten how awful adults and especially authority figures were. They never actually cared. This detective didn't care whether or not Izuku committed the murder, he just wanted to get home. Just wants Izuku to be sent to prison so he gets as little work as possible. They never actually cared. Never. Just put me in jail already, you're not gonna believe me anyways. Izuku said blandly, lost all emotion to his voice unlike prior when it was filled with sorrow and rage. He had given up. He'd be in prison soon enough. There he would stay for at least 5 years. That was the law. Except he didn't do it, but they didn't believe that. All right then, if you don't have anything more to say. The detective reached into his pocket for his phone and sent a message. Eraser came back inside. You sure about this? Eraserhead asked Izuku. I don't have any proof that I didn't do it, so you are never going to believe me anyways. So just put me in jail already, Eraserhead. Izuku said with a monotone voice. Izuku stood up and walked towards the door. Suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder from Eraserhead. Don't effing touch me, Izuku demanded, not letting the hero touch him as if he cared about him after arresting him. As they walked, Izuku noticed something weird in his side vision and stopped to look. Himiko? What is she doing there? He asked, looking at Himiko, who was in an interrogation room as he was too just a minute ago. What is who doing where? What's Himiko doing in there? Eraser let out and looked over. I actually don't know. Himiko looked back at Izuku. Kid, we gotta go. Shut up. Izuku spat out and opened the room Himiko was in. What happened? Why are you here? Izuku asked Himiko desperately. Aizu, I'm sorry. Why? She began crying but continued anyways. Izuku deserved to know. I murdered some was all Izuku could hear as the detective in Himiko's interrogation room slammed the door shut and locked it. What? You know? No, this must be another framed murder. Someone framed her, but she said it herself. So she is a murderer. Tears streamed down Izuku's face again. He couldn't help it. No, there's no way, right? But it actually isn't that weird. She did try to murder me, but why hadn't she said anything about it yet? Unless it was a recent murder. No, that can't be. It must have been from before I met her, right? If I can't ask anymore, he locked the room. Minute. Kid, let's go. Eraser said. That FNG traitor, why the F did I trust him? He's a hero. Just another goddamn hero. Hero my butt. Yeah, traitor. Izuku said, watching the man's expression carefully. Nothing much to it, just the same cold look he had had ever since he arrested Izuku. Izuku was given his prison uniform and was told to change in the bathroom. Izuku did so, accepting his fate. This was his life now, if it could even be called a life anymore. Then he was taken to his cell. A simple room, one futon with a pillow and a blanket. That was all. Go to bed. He was told when he was locked inside. Then Eraser and the detective left, leaving him completely alone and almost no room to move. He couldn't take a run, have a dance party, roof jump, or talk with someone. There was nothing to do except stare at the ceiling and try to sleep.